Welcome back to Culture Express. Now let's meet a remarkable elderly musician from rural China who's passing on his skills to left-behind children or children whose parents have migrated to the big cities for work.
Every weekend at a village in central China's Hunan province, people can hear the beautiful melody. Children are learning traditional Chinese musical instruments. Their teacher is 77-year-old Li Shuyou. Li set up his music studio 7 years ago, teaching left-behind children in the village for free. Parents with them, but they say they take great comfort from the music.
I find I have more and more interest playing the erhu. I always want to return to classes once again. It has been a long wait for me.
Li has as many as 60 students, and despite his age, he doesn't take a rest during the 2-hour class.
I don't feel tired. I like teaching these children, teaching them the right way to play traditional Chinese musical instruments. My mind is on these children.
Li says he takes great pleasure from passing on his years of experience to the children. But despite his hard work, he'd love to be able to give them even more.
I have to give up something. My aim is to promote traditional Chinese culture. Sometimes I feel I'm not 77 years old. I want to be younger and I have more energy.
Thanks to Li's efforts, many of his students are now making real progress. Some have even received awards in competition. For these children, the seeds of music were sown in their hearts from an early age. And through practice and perseverance, they'll be blooming for many years to come. Ling Ling, CGTN.
In St. Petersburg, Russia, free workshops in skills such as sewing, woodwork, and ceramics are open to the public. Called Hangar, the facilities are aimed at those looking for a new vocation, as well as people who simply want a hobby.
Many have used their time during the pandemic to learn a new skill. And now in Russia's St. Petersburg, people can attend free workshops to learn a variety of practical abilities. The classes have been running since January in areas such as woodwork and metalwork, ceramics, and sewing. The workshops are divided into 2 zones: clean, which refers to things such as sewing, and dirty, which covers skills such as engineering and carpentry.
There are people who are also starting to learn. It's a very cool exchange of energy and experience, because the whole hangar is built on people teaching each other to do what they can. So this is a kind of not monetary but social exchange of skills.
The project is funded by one of the district administrations of St. Petersburg. In return, participants have to develop a project with a charitable organization or do something for the city. The workshop's curators and masters help the visitors find their way, give advice and guidance, as well as demonstrate tasks.
Some people want to do something at home. Some people want to learn something new. Some people want to understand what it is at all, the production, the equipment, and there are all kinds of different cases.
Hangar public workshops also conduct training courses for beginners, as well as cooperate with NGOs, giving participants better opportunities to exchange experiences and acquire new skills. Ding Suyue, CGTN.
Sweating in the gym has become an integral part of life for many young people. Rarely are senior citizens seen there, but an old bicycle shed in southwest Beijing hides a secret gym where a group of elderly men have spent decades working out there. Wu Haojun has the story.
Rough, dim, old-fashioned. This rinky-dink shed is a world away from the fancy gyms where the younger generation pumps iron. But each afternoon, rain or shine, its loyal members, a handful of men mostly in their 60s, work out. Bench press, dumbbell curls, or wide grip pull-downs. The rust-stained equipment was built decades ago with scrap metal from a nearby railway wagon factory, where many of the members used to work.
I was the feeder, and he was the washer. This brother here was the forger, and these weights were made from their workshops. We all did it by ourselves.
On the wall are photos of bodybuilding greats from the 1980s and 1990s, like Lee Labrada and Kevin Laroni, cut by the 63-year-old manager from a local magazine for inspiration. The 29 members come for various reasons: health, spirit, and company. 82-year-old Yang Hongzheng has been working out for 21 years. He says the exercise has improved his quality of life.
If elderly people do some strength exercises, their muscles will be more developed. Once the muscles are developed, the body will have more energy. Then we'll be happy if we're in a spirited mood, right? If we are happy, the quality of life will also be high.
For 72-year-old Liu Baoli, who suffered a brain hemorrhage 9 years ago, the club has given him back his legs.
I didn't have any strength in the lower body before. I have recovered pretty well now. To be honest, I used to be in a wheelchair. Then I started to walk slowly, then started to lift a bar, and then slowly started adding weights.
Many members were young men in their 20s and 30s when the gym was founded in 1984 by Zhang Wei. Zhang was the winner of Beijing's first long-distance race in 1956 and a fellow worker at the state-owned Erqi factory. In its near 40-year history, the gym has never closed. Not even COVID-19 could keep members away over the past year. Xu says he will try to keep it running for as long as possible. Because to Xu and the members, the gym is more than just a place to work out. The men in the gym have grown up and grown old together. Wajing,
CGTN.
Still to come on Culture Express. It's not just England's pubs and shops that reopened this week after a lengthy lockdown. So did its zoos, much to the delight of their many residents.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference. Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there. To see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you, all around the world, all around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London, China Global Television Network. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference.
大家好，我是北京鱼舍酒店金雅城的行政总厨李东，期待我和路易斯的北京美食之旅。
Welcome back to Culture Express. Giraffes, tigers, chimpanzees, and flamingos are welcoming visitors back to England's zoos, which have been closed for months due to COVID-19 lockdown restrictions. They reopened on April the 12th, along with non-essential shops and outdoor hospitality as part of the government's lockdown easing roadmap. Check it out.
If there were ever a sight to lure you back to the zoo, these greater flamingos will surely be it. Along with 3,800 other animals and 205 different species, the rosy-colored birds are preparing to receive visitors for the first time in 5 months at the Wimpstead Zoo, north of London. Across the park, the chimpanzees are waiting for their breakfast of nuts and vegetables. While the park has been closed, zookeepers ensure that all animals are kept to a routine. A steady stream of eager visitors line up from early morning to see the animals on reopening day. Due to government regulations, the zoo makes sure to have social distancing measures in place. For children lucky enough to still be on their Easter break, it's an opportunity to see some of their favorite animals.
We've got someone who's been desperate to come and see the lions and be the first person to see the lions this year.
Like his counterpart, London Zoo, Wimpstead was forced to shut for months due to the pandemic and lost vital income, which organizers say can put urgent conservation work in the UK and around the world at risk.
It's incredibly important that zoos reopen. We're part of the solution to the pandemic. We're a space where people can go safely in order to engage with nature and wildlife. But much more than that, we're also a way of engaging people on wildlife and what we risk losing as a species because of all the animals going extinct. And many zoos, London Zoo, Wimpstead Zoo, we're at the heart of conservation rebreeding programs to stop animals going extinct. That's what it's all about.
Nearly 50 kilometers away in the capital, London Zoo reopened on April 12th. London Zoo remained one of the most popular attractions in the UK, and regular visitors were keen to return.
I think it'll be nice to be back since we've missed it. We did come back before the second lockdown. We came back for a small visit. So it's nice to come back now, seeing everyone, much more people, seeing everything open again. It's just nice to be back, to be honest.
And the animals seem pretty pleased to have their audience back too. Shen Li, CGTN.
A Dutch travel company has launched a holiday experiment plan in the Greek island of Rhodes. It's an attempt to look for various possibilities to reboot international tourism, which has been stalled for almost a year. Stephen de Vries reports from Amsterdam.
Almost 200 lucky people are gathering at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport to go on a vacation to the Greek island of Rhodes. The travelers are part of a test by Dutch tour operator Sunweb to see if it's safe to travel again. It is not your usual holiday, explains Sunweb's CEO.
It differs almost in everything for a normal trip. It starts that they have to do a PCR test 72 hours before departure, and then they had to do another rapid test.
Thousands of people trying to get in, yet only 187 could finally go on the trip.
We were really afraid that maybe nobody would apply, and we were really surprised and a bit caught off guard when more than 25,000 people in the end registered.
Participants paid $475 for all-inclusive access to the pool, restaurants and other facilities, but nothing else, not even the beach. They have to respect the 1.5 meter social distancing and wear a face mask, but that doesn't seem to bother holiday goers.
Well, that's all we can get right now, so we will enjoy it. Yeah.
Very happy. Been a long time since we've been on holiday. So let's see if we can enjoy it even with the restrictions we have.
At the end of the holiday, there are still some more rules to respect.
And then when they go back, again, there is a PCR test 72 hours before departure and another rapid test on the airport. And then at home, they have to go 10 days in self-quarantine unless they test 5 days after arrival and the outcome is negative, then they can go out again.
It may all sound complicated, but if this test goes well, European holidays could be back again.
And we're all hoping that this summer will at least bring the start of that rebound we've seen in other places in the world, like in China, like in the US, and hopefully we'll see the same here in Europe.
Stefan de Vries, CGTN, Amsterdam.
Chinese white dolphins are a rare sight. Our reporter Xu Xingchen has been spending time with a team of scientists and villagers who have been studying this endangered species for almost 2 decades in the south of China.
This is Sanyang Bay, a perfect spot to have a close encounter with the rare Chinese white dolphins. Life scientist Long Yu from Peking University has visited this area every year for years.
We have been researching Chinese white dolphins for the past 18 years since 2004. Last year, we went out to sea 113 times. That means we went out for dolphins every 3 days.
Long Yu says Chinese white dolphins in the area migrated from Southeast Asia about 6,000 years ago. There are some 280 of them in Sanyang Bay. Long and her workmates take photos of the dolphins, and they can recognize them from different patterns on their skin. I went out on the boat with them, hoping to see the dolphins up close.
Chinese white dolphins are the only sea mammal named after China.
We got very lucky. Just a few minutes into the water, we met a pair.
Oh, look at that. Chinese white dolphins. So they are first-class nationally protected animals here in China, and some people would call them the pandas in the sea because of their importance.
One-third of Long's observation team are local villagers.
It's very important to include local villagers in the research and educating others about protecting these dolphins.
The team has discovered that Sanyang-based Chinese white dolphins are different from those found in other places.
Chinese white dolphins here look different. Their back fins are shorter. They also have a different skull, a narrow face.
Long says the group of white dolphins in Sanyang Bay is larger and healthier than their counterparts elsewhere, and they have a fairly stable reproduction curve. The ratio between older dolphins to younger ones is 1 to 1.27. But more needs to be done to protect their environment. Industrial pollution, overfishing, and adverse effects of rapid economic development could easily destroy the balance that Chinese white dolphins in Sanyang Bay enjoy today. Xu Xingchen, Sanyang Bay, Qingzhou, Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region.
And that's it for today's Culture Express. Before you go, I'll leave you with highlights of Shenzhen Fashion Week. I'm Julian Walken in Beijing. Thank you for joining us, and stay tuned for more CGTN news coming up next.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
South Africans are left without any active COVID-19 vaccinations after suspension of Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The dangers of over-the-counter medication in treating COVID-19 symptoms. And we update you on John Kerry's visit to China ahead of a critical U.S.-led climate change virtual summit. Hello and welcome. You're watching Africa Live. We're coming to you live from Nairobi. I'm Hannah Vivia. Here are more stories making headlines this hour. National carrier Air Tanzania acquires 3 more planes to boost domestic air travel. And hundreds of endangered Cape cormorants return to Cape Town's Robben Island. We begin in South Africa, which finds itself without an active COVID-19 vaccination program after halting the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The country's drugs regulator says it had recently reviewed data from Johnson & Johnson's local research study immunizing healthcare workers, but did not find any major safety concerns. South Africa joined the U.S. in suspending the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine after 6 recipients formed rare blood clots in the U.S. South Africa had already ditched the AstraZeneca vaccine, which was found to be inadequate in dealing with the existing dominant variant of the coronavirus. The Johnson & Johnson and Pfizer vaccines were found to be more effective against the prevailing variant. Let's now hear what South Africans think about these latest developments.
I was initially disappointed, and I was disappointed largely because I had understood that the U.S. had specific reasons to pause under a particular context, and that is that they have other options in terms of vaccines, the Pfizer and the Moderna that they are rolling out, and they've already rolled out millions of vaccines.
I was also thinking of actually taking this vaccine at some point in time. But after that, obviously when I heard about the suspension of the vaccine, I'm now going to have second thoughts. I was willing to actually think about it, but now that it's going to create clots in the blood and all of that, I'm thinking about my health at the same time as well.
The Africa CDC says it's closely monitoring reports on Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine. Both South Africa and the U.S. have suspended use of the jab. The U.S. FDA suspended its use after vaccine recipients developed rare blood clots. CGTN's Guram Chale exclusively spoke with the director of the Africa CDC about the latest.
Dr. John Nkengisong, thank you so much on behalf of CGTN. An incident has been heard from the United States about the Johnson & Johnson vaccination, and after a few people were reported dead and blood clottings have been heard after they took the J&J vaccinations, the U.S. CDC and the U.S. FDA have temporarily paused the use of this vaccination. Now, Africa, more specifically in South Africa, this Johnson & Johnson vaccination is being used. But what are you really reacting on the news?
We heard the news yesterday of the temporary pause for the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine in the United States. And this was realized after about 6.6 million people have been vaccinated, and out of the 6.6 million, 6 people developed a blood clotting. So the FDA and the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention thought that because of cautionary measures, they'd had to suspend this and investigate it further. If you look at the events, that is the 6 out of 6.6 million vaccinations, it is really some rare events happening, which would normally perhaps happen in normal settings there. So I think that is a recognition of that. The second thing we need to recognize is that it is a positive thing that the FDA and the United CDC, because of the surveillance systems that they have put in place to monitor people that have been taking these vaccines, we're able to detect this extremely limited few number of people there. So I just want this to be very clear that it speaks to the fact that when we say in public health that we have systems that are monitoring people that have received vaccines, it is actually monitoring them. So that is a positive thing that has happened. Now, we'll wait in the coming days to see what detailed analysis from the CDC and FDA will tell us, and that will determine the path forward. Maybe, and just maybe, in the coming days, they will say, We've looked at these events. They are extremely rare, and we provide recommendations that this vaccination should continue.
What is the recommendation in general terms from the Africa CDC side for the entire continent when it comes to the usage of this vaccination?
This is a rare event that we are looking at this situation carefully, and we will provide definitive guidance once we know more about it. Remember, this just happened yesterday, and we are in touch with the U.S. officials. We are in touch with the government of South Africa. Yesterday, I spoke with the Minister of Health of South Africa, and we've remained in touch. Based on the analysis in South Africa of everyone who has been vaccinated in South Africa, there's absolutely no event of this nature that has been recorded. South Africa is the only country in Africa that is vaccinating using the Johnson & Johnson because the clinical trials started there. So, and none of the events were observed during the clinical trial phase. So it is, for Africa CDC, we have to watch the space carefully, see more information, and then we'll be able to provide definitive guidelines.
Meanwhile, a shipment of Chinese-made Sinopharm COVID-19 vaccines has arrived in Mauritius. Several dignitaries were on hand to receive the donation, including the country's Minister of Health, Dr. Khaleej Jagutpal. According to him, the doses are to be used in a national vaccination campaign. Dr. Jagutpal says the shipment is an example of the friendly ties between both countries. Gong Yifen, the charge d'affaires from the Chinese embassy, says China will continue to work with Mauritius to overcome COVID-19. Egypt and China have signed an agreement to locally produce COVID-19 vaccines. The Cairo-based government vaccination arm, Vaxera, is leading an alliance of Egyptian pharmaceuticals that plans to manufacture some 80 million vaccines annually in collaboration with China's Sinovac. The aim is to make Egypt a regional hub for vaccine production. Here's Adel Amouhoui with details.
Vaccine cooperation between Egypt and China is reaching new heights. Egyptian Health Minister Hala Zaid announced the signing of an agreement with China's giant pharmaceutical Sinovac to produce COVID-19 vaccines domestically.
The Prime Minister's office and the Egyptian President have approved the joint production agreement with the Chinese company Sinovac to produce COVID-19 vaccines. I would like to thank China for its great support and for opening wide cooperation with Chinese companies. Also for its work to empower Egypt to produce the Sinovac vaccine here in the country with full transfer of technology.
An alliance of Egyptian companies led by government's vaccination arm Vaxera will be producing the Chinese vaccine.
The WHO is supporting Egypt to become a regional hub for manufacturing and distributing COVID-19 vaccines. A few weeks ago, the organization sent experts to evaluate Vaxera's production lines in preparation for the manufacture of the vaccines in Egypt and exporting the jab to African countries too. It approved the use of the factory to produce the vaccines.
Egypt and China are finalizing the agreement and logistics to produce the Sinovac COVID-19 jab. Officials here say they are targeting to produce 80 million doses annually.
We have the necessary expertise to produce and distribute vaccines, so transferring the technology of the COVID-19 vaccine from China to Egypt won't be hard. We can develop it in great quality because the technology of developing that vaccine is not so complicated. Reaching the 80 million doses target won't happen this year, but in later stages.
In the beginning, the production will start in the government's Vaxera factory, which has a ready capacity of producing 20 million doses annually. New production lines will then be established to raise the output capacity to 40 million doses. It's a great push for Egypt's vaccination efforts. Egypt has only 1.5 million vaccines, and it's targeting to vaccinate 100 million people.
Cooperation in health matters between Egypt and China under the pandemic has been exemplary. Egypt was among the few nations in the world that conducted phase 3 human clinical trials for Chinese COVID-19 vaccines. When the jab became available for emergency use, Egypt became the first country in Africa to receive them.
Producing Sinovac's COVID-19 vaccine will further deepen health ties with China, which the pandemic has greatly developed. The Egyptian government has not yet announced a date for when the vaccine production is set to begin. It is racing against time, however, to launch this landmark step for Africa in fighting the pandemic before the year ends. Adel Mahroui, CGTN, Cairo.
Meanwhile, Malawi will have to dispose of about 16,000 coronavirus vaccines. The officials there say the AstraZeneca doses are about to expire due to reluctance among citizens to take the vaccine. The doses were among the 102,000 donated by the African Union last month. The health officials in that country say inoculations were rolled out from mid-March. The aim is vaccinating 11 million people by the end of this year. So far, half of the 530,000 vaccines from donors have been administered. Coronavirus infections in Malawi have been relatively low, but there has been reports of surges since the beginning of April. The country is now at about 34,000 cases and has recorded above 1,100 deaths. And that's according to the Africa Centers for Disease and Control Prevention. Many people on the African continent have resorted to self-medication to treat COVID-19 symptoms. Most prefer using concoctions made from ginger and garlic with a combination of antibiotics to treat their infections. But as CGTN's Inex Akola reports, some are finding out the hard way that remedies and drugs being sold over the counter could be worsening their conditions.
In the outskirts of Kenya's capital, Nairobi, Emmanuel Atamba and his wife, Mercy Atamba, are tending to their small garden farm. A venture they started days after recovering from COVID-19.
What we went through was really terrible. It was very scary.
The experience with the coronavirus began after they started exhibiting COVID-19 symptoms. Subsequent laboratory tests only confirmed their fears.
And we went into treatment, the whole house. Of course, the kids were also showing symptoms. But the basic medication, of course, what they say, you know, you take the ginger, lemon, garlic, and turmeric. That is really what really helped us a lot in the initial phase. We were also given immune boosters.
Placed under home-based care, Atamba relied on recommendations from recovered patients. One drug was heavily mentioned, azithromycin.
When I went to the doctor, I asked what I can use. They also recommended the same, and they said if you have chest pains, you use azithromycin. But of course, there was really not much information exactly about how to use the drug, how much of the drugs to use. It was just one tablet per day, but not clear for how many days.
This nearly cost the life of his wife after 10 days of drug taking.
She started feeling weak, she had a headache, she became dizzy, and she was really struggling to breathe. And it was very scary because we opened the windows and it couldn't work. We went outside with her, sat outside with her, it still could not work.
Atamba decided to rush his wife to hospital. He feared that COVID-19 may have damaged his wife's lungs. But he will come to learn that her problem was not caused by COVID-19, but the drug that she used. She was simply showing symptoms of azithromycin overdose.
And he asked me, had she finished the dose? And then I was surprised because I didn't even know there was a dose.
Azithromycin is a 3-day dosage drug supposed to be administered by a qualified physician, but the family had bought theirs over the counter at a local chemist. Experts say self-medication is a practice that is on an upward trend on the African continent, especially during the pandemic. The Kenya Pharmacy and Poisons Board says self-medication is leading many not to having proper medical advice when needed. And some practitioners warn that self-medication could create a bigger problem in the future.
We are having a situation where diseases that could be treated by simple antibiotics, the antibiotics no longer work.
Doctors in Africa say a majority of COVID-19 patients placed under home-based care usually opt for self-medication once they exhibit flu-like symptoms, only to have their conditions worsen.
COVID-19 is a virus. Antibiotics are not indicated in the virus situation. The instance when we use azithromycin is specific Doctors understand what it's being used for in particular cases, not for every single case of COVID-19.
With COVID-19 still spreading across the African population, doctors are advising anyone with symptoms to seek medical advice first before embarking on any treatment. Enoxikolia, CGTN, Nairobi, Kenya.
Well, more news making headlines when we return, including we update you on John Kerry's visit to China ahead of a critical U.S.-led climate change virtual summit. And hundreds of endangered Cape cormorants returned to Cape Town's Robben Island.
Africa is a continent of diversity, with varied climates and enchanting geography, and a people so distinct, but with a shared enduring spirit. We are at the heart of the continent to bring you the untold stories.
Let's have a look.
We celebrate Africa as it shapes its own destiny.
Tunis, Cairo,
Juba, Johannesburg,
Ethiopia, Tanzania.
Africa Live. Find your voice.
Nigeria is my home. 160 million vibrant, ambitious individuals constantly seeking the perfect self-expression. It is these people who inspired me to be that person that is seen, to be a voice that is heard, and ultimately to be the anchor that I am. I have to tap in, tune in, and turn on the very best qualities within me to deliver the news. I'm Richard Ntah, an anchor for CGTN.
I try to not let it affect me, but there are days when it does. I'm a human being, and to see patients in a hospital bed and their family members are not there, there's no one there to hold their hand, that human touch, you know?
I just hope everyone can remember that the situation is not permanent and that everything will get better eventually.
Welcome back. You're watching News Making Headlines right here on Africa Live. Well, U.S. climate envoy John Kerry met with his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping in Shanghai, focusing on areas of potential collaboration. Kerry is the first official in the U.S. new administration to visit China with high expectations. Xi Mingqi reports from Shanghai.
Behind me is the Dongjiao State Guest Hotel where the talks are taking place now. All morning we've been seeing vehicles in and out, and there are actually quite a few media outlets around. So interest is high in these talks. And given the fact that Kerry is the first Biden administration official to visit China, there's been a lot of speculations as to whether the two sides will talk about issues beyond climate change, but that's something we can only wait and see at this moment. So far, we know that Kerry is in Shanghai at the invitation of China's Ministry of Ecology and Environment. And according to an official statement released by the U.S. State Department, the climate envoy is here to discuss raising global climate ambitions ahead of the U.S. President Joe Biden's Leaders Summit on Climate next week. Now, China has yet to confirm its participation at the summit, so that's very likely something the two sides will talk about this time. And Beijing also said the two sides will exchange views on the upcoming United Nations Climate Change Conference scheduled in November in Glasgow. Although bilateral collaboration in this field has taken a nosedive under Trump administration, which also saw the U.S. withdraw from the Paris Agreement. And now that climate change is back and high on the Joe Biden's administration's agenda, It remains to be seen whether and how the two sides will, continue and resume their collaboration in this field.
Well, China's solar industry plays an important role in helping the country reach its 2060 carbon neutral goal. Increasingly across the country, solar energy is being used in its structures.
This building can generate 120,000 kilowatt-hour electricity per year. That's about 1,000 families' electricity need for an entire year, or allow a new energy vehicle to circulate the Earth 110 times. It's built with the BIPV system, Building Integrated Photovoltaics. It's a solar power generating system integrated into the exterior of a building, such as the roof or its walls. The system also provides supporting functions, such as thermal and sound insulation. And it can also turn solar power into electricity. Zhang Yifei is an engineer at Yingli Group and has constructed over 50 BIPV buildings in China.
This is different from traditional solar panels. Generating electricity is not the only purpose for the BIPV system. It meets other requirements such as fire safety and being waterproof. Most buildings in the city don't have enough roof space to accommodate the number of solar panels, so it requires both the roof and walls to generate electricity. BIPV will be the future in terms of development of the green buildings.
This is the material used. 1 square meter of it can generate about 0.7 kilowatt-hour of electricity per hour, and 8 square meters of this will produce enough electricity to meet a family's daily demand. China is ramping up its clean power generation to reach its 2060 carbon neutrality goal. In one of its latest energy white papers, China pledges to raise the energy saving standards of new buildings. At least 31 provinces also laid out supporting policies for constructing green buildings.
1/6 of China's building area can be installed with solar panels. That means the total amount of China's new green building is expected to exceed 10 billion square meters. Those panels will generate 1.5 trillion kilowatt-hour electricity per year.
BIPV is not just betting on support from the government, but also from the country's huge solar industry. By the end of 2019, China led the world in this sector, with more than 60% of the world's solar panels made here.
中国新增光伏装机规模达到 48.2 吉瓦。
The total capacity of China's newly added solar panel installations ranked first in the world for 8 consecutive years. China's solar industry plays an important role in the nation's energy restructuring. Meanwhile, the cost of solar energy has decreased by about 90% in the past 10 years. That leads to a huge drop in BIPV costs as well. The unique advantage of the BIPV is that it contributes to energy conservation in buildings.
Now the solar sector is on track to become China's third largest electricity source, as companies are charging their way into the future.
South Korean President Moon Jae-in has ordered officials to explore petitioning an international court over Japan's decision to dump treated but radioactive water into the sea. Japan unveiled plans on Tuesday involving more than 1 million tons of contaminated water from the crippled Fukushima nuclear plant. Deputy Prime Minister Taro Aso said that he'd heard that treated radioactive water was okay to drink. Japan's reconstruction agency also released a mascot for the radioactive substance tritium. It was removed due to criticism. Japan's decision has drawn widespread criticism at home and abroad. South Korea summoned Tokyo's ambassador in Seoul, Koichi Aiboshi.
일본 정부의 이번 결정은
The Japanese government's decision is absolutely unacceptable. The decision to release the Fukushima tank water into the sea not only threatens the safety of neighboring countries and the marine environment, but also is a measure unilaterally decided without sufficient discussion and agreement with our country, which is the nearest neighboring country.
The World Health Organization says around a quarter of Nigerians are suffering from some form of mental illness. Lack of mental health education is one of the major factors contributing to this problem. Experts are helping to tackle this by sensitizing people on the need to seek professional help early enough. Correspondent Philly Hazer reports from Abuja.
Esther nearly dropped out of a postgraduate program 3 years ago. She suffered from depression as a result of academic pressure and other personal issues. But Esther says she eventually got help, managed to finish her program, and she's now helping to educate other people living with mental health problems.
Instead of spending 24 months, I had to spend extra. And however, regardless of all of that, I have been able to get help and pull through, get my life back on track, and I've been able to get a job, live a normal life, and even volunteer as an educator.
According to the WHO, around 25% of Nigerians suffer from some form of mental illness, and many don't seek help in time. At this mental health awareness hub, run by a non-profit organization, Gede Foundation, people are encouraged to seek help from psychologists and get early therapy. Experts here say wrong perceptions on mental illness, poor awareness about its causes, and widespread stigma are some of the reasons why Nigeria has increasing cases of mental illness.
A lot of people believe that mental health problems are as a result of things that are spiritual in nature, or maybe someone has cursed the other person, And this lack of understanding, it gives us a lot of setback, because a lot of people do not reach out early enough, and then they have heightened worsened conditions.
The federal government wants religious and traditional leaders to help educate citizens better about taking their mental health seriously.
The government has instituted public mental health campaign awareness across the country, but experts say more needs to be done to effectively tackle the mental health problems in Nigeria.
Investing in mental health encompasses so many things. First and foremost, it will be awareness, mental health education, mental health prevention, and mental health promotion by all stakeholders involved.
And with these interventions, many more Nigerians could learn how to take their mental health more seriously, just like Esther, and help produce a more productive society across the country. Phil Ihaza, CGTN, Abuja.
Let's now turn our attention to wildlife in South Africa, where close to 2,000 endangered Cape cormorants are being returned to Cape Town's Robben Island. They've all been successfully rehabilitated at a local seabird hospital after they were earlier found abandoned on the island. CGTN's Travis Andrews tells us more.
After 3 months of rehabilitative care, these Cape cormorants are amongst the first to finally set foot back on Robben Island. The seabirds were being cared for at Seabird Rehabilitation Centre, Sankob, who received them when they were just dehydrated chicks. Researchers discovered them abandoned together on the island after the adults failed to return from their search for prey at sea. Now the first lot of healthy Cape cormorants are being returned to the island by Sankob researchers.
We release the birds. Before we release, we obviously check that they're all healthy, that they have the right weight, that they're waterproof, and then when we take them over to Robben, they're under enclosure for 2 days, and then they're being released, and then they're being observed by our staff on the island.
So far, around 640 have been taken back to their colony, while the others are still being cared for at Sankob Seabird Hospital. Seabird rangers stationed on the island, though, have been monitoring the well-being of the rehabilitated flock.
Looking at if the birds are integrating with the wild ones, of which that is important. We're looking at monitoring if they those that are kind of like weak, and then sending them back to Sankob for rehabilitation again.
Cape cormorants are also considered as endangered, so maintaining a healthy population on Robben Island has become a key conservational issue for seabird researchers. One issue that remains critical to the sustainability of the seabird colony on this island is the amount of food around the island, and scientists will have to monitor those fish stocks carefully over the next few months.
The next fish survey that is run by government will be in May or June, so then we know how much fish is around at the moment. But seeing that we are seeing large flocks of cormorants at the moment in all our bays shows that there seems to be fish around.
For now, though, the seabirds seem to be settling in well, and all indications are that the entire rescued flock will make a successful return and reintegration on Robben Island, which is important to boosting their very low numbers. Revs Andrews, CGTN, Cape Town.
Well, let's now recap on the hour's top stories. Malawi will have to dispose of about 16,000 coronavirus vaccines. The officials there say the AstraZeneca doses are about to expire due to reluctance among citizens to take the vaccine. The doses were among the 102,000 donated by the African Union last month. And the U.S.-led climate change envoy John Kerry has met with Chinese President Xi Jinping in Shanghai, focusing on areas of potential collaboration. Kerry is the first official in the U.S. new administration to visit China with high expectations. Well, let's now take a short break and return. More news making headlines in the world of business. Let's take a look. National carrier Air Tanzania acquires 3 more planes to boost domestic air travel.
There's more to this place than just glorious landscapes. There's more to it than just, say, Table Mountain or glorious, endless salt flats. There's more to it than countries that are home to some of the deepest mines in the world. There is so much more to this place, even if it is home to some of the finest diamonds on the planet. It is the sheer diversity of the people who call Southern Africa home and the relentless drive to make it a better place that make it so special. And we know that because this too is home. No one knows Southern Africa like we do. CGTN. See the difference.
Well, it's time now for the business news. We begin in Tanzania, which has bought 3 new planes, and that's the word from Prime Minister Kassim Majaliwa. The Prime Minister says that the planes are to bring the number of government-owned fleets to 12. CGTN's Daniel Kijo has more.
Air Tanzania is looking to take off as a serious player in East Africa's aviation game. The company suffered a turbulent time over the last few decades, involving allegations of mismanagement and the loss of millions of dollars. The government under former President John Magufuli initiated a new drive to revive Air Tanzania Company Limited by acquiring brand new aircrafts.
The government has completed the purchase of 3 new planes, 2 being Airbuses, 2 20-300s and 1 -8-400. These planes will arrive during this year, 2021 to 2022. The government will now own the 12 aircrafts as previously planned.
The turbulence looks set to continue, according to a Chief Auditor General report, which revealed losses of $25 million during the 2019-2020 financial year. Analysts say the airline business is a complex one and that across the globe, all major airlines are making losses. An aviation expert for 30 years, Mustafa Katau says aviation is a long-term game and that Air Tanzania has an opportunity to make profits.
I can tell you there's huge scope for flights within Africa. We have 2 airlines which are dominating this market. Ethiopian Airlines and Kenya Airways are dominating the African market. Previously we had South African Airways, which has suspended its operations, but I'm very much confident that Air Tanzania will do a turnaround in the next 3 to 5 years.
The government believes reviving Air Tanzania could be critical in promoting other economic sectors, including tourism, agriculture, fisheries, and trade. In the early 1980s, Air Tanzania used to fly internationally to Dubai, Mumbai, Port Louis, London, and Moroni. The airline faced challenges in the mid-90s to the 2000s, but now the government is looking to use this upgraded fleet to position itself as a strong regional player in the next couple of years. This comes as some foreign airlines to the Kilimanjaro International Airport have resumed flights after recent suspensions following reduced traffic because of the global COVID-19 pandemic. Kenya Airways, Turkish Airlines, and Germany-based Condor are also in talks to resume flights to the Kilimanjaro International Airport, Tanzania's gateway to the northern tourism circuit. Experts believe stabilizing the air transport industry will be key to the survival of the tourism sector.
Tourism goes hand in hand with flights. You cannot separate this, because people have to be brought from wherever they are. And the quickest, reliable way of bringing them to Tanzania counts a lot.
Though President John Magufuli has passed away, his support for the aviation industry will likely continue under President Samia Suluhu Hassan to the relief of the aviation industry. Daniel Kijo, CGTN, Dar es Salaam.
The hospitality sector is still reeling from the damage caused to tourism into and out of Africa. For a country like South Africa, tourism was seen as an unemployment generator and wealth creator, and then COVID-19 struck. The various lockdowns have created more uncertainty, and while provincial borders are open to some domestic tourism, it's generally accepted that the high-end tourism properties aren't in a position to offer the huge discounts needed to make their properties attractive to local visitors. Angela Coppola has more on this story.
Occupancy levels for South African hospitality establishments that have opened as restrictions were eased have hovered between 20 and 30% for the past year, and it's becoming increasingly unsustainable.
These establishments that have opened are literally putting money into the operations to stretch and make sure that they remain open. It simply means that it's not sustainable. The levels that we're operating at the moment, even if we talk about domestic tourism, not sustainable at all. It means you're not even breaking even, you're putting money into it.
It was unprecedented, and hotel operators had to move quickly.
Around this time last year, it was how do we keep these businesses liquid and avoid insolvency, because the cash dried up extremely quickly, and nobody saw it coming. There was no sort of 3 months of warning. It was an immediate shock. And of course, that created a cash crunch very, very quickly indeed.
Continental hoteliers had to make some tough decisions at the start of the pandemic. Stay open or close.
For us, it was a question of staying open, because I thought that in this situation, nobody knows what's going to happen. But what's for certain is two things. Every crisis brings some kind of opportunity. And if you close, that's the one thing that's certain. And if there's the other thing that was certain is if you close, revenue is definitely going to be zero.
Countries like South Africa that depend on tourism as a job creator and foreign currency earner are struggling. Industry bodies are calling for help on the demand and supply side of the business.
And we need to figure out a way of helping these businesses. And one of these things is, one of the ways is to, perhaps look at the rates and taxes to make sure that, there is a relief from that point of view, and many other licenses that are related to the tourism businesses, including the liquor license, vehicle licenses and things like that.
The South African hospitality sector is ready to open its doors, but it all depends on the vaccination program getting underway quickly and covering as many people as possible before foreigners will be enticed back into the country. I'm Angelo Coppola for CGTN in Johannesburg, South Africa.
The Ethiopian Communications Authority has again extended the deadline for operators bidding for new operating licenses. Bids are now required by April the 26th. The authority says the decision was taken in response to requests from bidders for more time to finalize offers in light of the COVID-19 market conditions. Angela Coppola has the latest on the bidding process.
The initial tender request was issued at the end of November. The Ethiopian Communications Authority confirmed it had received those extension requests after the initial deadline of 5 March because it wasn't met by several key international mobile network operators. The regulator says that it had initially received expressions from 9 telecom and 2 non-telecom operators. Analysts say that in South Africa, MTN will bid for one of the licenses, and the other South African heavyweight Vodacom are also likely to have declared an interest in a license. We understand that MTN will be bidding directly, while Vodacom and Vodafone, in fact, will be bidding through their Kenyan subsidiary Safaricom. It's understood that Orange, the French mobile network operator and a part of French Telecom, is also interested. Airtel, in the meantime, has withdrawn from the process, and China's Sharing Mobile may well still submit a bid. The regulator also announced that there are plans to sell a 45% stake in Ethio Telecom, the 100-year-old state monopoly. The Ethiopian government have also announced that this is part of the plans to liberalize the sector. Almost 3 years ago was when it was first announced, as part of the telecom sector reforms. I'm Angelo Coppola for CGTN in Johannesburg, South Africa.
Chinese data released this week shows a strong recovery in international trade. Both imports and exports rose significantly in March compared to 2020 and 2019 despite the pandemic. As CGTN's Sumitra Naidu explores, these numbers are especially encouraging for Africa, as China is the continent's largest trading partner.
2020 was a dismal year for the global economy. Almost every major economy contracted. China managed a narrow escape, recording 2.6% growth for the year. Even though COVID is still present, China seems to be back on track.
China was the only major economy that grew during the COVID-ravaged 2020 year of over 2%. China's growth forecast this year may even reach 8%. So clearly the global economy is, I would argue, Asia-led, with China being at its center.
Chinese exports in March came in 30.6% higher in dollar terms compared to last year. It was slightly below analyst expectations, but still a strong number. China's trade surplus dropped to just under $14 billion as imports climbed 38%, much higher than was expected.
That is a good indication for us as a country which exports to China, because we will benefit from strong Chinese demand. It is also good news for the global economy. China is one of the large economies in the world. When Chinese goods are flowing, we tend to see global activity also picking up, because countries that trade a lot with China do benefit from that higher volumes.
Last year, trade between China and Africa fell for the first time in 16 years. A 14% decline was recorded in the first 3 months of 2020. But the trade data coming out of China does suggest that it is leading a global economic recovery.
China's robust growth certainly underpins the growth story trajectory of many economies, particularly those that export. The export focus is predominantly commodities. That's talking about Africa. So China's very strong recovery rebound, dare I use the word post-COVID-19, undoubtedly good news for commodity exporting economies.
And it seems the trade relationship between the United States and China is also back on track. In March, China's imports from the United States rose by 75% to $17.29 billion, while exports rose by 53% to $38.66 billion US. Sumitra Naidu, CGTN, Johannesburg, South Africa.
Egypt's smartphone market recorded a healthy year-on-year growth during 2020 despite the economic slump caused by the pandemic. According to the latest figures announced by financial data firm International Data Corporation, Egypt's smartphone market grew 10.6% year-on-year in 2020 to a total 12 million units. Yasser Hakim has more details from Cairo.
Wael Shaban sells smartphones in his shop that's tucked in one of Egypt's capital's bustling streets. He says 2020 saw a significant increase in sales of smartphones in spite of the economic fallout from the novel coronavirus pandemic.
Because everyone is staying at home, everyone is trying to kill time by going online while others are working online from home. To keep up with the latest apps and services, many people have had to upgrade their old phones and buy new smartphones, which has then raised their sales.
According to the International Data Corporation Worldwide Report, there are nearly 12 million smartphones that were sold in Egypt in 2020. Samsung has been leading with 25% market share, but Chinese smartphones are quickly catching up.
Chinese mobile phones are in high demand because of the variety on offer. There is a variety in price, a variety in options, and they all have good quality for the market. Oppo, Samsung, Huawei and Realme have the highest sales.
Experts say the market is witnessing a shift since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, as people reduce physical interactions and embrace digital transactions.
Because of the outbreak of the coronavirus pandemic, people are not able to meet like they used to before. So all their dealings are done through the mobile phone. Naturally, sales increased. In addition, there are new models introduced every few months with more options to attract clients.
Egypt's latest digital transformation drive has had its positive effect as well.
Every state service now is through an app that you have to download. For example, paying electricity and water bills is now through smartphones. It has become a necessity in everyday life.
Experts believe 2021 will see further sales increase as more people and services go online. Yas Hakim for CGTN, Cairo.
Some sport action after the break. Here's what you can expect. Manchester City and Real Madrid progress to the UEFA Champions League semi-finals.
As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to ravage through the world, forcing many countries into multiple lockdowns, in Kenya, 5 individuals who had qualified for the already postponed Tokyo 2020 Olympics are continuing to sharpen their skills. Christine Ongare is a boxer who has qualified for her first ever Olympic Games. Her coach, David Munuhe, is on his second stint, having featured in the 2016 edition. For rugby coach Felix Olo and Kenya's women's sevens captain Philadelphia Orlando, this is a chance for the team to go a step further in the tournament. While for Mutile Yavi, who switched citizenship from Kenya to Bahrain, this is a chance to prove herself as an elite runner after failing to make the Kenya Youth Athletics team.
How would you create your legend?
On the fields, on the tracks,
In the arenas of Africa.
were you born to be a player? Could this moment be yours?
Sports Scene. Find your game.
Africa Live. Find your voice.
And now for the latest in sport. On to the UEFA Champions League quarterfinals on Wednesday, where Riyad Mahrez and Phil Foden's second-half goals helped Manchester City beat Borussia Dortmund 2-1 at Signal Iduna Park and reach the semi-finals for the first time in 6 years after a 4-2 aggregate result. Dortmund took the lead and leveled the aggregate score in the 15th minute when Jude Bellingham got the ball and curled it shut to beat City keeper Ederson at the top corner. City then upped the tempo, and in the 25th minute, Mateo Morey passed to Kevin De Bruyne, but his shot rattled the post. In the 52nd minute, City were awarded a penalty after Emre Can handled in the box. Mahrez made no mistake to equalize the score and retake the lead on aggregate. In the 75th minute, City's short corner found substitute Foden, who fired in off the post to help them win the game 2-1 and secure a 4-2 aggregate triumph.
We're going to prepare the game against PSG, the last finalists for the Champions League last season against Bayern Munich. So we know how tough they were. So they knock out to Bayern Munich. I think the best team in the world right now. And yeah, we'll see what happens, how we arrive. But for the club, especially for the players, a good moment for all of us.
Man City deserved to go to the next round, but of course, with a bit of luck, especially in these two moments, we could even progress to the next round as well.
Real Madrid's team's bus was attacked on its way to Anfield. In the build-up to the other match of the night, an object was hurled at a window of the bus, but fortunately nobody was injured. Once the action got underway, though, Liverpool came out with aggression and put Real on the back foot. Sadio Mane fed Mohamed Salah for an early chance, but the Egyptian shot was saved. Nathaniel Phillips was robbed by Karim Benzema, and the Frenchman weaved into the box before his deflected shot struck the post. The best chance of the half fell to Georgino Wilderman, but he put his shot over the bar in the 42nd minute. Chances also fell to Vinicius Jr. and Benzema, but neither side could break the deadlock as it ended 0-0. Real Madrid progress and will face Chelsea in the last four as they seek their 5th Champions League title in 8 years.
We knew we had to suffer in order to advance past the quarterfinals. This is normal. We deserve to pass this round, but we knew we'd suffer. We controlled the game well and we were very solid. I am very happy for all the boys.
Yeah, we started the game extremely well and could have obviously scored there early, but we didn't. And so we were good in the game. We played much better. We didn't lose the tie tonight. We lost the game, obviously, in Madrid. That's clear, with the performance we put there out, which was not good enough.
Meanwhile, injured Bayern Munich striker Robert Lewandowski returned to training on Monday, but it was too late to help his team defend their UEFA Champions League title. Tuesday's 1-0 defeat of Paris Saint-Germain was not enough to see the 2020 European champions through to the semi-finals of the competition. This after the Bavarians scored just 3 goals from 45 shots over the 2 legs without the pole up front. The 2020 FIFA Men's Player of the Year trained for the first time since injuring ligaments in his right knee during last month's World Cup qualifier for Poland against Andorra. Fitness coach Simon Martinella put him through his paces for around 30 minutes in snowy conditions at Bayern's Sebenarstrasse training ground. Well, South Africa will not be present at the next edition of the Continental Football Showpiece next year. This after failing to qualify for the AFCON tournament in Cameroon. The result has seen changes in the national team and questions around the chances of the team being able to qualify for the World Cup in 2022. CGTN's CS Duplessis tells us more.
The fallout from the failure to qualify for the 2021 Africa Cup of Nations has seen Molefi Nseki lose his job. The 2-0 loss away to Sudan meant that the former national under-17 coach failed to reach his mandate of qualifying for the tournament, which saw Bafana Bafana reach the quarterfinals in Egypt just 2 years ago. It has prompted an apology from the governing body's National Executive Committee to the Rainbow Nation.
Unfortunately, we did not qualify, and we know that emotionally it has affected the country, as we are known to be a winning country, and the expectation was that we qualify and do well in the AFCON. So the National Executive Committee has sincerely apologized for that.
The SAFA CEO denies any knowledge of the confrontational meeting between the former coach and the SAFA Technical Committee that is being reported in the media. But he did admit that the search for the new coach is yet to get underway. According to reports, the name of Pitso Mosemane has been doing the rounds, but it's unclear if the Al Ahly coach will be tempted for a second stint in the Bafana Bafana hot seat. One thing is clear, finding the money to lure the right candidate won't be a problem.
We are not looking to say we are going to restart the whole process, give 10 years or what. Every contract will have deliverables, and part of the deliverables from where I'm sitting and from what Mr. Maluleka says, we need a coach who will be able to take us further from where Coach Nzeki has left. We need a coach which will take us to the World Cup. That will be part of the requirement. So we aim for success, we don't aim for failure.
It is the 5th time since South Africa's readmission to international sport that the 1996 continental champions have failed to qualify for the Africa Cup of Nations. It means now the focus for SAFA urgently shifts to the FIFA World Cup qualifiers and securing a new coach in a short space of time, who knowingly will be stepping into a cauldron in order to ensure the 2010 World Cup hosts qualify for their first global football showpiece in almost 20 years. CS Duplessis, CGTN, Johannesburg.
Let's head over to Kenya, where the country's Olympic-bound athletes and officials joined the world in marking the 100-day countdown to the Summer Games in Tokyo as the traveling contingent enters the final round of preparations for the event. Kenyan Sports Cabinet Secretary Amina Mohammed says the traveling athletes have all received their first dose of the coronavirus vaccine and are on course to be fully vaccinated in time to travel to Japan. On Wednesday, Mohammed and Olympics Kenya President Paul Tegart unveiled the team's rallying call for the Summer Olympiad under the banner, "You are the reason." Athletes have been putting the final touches on their preparations in bubble camps. Kenya will be among the teams with a 50-50 gender balance traveling to Tokyo. Well, the Chinese women's national volleyball team regrouped at Ningbo's Billion training base, having finished the National Games qualifiers. After 1 week of preparation, they will head to Japan on April the 25th for a friendly against the hosts on May the 1st. The match will be the part of the Olympic test event at the newly built Ariake Arena. Both the Chinese men's and women's teams are invited as the only guests for the volleyball test event. Due to the pandemic, the 2016 Rio Olympic champions have not participated in any international competitions for more than a year, and this will be the first time they make an international appearance after winning the World Cup in 2019. The reigning Olympic champions are set to face the USA, Russia, Italy, Argentina, and Turkey in Pool B at the Summer Games. Head coach Jenny Langping says her players are looking forward to the trip. Well, let's turn to tennis, and the King of Monte Carlo is back. Rafael Nadal holds records there that will most likely never be beaten. He marked his return with a 6-1, 6-2 win over Federico Del Bonis in his first match of the year. The third seed started on a strong note, breaking the Argentine after capitalizing on a backhand error. The pressure didn't let up. Del Bonis continued to ward off a number of baseline rallies as Nadal raced to a full 4-love advantage. The Spaniard only needed 30 minutes to take the first set with a forehand. Little change in the second set, with Nadal going ahead 3-love after taking 10 of 12 points, but Del Bonis broke serve on his fourth break point and recovered to 2-3. But the resistance didn't last long, with clay court king taking the set and match to progress and face Grigor Dimitrov. Later, Nadal said he wasn't concerned about contracting COVID-19 despite having trained with Daniil Medvedev, who had tested positive.
Somebody told me on my team, and I was not worried because I practiced with him, but I was never close to him. Honestly, no. Of course, when this kind of stuff happens, it's not good. But I felt sorry for him more than for me because, well, everything can happen. Of course, yes, but I mean. As much as I know about the way that you can be infected, was not the way that I was supposed to be infected with practicing with Daniil, because I never have been in touch with him.
Well, that's it for this edition of Africa Live. Remember that you can send your feedback to the contacts on the screen and follow us on digital media platforms. From me, Hannah Bibia, and the rest of the Africa Live team, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you again next time.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
Live from CGTN Beijing, this is Asia Today.
The United States Climate Representative John Kerry begins his China tour as both nations look to cooperate on climate change. We'll analyze the impact of the visit on bilateral ties. But first, the headlines. U.S. climate envoy John Kerry is in Shanghai to discuss cooperation in the fight against global warming. India wakes up to another day of record coronavirus infections as hospitals grapple with severe shortages. And negotiations resume in Vienna, overshadowed by recent tensions over Iran's nuclear program. Welcome to Asia Today. The United States Climate Representative John Kerry is in Shanghai for 3 days of talks with his Chinese counterpart Xie Zhenhua and other officials. Now, Kerry's visit is seen as a way to test the waters ahead of President Joe Biden's virtual climate summit next week. It comes after last month's tense negotiations in Alaska at a high-level meeting between Chinese and American officials. The U.S. last year pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement, but rejoined the deal after Biden became president. Now, John Kerry is the first official under the Biden administration to visit China. He's also set to visit South Korea. And our reporter Xu Mengqi is joining us live from Shanghai with the latest on Kerry's agenda. Mengqi.
Hi, Mamang. Yes, the U.S. climate envoy arrived at this state guest hotel in Shanghai late last night, and it seems the talks are also being conducted here. But as of this point, nothing about today's talks have been made public. But from the openly accessible information published earlier, we know that Kerry is in Shanghai at the invitation of China's Ministry of Ecology and Environment. He's meeting with his Chinese counterpart Xie Zhenhua. The two will talk about China-U.S. cooperation on climate change and also exchange views on the upcoming United Nations Climate Change Conference scheduled in November in Glasgow. Now, Kerry's visit has also come in preparation for the upcoming Leaders Summit on Climate organized by the U.S. Next week, for which the U.S. President Joe Biden has invited 40 world leaders to discuss global climate issues as part of the Earth Day event. But China has yet to confirm its participation at this event. And during an interview with the Wall Street Journal ahead of his trip to Shanghai, Kerry said that they're talking to China about talking, and they obviously need China at the table to talk about and address this global climate challenge. But the Wall Street Journal also cited people familiar with the matter and said China and the U.S. are likely to discuss creating a new kind of mechanism for bilateral engagement on climate matters, as well as on supporting developing countries pursuing low emissions economic growth. And the idea of a joint working group between China and the U.S. on climate matters was actually put forward almost 20 years ago under the then Chinese President Jiang Zemin and the U.S. President George W. Bush. It was then started under the Obama administration and then discontinued by the Trump administration. So now, China has always been consistent on its commitment to tackling global warming, but now with the climate change back and high on the Biden's administration's agenda, it remains to be seen whether this time will see a restart of such a working group. Mama.
All right, our Xu Mengqi keeping us updated from Shanghai. Thanks so much, Mengqi. And now let's get some more analysis with our guest, current affairs commentator, Mr. Einar Tangen. Great to have you with us, Mr. Tangen, on Asia Today. Now, the U.S. has said that cooperation with China is critical in the fight against climate change. John Kerry then earlier said that the U.S. will hold China to account on its climate pledges. Now, what kind of signal do you think Washington is sending here?
Well, it seems that they want to deflect. I mean, remember, Biden is now talking about remedying things and, in essence, putting China in the hot seat for what, Donald Trump walked away from. It's an odd way of trying to invite somebody to the table. I mean, literally with all the different Taiwan, Hong Kong, Xinjiang, South China Seas, missile destroyers going through the Taiwan Straits. It's as if somebody's throwing bricks through your windows, and then they knock politely at your door and say, hey, I know you're our competitor, but let's do something nice for the neighborhood. It'll be interesting to see how China responds. I think they're concerned about being ganged up on by U.S. allies if Xi Jinping does in fact go to this summit that is being called later this month.
Yeah, well, China-U.S. relations got off to a rough start, I have to say, under the Biden administration, with tense negotiations in Alaska. And will these climate talks help pacify tensions from Alaska last month?
Well, I don't know if they're going to pacify it, but, this is something that's on the agenda for both countries. China came out first. They've been very, very strong about, putting forward their plan. Now, John Kerry has come to Shanghai and says, we need to know more details about this. China has said, look, it's a very, very delicate situation with the economic recovery. Money is going to be an issue. Also, priorities are going to be an issue. But China has stuck to its pledges. Now, to put this, unlike the U.S. with, the differences between Trump, but, keep this in perspective. The U.S. on a per-person basis produces twice as much pollution as Chinese, because, and this idea that somehow it's all China's problem is incorrect. What was really needed here is some sort of leadership where the U.S. is going to put forward a financial plan, because remember, we're coming out of a horrible situation with the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic after effects. Most countries, developing and emerging, are not going to have extra money to put into this. So if it's going to be real, the U.S. has to put forward a plan to make it happen, not just sling around these ideas that somebody else should be doing something.
Yeah, well, fighting climate change is a global endeavor, and it remains to be seen whether the parties involved here will like to bring themselves on the same page. Thank you so much, Mr. Einar Tangen, for your analysis. And now let's turn to the latest on the COVID-19 situation. India has reported a record 200,000 new COVID-19 cases in the past 24 hours. The capital, New Delhi, will go into weekend lockdowns to contain a steep rise in infections. Now, the financial hub of Mumbai entered the lockdown Thursday as many hospitals treating coronavirus patients reported severe shortages of beds and oxygen supplies. And now let me bring in our correspondent Ravinda Bawa in Delhi with the latest situation there. Hi there, Ravinda. Now, the Indian capital will go into weekend lockdown to control the unprecedented surge. Just how prepared is the local government to handle this crisis?
Well, the local government clearly announced a few days back that there will be no lockdown in Delhi. The Chief Minister of Delhi was very confident about it, and just a few days after that, we see that he has come out with these new restrictions. Delhi was already under night curfew since 6th of April. We've had night curfew from 10 p.m. till 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. in the morning. I'm not sure about that, but definitely the situation now getting out of hand, and that's the reason now they have announced weekend lockdown, because we've seen there is a shortage of beds. Although in his press conference today, the Chief Minister of Delhi clearly said that there is no shortage of bed, and he requested people to not choose which hospital they want to get admitted to, but they should take the beds that they are getting from the government's portal or whoever is giving them a bed. But on the other hand, we are seeing there is a shortage of medicines, there is a shortage of vaccination as well. So the Delhi government right now really in a tizzy in terms of maintaining a balance between lives and livelihoods, and that's why they have announced this weekend lockdown where most people have an off, and so they do not need to work on those days, and that's why they have gone and chosen this particular restriction. But will it really work? It looks difficult, because Delhi is seeing a surge of from 1,000 to 3,000 cases every 24 hours for the past few days, and so that it becomes very difficult for the government actually to handle the health infrastructure, which is right now overburdened. Doctors are overburdened, and there are the testing centers are also overburdened. Every report that you want for your RT-PCR test comes to you after 48 hours. By then the case has already deteriorated. So things really going out of hand as far as the capital city Delhi is concerned.
Yeah, medical resources and staff are being stretched to the limit, Ravinda. Is that contributing to the exponential rise in COVID deaths across India? And what exactly is Modi government's containment strategy?
Yes, because this new strain is the double mutant strain, which is very infectious. For every one person, there are many more people who are getting infected, unlike the earlier strains which we saw. And that is something which is making this virus spread like wildfire across the country, including the capital city, including smaller towns and cities. And on top of that, we have seen the election rallies continue. We have seen the religious fair, the Kumbh Mela, going where hundreds and thousands of people have gathered for the auspicious, bathing in the river Ganges. And that is something which is also spiraling out of hand. Uttarakhand, the state where this is going on, is seeing a surge in the number of cases. If there are random testing being done, more than 102 people are being found to be positive. This was the report day before yesterday. So this is the situation on the ground where, religious congregations, political gatherings are not being stopped. Even the famous cricket IPL tournament is going on. On the other hand, we see the number of deaths are rising, the number of cases are rising, and the Modi government has clearly said that there will be no national lockdown, as they do not want to arrest the economy, and now the onus is on the states. Of course, the center is stressing on micro-containment zones, center is stressing on vaccination, and that's why we've seen that this week that they have actually allowed another, Sputnik, which is a Russian vaccine, to be administered. Apart from that, they have also given clearance to some other foreign candidates to enter the market here in India, which has come as a relief because we were seeing a shortage of vaccination. So that is one strategy that the Modi government is following, that we have to ramp up vaccination, we have to ramp up testing and containment in the areas where we are seeing more infection. But definitely there is no stop to the religious fair or the election rallies that are going on.
Okay, thanks so much, Ravinda Bawa, for us from Delhi. In Japan, a senior politician from the ruling party says canceling the Tokyo Olympics over the coronavirus is still a possibility. Noshihiro Nikai, the Liberal Democratic Party Secretary General, said on Thursday that canceling Olympics remains an option if the coronavirus crisis becomes too dire. The comments come as a surge in cases across the island have fueled concern about holding the Games. Organizers and Olympic officials insist the Games will go ahead safely. Japan is in the midst of a deadly third wave of the pandemic and has registered over 500,000 cases so far. The Olympics are set to begin in less than 100 days. China's biosecurity law comes into force today. Its main goal is maintaining national security by preventing and coping with biological risks. The law sets standards for biological risk control, major epidemic risk control, major animal and plant epidemic control, biodiversity protection, and research and development in biotechnology. It will also lead to the healthy development of the domestic biotechnology industry. And now let's also take a look at some other major stories making headlines around the world. Reports say the United States will announce sanctions on Russia as soon as Thursday for alleged election interference and cyber attacks. It's expected to blacklist some 30 entities and expel about 10 Russian officials from the country. The foreign ministers from Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania have arrived in Ukraine to show solidarity with the country in the face of a Russian military buildup. Hostilities have risen in recent months between Ukrainian soldiers and Russian-backed separatists. One person has died and a dozen others are unaccounted for after a commercial lift boat capsized south of Port Forkin in the U.S. state of Louisiana. 6 have been rescued so far, and the search continues for the missing. You are watching Asia Today. Still to come on the show. Talks on reviving the Iran nuclear deal resume in Vienna amid rising tensions. Plus, security concerns in Afghanistan as the U.S. announces plan to fully withdraw troops. Stay with us on Asia Today.
Covering the world from 4 continents. A new horizon. Teams in Beijing, Washington, D.C., Nairobi, and London. Who connect, interact, and inquire to bring you the stories that matter to all. The Link, only on CGTN.
It's time now for our special segment, Asia Focus. Talks to save the Iran nuclear deal resume in Vienna amid rising tensions. After a positive first round of negotiations, Iran announced on Tuesday that it would ramp up uranium enrichment up to 60%, the highest level ever. Tehran says it's in response to an attack on its Natanz enrichment plant that it blames on Israel. Britain, France, and Germany have warned Iran that its decision is undermining talks. And now let's talk to our correspondent, Naweed Jabarkil. He's live for us from London with the latest. Naweed?
Hi, Wang. Yes, these talks appearing to go ahead in Vienna today after some confusion about whether they would or not. That's because the political temperature has really risen since they ended last week. Last week was when these started for the first time since Donald Trump, the former US president, pulled the US out of the agreement in 2018. Following that, Iran started to ramp up its nuclear enrichment, saying that the US has reneged on the deal. So there was some positivity last week, but that came crashing to the ground, really, after this attack in Natanz that you mentioned on Sunday. Iran very, very vocal about what it called, quote, nuclear terrorism, something it blames directly on Israel. The Israelis, it must be said, neither confirming nor denying that it was involved in this attack. The US, Jen Psaki, the State Department spokesman, the spokesman for President Biden, rather, saying that the US had no direct responsibility in it. But really what it has done is added an extra layer of confusion, if you like, to these talks. The Supreme Leader of Iran, Khamenei, he tweeted saying, "We've already declared Iran's policy. Sanctions must be removed first. Once we're certain this has been done, we'll carry out our commitments." And that really has been Iran's position throughout. And what it does is it leaves the other signatories in this deal in an awkward position as well. The likes of China, the likes of Russia, and the European powers as well. The Europeans yesterday releasing a joint statement, that's the E3, Britain, Germany, and France, saying that there were grave concerns about Iran ramping up its enrichment to 60%. That's not quite what you need for a nuclear weapon. That's more close to 90%, but that would be the highest level ever that Iran has openly enriched. So there are concerns about it. But on the other hand, the Iranians saying that unless they get to the bottom of what's happened at Natanz, they want to rebuild, and then they'll look at what happens from there. But this deal still, the other signatories trying to make sure that this does go ahead. The likes of the Chinese and the Russians and the Europeans still trying to bring together the US and Iran, who remain at complete opposite ends. But this was never going to be an easy task. Talks resuming in Vienna, but there's still a long way to go, you'd think, if they are to reach any agreement, particularly after that attack in Natanz, which has added extra complications.
Of course, stakes are high there. Thank you so much, Naweed, for giving us all the latest from London. And now we want to get some more analysis. Let me bring in my guest, Dr. Saeed Mohammad Morandi. He's Dean of the Faculty of World Studies at Tehran University. Professor, always great to have you with us on our program. So, how do you think the attack on Natanz nuclear facility might change Iran's position in talks?
It definitely has an impact because the United States obviously supported the attack, because it took place literally hours before the U.S. Secretary of State entered Israel. He was traveling to Israel. So there must have been coordination. And the fact that after the attack, the U.S. Secretary of State made comments basically saying that the United States supports Israel completely, that means the United States supported the attack. And what is also interesting is that the European Union sanctioned Iran the day after the attack, whereas the Israelis had struck. Israeli media, Western media were all saying that the Israelis had told the United States and that the U.S. officials had told the media that it was the Israelis. So the European Union sanctioned Iran the day after the Israelis carried out the attack. So the Iranians are saying that if the Europeans are honest, they should have sanctioned the Israelis and condemned the Israelis, not the Iranians. And the Americans should have condemned the Israelis. But since they didn't and they did the opposite, that makes talks more difficult. It shows that Western countries are not honest and that they are not sincere.
Well, Iran says it will ramp up uranium enrichment up to 60%, and that's a big jump from the current 20%. And given the recent attack on its facilities, Professor, can this be considered a real threat, or is it just a bluff to take the upper hand in talks?
Well, it's not a bluff, but it is a response to terrorism. The Israeli regime, with Western support, carries out terrorism, and it was a very dangerous act because this is a nuclear facility where they enrich uranium. The explosion could have contaminated many young Iranians who are working in the facility. But the Europeans and the Americans obviously don't care about Iranian citizens, and the Israelis carry out attacks with impunity with their support. So the Iranian response is to say, okay, if you strike us, we're going to escalate. So what Iran is really doing is that it's using this as a preventive measure. If the Iranians do nothing in response, the Americans, the Europeans, and the Israelis will think that they can constantly carry out attacks, espionage, terrorist attacks, and nothing will happen. So basically, the Iranians have heightened their nuclear enrichment to show that any attack on Iran has a response that is equal, and therefore it should not be continued, such attacks by Western countries or regimes affiliated to the West.
Thank you so much for your analysis, Dr. Saeed Mohammad Morendi. Appreciate it. Well, China has again expressed grave concerns over Japan's decision to release radioactive wastewater from the Fukushima nuclear plant into the sea. A Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson said Japan's claim on the safety of the water is based on unilateral data and is totally unconvincing. Zhao Lijian urged Japan to cooperate with relevant countries, including China and South Korea, to conduct assessments. Meanwhile, China's Commerce Ministry also said China will closely follow the development of the situation and carefully assess the threats it may pose to the safety and trade of related food, agricultural, and aquatic products. U.S. President Joe Biden has announced a complete withdrawal of U.S. combat troops from Afghanistan. But not all Afghans are pleased. Mohammad Haydin's Paradas has some reactions from Kabul.
Some Afghan experts and parliament members are not happy from the recent announcement of Biden administration to pull out all American troops by September 11 of this year. They say, however, before that President Biden emphasized that exit should not be time-bounded, but the dramatic change in U.S. position can be dangerous for Afghanistan.
It was a surprise for all Afghans. We hope they'll think again about this decision. The U.S. should leave Afghanistan according to the reality on the ground. The decision will demoralize both the Afghan government and Afghan people. It will complicate a tense situation. We are not happy with this decision.
Some Afghan parliament members say if the U.S. pull out all its forces without any guarantee that Afghanistan wouldn't become again a safe haven for the insurgency, it would be a very costly decision.
If the decision about the withdrawal of U.S. forces is not taken on the basis of a comprehensive analysis and kind pre-planning, I believe it would lead Afghanistan to a very tense situation, which would be a mess for all.
After almost 20 years of U.S. presence in Afghanistan, still everywhere in the country is front line of war, and Afghan believes that without finding a political settlement for the ongoing dispute and rushing of the international community to leave Afghanistan would be a costly decision for both Afghanistan and international community as well. Mohammad Hadis Pardes, CGTN, Kabul.
And earlier we talked to Peter Mansour, military historian at Ohio State University. He shared his analysis on the security situation once the U.S. leaves Afghanistan.
After September 11th, there won't be any more U.S. or NATO troops on the ground. It's really the loss of air support that's going to hurt the most. And you'll see the Afghan security forces taking more casualties as a result. You know, this war now belongs to Ashraf Ghani. It's going to be up to him and his government to fashion a security instrument that can protect the nation. And if they can't, then the Taliban's going to take over. And that's going to have severe humanitarian consequences for the Afghan people, as we all know. The strides that women and children have made in education and other areas are going to be reversed if the Taliban take over the government again.
Myanmar security forces have arrested one of the main leaders of the campaign against military rule, Wan Maonan. He was arrested as he led a motorbike rally in the central town of Muniwa. Now, the city has been one of the centers of opposition to the military takeover, which took place in February. Protests continued on Thursday in various parts of Myanmar, even as people boycotted the official celebration of Tingyan, the country's traditional New Year, usually a time for family reunions and merrymaking. And finally, let's head over to a remote farm on the shore of Lake Baikal in Russia. A 79-year-old lady has to skate in the biting weather if she needs to get anywhere in winter, since there is no public transport in this area, just as there are no good roads. And please follow Asia Today on Twitter and YouTube. I'm Wang Mama in Beijing. Thanks for watching and stay tuned for Dialogue coming up next.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
Hello and welcome to Dialogue. Today I'm talking to the former president of Slovenia, His Excellency Danilo Turk, about his new book, A World Transformed, Reflections on the International System, China and Global Development. With established and rising powers often at odds, are we heading towards order or chaos? How do the major players like China, Europe and the United States fit into the rapidly changing multipolar world? It's an honor and a pleasure to have President Turk to share his thoughts. That's our topic. I'm Zhou Yue. Mr. President, it's an honor to have you on the show. First, congratulations on your new book. This book is A World Transformed, Reflections on International System, China and Global Development. I know it's talking about the changing world we live in. So what is your basic arguments about the transformation of the world as we see it?
Well, first, thank you for having me on this show. Well, the basic idea is this. In order to understand our transformation properly, we have to look at it from a historical perspective and take a sufficiently long historic view of the transformations we are experiencing. This transformation is deep. It is not only technological, as is sometimes claimed, but it is intensely political. And that means that the global political balance is changing. And the question then is, how does one ensure that this change doesn't lead to chaotic circumstances? And the answer is multilateral cooperation. So in short, I would say we have to look at current changes through a political lens, with a historical perspective, and understand that multilateral cooperation is the only way forward. We don't live in a world of a science fiction. The world is not a science fiction, and technological change does not automatically translate into a new reality of the world. It requires political cooperation and, above all, multilateral cooperation.
What do you think is the main drivers of those changes? Is it geopolitics? Is it globalization? Is it nationalism? Is it global commerce? What is the major factor?
Well, all these factors have a role, but I would like to say that the political maturity of leaders would require to understand that no single factor is dominant. So if we take a look at globalization, obviously globalization is there, but globalization has been taking place in various forms for centuries. It's not a new phenomenon. The important thing is to understand its current shape and guide it in a way which would be good for everybody. Now, globalization, 200 years ago took place in the form of colonial domination. Well, that's long over. And the countries that were exposed to this sort of predatory politics of the northern hemisphere towards the southern hemisphere of the world, or from the west towards the east, now live in a very different type of a situation where the global south and the global east has become very powerful. And the new balance is already there, and it has to be recognized and the international cooperation shaped accordingly. It would be a mistake to take one single factor or one single power as decisive. Everybody has to cooperate.
Since you already mentioned globalization, I want to talk about one big beneficiary of this process. That is obviously China. And you devoted a large parts of your books to talks on China. But my question is, first of all, as a former Slovenian politician, why were you interested in China in the first place?
Well, look, everybody should be interested in China, but I had a rather special opportunity, I was working with the United Nations. I was Assistant Secretary General for Political Affairs with Kofi Annan, who was Secretary General in the years 1997 to 2007. So I was with him in every visit he made to China from the year 2000 to 2005. I met all Chinese leaders of that era and was in touch with many Chinese academic students and so forth. And subsequently, I have visited China many times as president on an official visit, but also as a scholar with universities and also in the framework of the Imperial Springs Forum, which is taking place every year in Guangdong province. So I had much communication with China, and I have seen the development and talked about it a lot. Now, it's not difficult to see how important China has been. Just one example. I remember a meeting Kofi Annan had with the Chinese leaders in the year 2000, when he was told, look, the United Nations has produced what you call the global Millennium Development Goals, a broad global framework for development in the beginning of 21st century. They said, we in China will demonstrate that we follow all these requirements very carefully and that our 5-year plans will be adjusted to that. And as a result, the world will benefit. Now, this is precisely what happened between the year 2000 and 2015. The world has become very much aware of the importance of China's development for global development on poverty reduction, creating production that is available to many around the world, and more recently becoming a very important, globally important market. So in short, this is what, these are the main considerations.
This is very interesting. So probably not a lot of people heard about this. China not only is a subscriber to the Millennial Development Goal, but also an enforcer of that plan. But not all people in the world look at China's growth as a positive thing. Why do you think is the reason for that?
Well, I think that, of course, this positive development has created a new balance globally. And obviously, for the established powers, this represents a challenge. It's a not new challenge. That kind of things have happened in the past when an established power, for example, the United States today, has to understand that it can lead in the future. It can be a leader in the future, but it cannot dominate in the future. You see, how does an established power continue its leading role without being a dominating power anymore? That's the challenge. It's not an entirely new challenge. If you read Henry Kissinger, you will see that he sees the world in 1970s in similar light, leading by example, not by domination. Well, that's a big challenge for established powers. And for a rising power like China, the question is, how does one ensure a rightful place among global powers? First, by showing its own example, and then also demonstrating patience. Because, of course, this kind of things require a great deal of patience and careful design of policies, but in a determined way. Slowly, not necessarily very slowly, but with determination and pace that is appropriate.
But that's an unprecedented thing for both countries, the United States and China, because over the past 150 years, the United States has been enjoying the dominant role in the world. Probably it is unimaginable for many Americans to imagine leading the world without dominating it, especially when seeing China coming on so strong. And I think that is a fundamental problem for the United States.
Well, I fully agree with you, because this is a problem, but it's not an insurmountable problem. Because the United States has learned in the past that it will be, let us put this in a terminology by the United States, an indispensable nation. I'm sure you are familiar with this term, indispensable nation, which was coined by Madeleine Albright, who was Secretary of State of the United States some 20 years ago.
Indispensable, exceptional.
Yeah, no, well, these are two different concepts. Now, I think that there's nothing wrong with being indispensable, but there are others who are also indispensable. I mean, China is indispensable today. In every problem around the world, you have to consult with China. You have to consult with Russia as well, and in many places also the European Union or other powers. So indispensability does not mean unipolar world. Indispensability means, yes, there are several powers who are indispensable, and United States have to learn this indispensability as something that takes place within a collective. And that's new, and that has to be learned. Now, I would warn against the use of the word exceptionalism, because United States exceptionalism has demonstrated to be a fairly dangerous concept, because it suggests that only the United States has all the truth in its possession and all the solution in its reach. It is not like that.
But don't you think there is no other way that Americans can think of themselves rather than being exceptional? Because whatever they say and whatever they do to the rest of the world, they seem to think they are in a position of superiority.
Yeah, well, I think that right now, United States needs a lot of introspection, more than anything else. And I think that the whole experience with the latest presidential elections have really demonstrated how necessary that introspection will be for the future. I mean, United States is special. I lived in United States for 13 years. I like much that I have experienced in the United States. You know, it's a wonderful country, but it should not exaggerate with the idea of exceptionalism. You know, you can say, all right, we are exceptional, but, you know, others are also in certain ways exceptional. China is exceptional given the quick pace within which it has overcome poverty in a country which is really very large in every sense, including in particular with the number of people that were lifted from poverty, hundreds of millions. Now that's exceptional. And if you understand exceptionalism of yourself as something that respects the exceptionalism of others, well, then, of course, that's a step forward. But exceptionalism per se can be a very dangerous concept, which can lead to wrong conclusions, wrong policies, and of course, complications at the international level.
And one possibly wrong direction is that the U.S. is having a strong urge to decouple with China economically and technologically. And as a result, China has come up with what we call dual circulation strategy last year. It focuses largely on domestic market, domestic technologies, because we are worried about being cut off from American technology and services. Where do you think this is going?
Well, look, my understanding of this is that this dual circulation concept was in the making for a long time, really. It's not an instantaneous, the way I see it, this is not an instantaneous reaction to the current complications between China and United States. I visited China officially as president of Slovenia back in 2008, and I was studying the economic trends of that time. It was already clear that China has reached a stage of development in which it would have to rely much more on its own market, and where the growth rates will not be as high as they were in the preceding decade. So, and then, of course, subsequent figures continuously confirm that. I mean, China has been gradually much less dependent on its export. It, of course, is a huge export economy, and that remains important. But whereas export dependence used to be around 35%, around some 15 years ago or so, it is now below 20%. So the export dependence has gone down, and China has to develop its internal market much further, for the benefit of its own people, and also, very importantly, to offer the market opportunities to foreign partners who will have to understand that China is no longer only the factory of the world, but also the market of the world.
Yeah.
So we are going through a very important transition where dual circulation economy is a natural expression of development of China. We have to understand that and see how best to take benefit, to take advantage of this new development for everybody. I mean, everybody can gain.
Okay, let's talk about the challenges faced by both Europe and China later on. We'll take a short break.
As Asia recovers from the pandemic, the sharpest minds of the East plan for the future. Heads of state, government leaders, CEOs, and economists come together to discuss vaccination hurdles, its impact on economies, and the region's role in the global world order. The Boao Forum for Asia celebrates its 20th anniversary, and CGTN is there, bringing you live, comprehensive coverage of this special event with detailed reports, exclusive interviews, and insightful analysis. The Boao Forum at 20. Special coverage begins April 18th, only on CGTN. See the difference.
Facing the unknown is always difficult. In a world in turmoil, it's easy to lose orientation. But when the storms come, we have to see the possibilities, reinvent, find new opportunities, discover a path forward. CGTN. See the difference. Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there to see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you, all around the world, all around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London, China Global Television Network. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference. Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference.
So, Mr. President, let's talk about the challenges faced by Europe and China. Well, the 17+1 initiative that was launched in 2012 to expand cooperation between China and Central and Eastern Europe, but some CEE countries are not so satisfied, and also Western Europe have doubts about whether this cooperation will divide Europe in a way. What is your thoughts?
Well, I think that this cooperation is welcome and will have to continue one way or another. The 17 countries involved in the scheme of cooperation with China represent, I think, a little less than 10% of total Chinese investment in Europe. So this is a small part of Europe-China cooperation. The largest part of Chinese investment in Europe are in Britain, in Germany, France, Italy, the big countries of Europe. And it is, I think, quite natural for countries in Central and Eastern Europe, which are smaller and need more development in infrastructure, in technology, and in industrial production and so forth. So I think it's quite natural for them to look for a collective way of improving, of developing that cooperation further. I also think that everybody understands that the European standards on environmental protection, workers' rights, and other norms have to be respected. So I think that we have already a solid reason to cooperate, and the framework, at least as far as European Union countries are concerned, which should be quite adequate. What we need is more discussion within European Union, and I think that that's going to continue.
Unlike the United States, there isn't geopolitical tensions between China and Europe, but there are issues that we see things differently. For example, on human rights, on the issue of Hong Kong. How can we set aside differences or try to narrow our differences and also agree on those things that we can?
Now, first on the differences between the approach of the United States and European Union. Well, I would say that, excuse me, obviously the European Union and the United States have similar views in many respects, but they are not identical. And we have to recognize each of us has a different perspective, slightly different types of interest. And in fact, the comprehensive agreement on investment can be used as an example and also as a model for future negotiations between China and United States relating to investments, relating to other economic cooperation. It can also serve for global arrangements which will have to be negotiated within the World Trade Organization. So that's one side. Mm-hmm. And I think that we still have a lot of work to do to develop this positive understanding of the opportunities that agreement brought. Now, on the question of human rights, I think we need to be very attentive and figure out what creates the basis for productive discussion in the future on human rights. Now, my proposal here would be that we start by a concept that I think is important both for European Union, European countries and other countries, and China, and that is the rule of law. I think that a rule of law as a concept is actually older than human rights. If you look at the global history, it has millennia of history, both in China and in Europe. So rule of law is fundamental, but rule of law is also part of the whole body of human rights. So we have to figure out how to develop the basis of rule of law for the future, and that applies to all situations. You mentioned Hong Kong. Sure, I think we see the developments there. We understand that national security of Hong Kong is part of the whole principle of sovereignty of China. Hong Kong is part of sovereign territory of China, and national security is Chinese. And then there are rule of law aspects which can be discussed further. Hong Kong has a very interesting court system. The question of functioning of judiciary, in some cases involving foreign judges, is not new in Hong Kong. Mm-hmm. There are new questions that arise with regard to application of new laws in Hong Kong, and all that is very interesting and can be discussed. On the other hand, the developments in European Union are also interesting. We have a big discussion on the rule of law in Europe. Some European Union countries have been under special attention because of rule of law problems, and there is much to be explained in that regard also. Yeah. So I think we have a certain reservoir of themes which we can constructively and successfully deal with in the future, and gradually develop a better mutual understanding on human rights as a whole.
Yeah, it's interesting to talk about human rights issues in the context of rule of law. Thank you, Mr. President. I know that you are currently the president of the Club of Madrid. That's a forum of former heads of state and government. So what would you say to the current heads of state and government as you have gathered experience and learned your lessons in world affairs? What would you say to them?
Well, we actually have argued very strongly in favor of multilateral cooperation last year in 2020, our main theme in our discussions in Club de Madrid was about multilateralism. And we produced a set of recommendations called multilateralism that delivers. We emphasize the delivery aspect of multilateralism. Multilateralism is necessary
it has
and
been
must
blamed
deliver.
for not delivering any substantial result over the past decades, right?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, we have no choice. I mean, we can experiment with nationalist approaches, we can engage in all kinds of other things, but eventually multilateral cooperation is the only way forward. Take a look, for example, at COVID-19. I mean, you know, right now we are in the middle of a kind of a race for vaccines, and there is a lot of expectations around what is called vaccine nationalism. But that doesn't lead us anywhere, because the virus is there. It's a global problem. It will have to be addressed globally. And if we believe that individual countries or regions can be made safe, that's a big mistake.
But that's
the
so
virus
prevalent and convenient now. Even Europe, recently the European Union has restricted the vaccines exporting to other parts of the world. This is very much in the minds of people.
No, I know, and that's a big problem. I think the countries that are manufacturing vaccines should come together and develop a global plan for vaccines. I don't think that, of course, in the early period, everybody thinks about its own population. I mean, every country has that priority in mind. I think in the coming months, we'll have to see more movement towards cooperation in vaccines. For example, the Russian vaccines, Sputnik 5, were greeted with suspicion at the beginning, but now there is more confidence, and there are many more countries outside Russia, outside Europe, that are benefiting from that. I don't know about Chinese vaccines. Some countries in the Middle East are already adjusting to that.
Yeah, and also in Southeast Asia and South America.
So I think that right now it would be very important to strengthen manufacturing of different vaccines which have been tested and proven successful, and make that global. Now, of course, this is not going to happen as a matter of weeks, but it can happen as a matter of 6 months or 1 year. So that's the task right now. And when we expect the group of G20 to meet later in the spring, or when we expect the meeting of the Davos Forum, the World Economic Forum in Singapore in May, well, I think that these people will have to have global cooperation in production and distribution of vaccines as a very important priority, because this is the challenge today, and it can be only addressed globally. I mean, the current arrangements that exist are understandable, but they are not sufficient. They are not adequate to solve the problem. So if we want to solve the problem, we have to establish a global system of cooperation for production and distribution of vaccines. There are certain beginnings there. There is COVAX, which United Nations and World Health Organizations have put together, but they are not properly financed. They are not properly supported yet. And maybe that's the platform upon which in the coming months, the world should come together and develop a comprehensive approach to production and distribution.
That's very important points for the leaders of the world right now. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for your insights. And you've been watching Dialogue on CGTN. I'm Joe in Beijing. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
Hello and welcome from Beijing. This is The World Today. I'm Wang Mengmang. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has arrived in the capital of Afghanistan. His trip comes the day after a NATO meeting on the U.S. announcement of a military withdrawal from the war-torn country. And now for the latest on that visit, let me bring in our correspondent Sultan Faizi in Kabul. Great to have you with us, Sultan. So what do we know about Secretary Blinken's visit to Kabul?
We are expecting a press conference by Blinken in moments at the embassy of U.S. here in Kabul. He may appear anytime on TV and go live about the details of his visit to Afghanistan. It's very crucial, very important visit of U.S. top official in Kabul. He visited Ashraf Ghani, President Ashraf Ghani, also Abdullah. He had titled this trip, this visit, as a commitment. He said that the partnership between U.S. and Afghanistan is changing, but this partnership is enduring. So he's basically here for commitments that U.S. has for Afghanistan's future, or let's say for its withdrawal or responsible withdrawal from Afghanistan. Reactions are very different. It's quite new now, and everyone is expecting that what will be the outcome of Blinken's visit in Afghanistan. But it's very important and very obvious that this is something that would pave the way for the Istanbul conference that is taking place in coming 9 days. So we have to wait and see what will be the details of this visit as we are waiting and expecting to hear from Foreign Secretary of U.S. And it's very important because not only the withdrawal, but also politically it's very important for Afghanistan. So basically, the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan and responsible withdrawal is very crucial, important, not only for Afghanistan, but for regional countries. So we need to wait and hear what Secretary Blinken will state about today's visit in details at the U.S. Embassy in Kabul.
Yeah, and before we get those details, Sultan, what are the officials there saying about the U.S. pullout from Afghanistan?
So there are basically two things. One is the concern about responsible, either irresponsible withdrawal of the U.S. troops from Afghanistan. Yesterday, the Speaker of the House or Speaker of the Parliament in Afghanistan, he mentioned that if this will not be a responsible exit or withdrawal, then there is a fear of turning Afghanistan back to civil war, which is very dangerous, which is very dangerous than 20 years ago. So also the concerns of, let's say, not only Afghanistan or Afghanistan's officials or politicians, but also regional countries, because irresponsible withdrawal from Afghanistan will threaten, let's say, not only Afghanistan, but regional countries' stability. So we have witnessed some handing over of the military bases in eastern part of Afghanistan, in Nangarhar, in southern part of Kabul, in Logar, and also in northern part of Afghanistan, in Kunduz. U.S. forces or international forces handed over their bases to Afghan forces, and Afghan government is actually sure that the Afghan forces will be capable of controlling its security or the territory's security. But also we have the Taliban with different reaction about the U.S., let's say, commitments for Afghanistan. So it's basically very important for Afghanistan nowadays, especially, unless we witness, let's say, a peace effort that is, let's say, forming something for Afghanistan's future, maybe after a week in Istanbul conference.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much, Sultan Faizi, for us from Kabul was the latest situation on Secretary of State John Kerry's visit there. Blinken's visit there. Thanks for that. And earlier we talked to Peter Mansour, military historian at Ohio State University, and he shared his analysis on the security situation once the U.S. leaves Afghanistan.
After September 11th, there won't be any more U.S. or NATO troops on the ground. It's really the loss of air support that's going to hurt the most. And you'll see the Afghan security forces taking more casualties as a result. You know, this war now belongs to Ashraf Ghani. It's going to be up to him and his government to fashion a security instrument that can protect the nation. And if they can't, then the Taliban's going to take over. And that's going to have severe humanitarian consequences for the Afghan people, as we all know. The strides that women and children have made in education and other areas are going to be reversed if the Taliban take over the government again.
Russia has warned that it would retaliate to any U.S. sanctions that it deems illegal. And this follows reports that Washington is set to impose new sanctions on Moscow over alleged computer hacking and interference in the 2016 U.S. elections. Russia has denied the accusations. The Kremlin says the move would reduce chances of a meeting between the country's two leaders. On Tuesday, U.S. President Joe Biden proposed a meeting with his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin amid growing concerns over a military buildup along the Ukraine border. In Japan, a senior politician from the ruling party says canceling the Tokyo Olympics over the coronavirus is still a possibility. Toshihiro Nikai, the Liberal Democratic Party's Secretary General, said on Thursday that canceling Olympics remains an option if the coronavirus crisis becomes too dire. The comments come as a surge in cases across the island have fueled concern about holding the Games. Organizers and Olympic officials insist the Games will go ahead safely. Japan is in the midst of a deadly third wave of the pandemic and has registered over 500,000 cases so far. The Olympics are set to begin in less than 100 days. The United States Climate Representative John Kerry is in Shanghai for 3 days of talks with his Chinese counterpart Xie Zhenhua and other officials. Now, Kerry's visit is seen as a way to test waters ahead of President Joe Biden's virtual climate summit next week. It comes after last month's tense negotiations in Alaska at a high-level meeting between Chinese and American officials. The U.S. last year pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement but rejoined the deal after Biden became president. John Kerry is the first official under the Biden administration to visit China, and he's also set to visit South Korea. Our reporter Xu Mengqi has the latest.
During an interview with the Wall Street Journal ahead of his trip to Shanghai, Kerry said that they're talking to China about talking, and they obviously need China at the table to talk about and address this global climate challenge. But the Wall Street Journal also cited people familiar with the matter and said China and the U.S. are likely to discuss creating a new kind of mechanism for bilateral engagement on climate matters, as well as on supporting developing countries pursuing low emissions economic growth. And the idea of a joint working group between China and the U.S. on climate matters was actually, put forward almost 20 years ago under the then Chinese President Jiang Zemin and the U.S. President George W. Bush. It was then started under the Obama administration and then discontinued by the Trump administration. So now, China has always been consistent on its commitment to tackling global warming. Now, with the climate change back and high on the Biden's administration's agenda, it remains to be seen whether this time will be or will see a restart of such a working group.
That's Xu Mengqi following the latest in Shanghai. And in Malaysia, temperatures often reach daytime highs of around 33 degrees in much of the country, and coupled with high humidity. But a study has found that some cities have seen their average temperatures rise sharply over the past 2 or 3 decades in the wake of increased development, loss of greenery, and climate change. As Ryan Meltzer reports, Malaysia's capital saw the lowest increase, suggesting it's doing something right.
Ipoh in central Malaysia, a low-rise city known for its green surroundings, and quaint colonial-era architecture. Yet a study has found that the average temperature in Ipoh has risen by 6.75 degrees since 1998, the sharpest rise of any city in Malaysia.
The first thing we did is to use remote sensing technology, which is satellite images, to map the extent of heat in these cities. The satellite image actually captured thermal energy that radiates from the surface of the Earth. The unbearable heat is because of urban heat island effect. When you replace the green areas and you have built-up area increase, you will see that the material used in the buildings, in the roads, in the pavement, these are materials that absorb and retain heat.
Surprisingly, the capital, Kuala Lumpur, experienced by far the lowest temperature increase of any of the cities surveyed, at just 1.64 degrees over 30 years.
Kuala Lumpur city centre has demonstrated efficiency of urban greening as a coolant. We see there is domestic gardens, there's parks, there are woodlands, the botanical garden.
I think it is important for other cities to emulate program that Kuala Lumpur is doing. There are strategies, action plan, and also guidelines that have been formulated for the local authorities to follow.
Think City is working with the country's National Landscape Department.
We also collaborate with Think City doing studies to identify trees which are resilient to climate change. So in these studies, numbers of trees will be identified, and the trees which are suitable for the climate change will be encouraged to be planted by most of the local authorities.
You have to strategically plant right species of trees at right locations, and you can potentially reduce from 2 to 8 degrees or higher. And this is from what you call a true nature-based solution.
Hope for cities like Ipoh that they can start reversing these temperature increases and remain desirable places to live and visit. Ryan Meltzer, CGTN, Ipoh, Malaysia.
And that's all the time we have for this hour's The World Today. I'm Wang Mamang. Thanks for watching. Coming up next is China 24. Stay with me.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
Coming to you from Beijing, this is China 24, our look at China and its impact around the world. In this edition, U.S. climate envoy John Kerry is in Shanghai for talks on tackling global warming. Beijing voices strong opposition after Washington sends a delegation of former officials to Taiwan. Residents in southern China express concerns over Japan's decision to release contaminated water into the sea. And a new biosecurity law takes effect in China with the goal of maintaining national security. Welcome to China 24. I'm Wang Mengmang in Beijing. Chinese President Xi Jinping will attend a climate summit with French and German leaders on Friday. A Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson says Xi's attendance is at the invitation of French President Emmanuel Macron, and the summit will be held via video. While the United States Climate Representative John Kerry is in Shanghai for 3 days of talks with his Chinese counterpart Xie Jinhua and other officials. It's the first visit by an official under U.S. President Joe Biden's administration. Kerry's visit comes ahead of Biden's climate change summit scheduled for April 22nd to 23rd around Earth Day. The White House says Biden has invited 40 world leaders to the event, which is expected to unveil new targets for greenhouse gas emissions. And now our reporter Xu Mengqi is following this visit closely, and she has the latest for us in Shanghai. Well, Mengqi, the talks will last for several days. What are the expectations from each side?
Well, Mama, that's a good question, because it's very likely that the two sides do not have the same expectations for this meeting, especially after the dramatic shouting match between the two sides last month in Alaska. Now, China, for its part, has not released much information regarding this meeting, except for, that Kerry is in Shanghai at the invitation of China's Ministry of Environment and Ecology. He's meeting with his Chinese counterpart, Xie Jinhua, to talk about cooperation on climate change and to exchange views on the upcoming United Nations Climate Change Conference this November in Glasgow. But the U.S., on the other hand, has been quite outspoken about their goals for this meeting. Mr. Kerry, ahead of his trip to Shanghai, said during an interview with the Wall Street Journal that they are talking to China about talking, and they obviously need China at the table for this virtual summit that you just mentioned about, Mamam, the one initiated by Washington. China has yet to confirm its participation at this meeting, at this summit. And Mr. Kerry also said in what's perhaps a more tricky narrative that he said his team is committed to finding ways to force China to be accountable for its pledges, the pledges it's made on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And he's also cast doubt on whether China's targets on, for the emissions are sufficiently aggressive. Now, that could be a potentially contentious point, as China has already increased its nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement. And its goal of reaching net zero carbon dioxide emissions by 2060 or carbon neutrality by 2060 is already 5 to 10 years ahead of the timeline prescribed by the international agreement. So even though China has said openly that it is willing to cooperate with the U.S. on climate matters, whether or not it will accept the U.S. asserting itself as a supervisor is probably going to be another story. But we'll just have to wait and see what's going to come out of the meeting.
Sure,
Mama.
This is a very important visit at a critical time. Thank you so much, our Xu Mengqi, following the latest for us in Shanghai. While the U.S. has historically been the world's largest emitter of CO2 with the most greenhouse gas emissions in cumulative terms, between 1751 to 2010, emissions from the U.S. energy and industrial sectors accounted for nearly 28% of the global total. Now, cumulative emissions from the U.S. are about 3 times that of China. Now, for China, by the end of 2020, the nation's carbon intensity was reduced by over 48% from the 2005 level. And the share of non-fossil fuels in China's primary energy consumption had reached nearly 16%. And according to a study by Tsinghua University, China's carbon dioxide emissions could plateau by 2025 before declining around 2030 with reinforced management policies in emission reductions. And now let's get some more analysis into this topic, and I'm pleased to be joined by Shen Yiyang. He's a senior energy consultant at the Asian Development Bank, and we are also joined by Bob Ward. He's the policy and communications director at the Gratham Research Institute on Climate Change and the Environment. Great to have you both on China 24. Now, why don't we begin with Mr. Shen here in Beijing? This is the first visit by a Biden administration official to China, and the talks will certainly center on climate issues. Why does climate cooperation stand out on the two sides' agenda?
Well, I think for both countries, climate change is an important issue. Both governments also consider this issue very seriously. So in addition, as you just mentioned, these two countries are the largest emitter of the world. Therefore, future, if we want this solution can be effective, then these two countries have to be cooperative. In addition, China's new strategy is so-called high-quality development. And Biden administration also have big budget spending on infrastructure and also climate change, renewable energy, and so on. So talking about the global value chain of this new area, the two countries have to cooperate.
And yeah, now let's get some perspective from Mr. Bob. Now, with climate issues facing the whole world, what would China-U.S. cooperation mean? I mean, of course, this is a global endeavor, but what kind of positive signs can we read from this visit, despite the previous rough negotiations in Alaska?
Yes, well, we've seen before that the leadership of China and the United States together on climate change can make a big difference. It was a declaration made by President Obama and President Xi in 2014, a year ahead of the Paris Agreement, that really provided momentum for us to reach the landmark Paris Agreement. And we are now at another stage where we need the leadership of China and the United States together as the two largest emitters and also as the two biggest economies in the world to show that we can accelerate action, because we are running out of time to try and avoid the worst impacts of climate change. And we need China and the United States to show, in particular, that you do not have to sacrifice economic development and growth in order to tackle climate change. You can produce sustainable growth and development for your people. And that's the critical importance of this relationship between the US and China.
Yeah, now leaders around the world are, gradually pushing for or prioritizing the fight against climate change. Now, we mentioned earlier, Mr. Shen, that Biden is set to host an Earth Day summit next week. And China says President Xi Jinping will also attend a climate summit Friday via video link. How do you read into the slew of actions taken by leaders around the country to commit to this global endeavor?
Well, I think for both leaders, so this is also a good opportunity to work together. So despite the two countries have some difference, I think the both two countries will need to work together and find the common interest that's also what the world expected us to do.
What about you, Mr. Ward? Was President Xi scheduled to talk with French and German leaders? What can we expect from China-EU cooperation on fighting global warming?
Well, Europe is the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases. So between them, the US, China, and the EU account for almost half of global emissions. And it's really important that all three of those political groups agree a way forward. Europe has got a very ambitious climate plan, and it has laid out a very clear economic plan, which has at the heart of it tackling climate change. So between them, these three groups can drive action across the world by leading by example. And of course, China, incredibly influential around the world through the Belt and Road Initiative. And we need to see all of these countries using, not just leading by example domestically, but using their foreign policy to encourage other countries to follow a cleaner path as well.
All right, thanks so much, gentlemen, for your insights into this topic, Mr. Shen Yang and Mr. Bob Ward. Appreciate it. The Chinese Foreign Ministry said on Thursday that China and South Korea share a common stance opposing Japan's decision to release contaminated water from the Fukushima nuclear plant into the sea. Japan unveiled plans on Tuesday involving more than 1 million tons of contaminated water from the crippled Fukushima nuclear plant. Japan's decision has raised anxiety among Chinese people living along the seaside. That's what CGTN's Li Jiaming found when he spoke with residents in the coastal city of Qinzhou in southern China's Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region.
It will influence our lives as well as our businesses. Once the ocean is contaminated, consumers may think twice before they buy seafood. For us local people, the impact is yet to be felt. But for those closer to the Pacific, they might be hard hit.
I feel worried. The wastewater will surely pollute the environment. It's irresponsible.
It may influence my choice of food because I will eat less seafood. I will hesitate to travel to the seaside.
I am furious. This is bringing harm to the entire humanity, not only China. I will be concerned about what I eat and probably eat less imported seafood. I will still have domestic offshore seafood, but I will think twice when buying deep sea fish.
I think they are irresponsible. The entire ocean will be contaminated. The world at large will bear the consequences since everybody eats seafood.
Taiwan leader Tsai Ing-wen met with visiting former U.S. Senator Chris Dodd and 2 former Deputy Secretary of State on Thursday. Tsai said she looked forward to resuming trade talks with the United States. Their meeting came amid U.S. envoy John Kerry's visit to Shanghai. Beijing has again voiced strong opposition to Washington for disregarding the One China policy and urged the U.S. to immediately stop any form of official exchanges between the United States and Taiwan. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson said on Thursday that Taiwan-related issues should be handled carefully and no wrong signal should be sent to separatist forces of Taiwan independence, avoiding causing further damage to China-U.S. relations and the peace and stability of the Taiwan Strait. Let's now get some more analysis. I'm pleased to be joined by Dr. Victor Gao. He's a chair professor from Soochow University. Great to have you with us, Dr. Gao, on China 24. The U.S. delegation's visit to Taiwan comes as the U.S. climate envoy is in Shanghai. What is your take on the timing of these visits?
I think the timing is very unfortunate because the global attention is very much on Mr. Kerry's visit to China to re-engage between China and the United States on very important climate change issues which have a bearing on mankind as a whole. And I think the meeting between Ms. Tsai Ing-wen and the American visitors serve as a distraction as well as a prank, because everyone in the United States, in the government or outside of the government, should know for sure that Taiwan is part of China, and no political force anywhere in the world should be able to stand in the way of Chinese people's determination to bring about reunification of China, including China's mainland as well as China's Taiwan province. This is the megatrend. Let's be realistic about the megatrend, and I hope the American government and the American people will avoid standing in the way of a very important mission of peaceful reunification of China, and if that cannot be delivered, whatever means possible to bring about the reunification of China.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Victor Gao. Always great to talk to you. You are watching China 24. Coming up next. China raises concerns over Japan's plan to dump nuclear wastewater into the ocean. Plus, Beijing steps up efforts to protect national security with a new biosecurity law.
You've traveled to places where others couldn't be, seen things others couldn't imagine, and heard stories you can't be sure whether to believe. They say that you're privileged, that people look up to you. But only you know how much effort you've made. You're on the ultimate journey to discover a country with 5,000 years of history and nearly 1.5 billion people. Is it a green countryside or a vast sea of neon lights and skyscrapers? Is it a dangerous land choked with smog or the blue sky of a summer's day? What is this China for you? And what is this China for the rest of the world? CGTN. See the difference.
Today marks China's 6th National Security Education Day. Hong Kong and Macau's special administrative regions marked the occasion with various activities. Their leaders attended the ceremonies and stressed the importance of safeguarding national security.
The Hong Kong Special Administrative Region is an inseparable part of the People's Republic of China. It has the constitutional responsibility to safeguard national security. Just like all Chinese people, Hong Kong residents share the responsibility to safeguard China's national security, unity, and territorial integrity.
We must continue to improve the legal system and enforcement mechanism that safeguards national security. We will strengthen the national security system and the country's construction capacity. We will fully implement the fundamental principle of patriots governing Macau.
In today's China Watch, the nation's biosecurity law also takes effect today. It aims to safeguard national security from the risk of epidemics and a host of other threats. It was adopted last October in response to COVID-19. Our reporter Wu Guoxiu has the details.
The concept of biosecurity was not too familiar to the Chinese public before COVID-19 struck. China adopted its biosecurity law last October. The first risk it targets are the major emerging infectious diseases, including the prevention and control of epidemics from animals. But the law governs a wide range of activities beyond those triggered in response to COVID-19. It's aimed at maintaining national security.
The COVID-19 epidemic accelerated the adoption of the law,
But the law also relates to issues like human genetic resources and biological resource security, the research, development, and application of biotechnology, bioterrorism attacks, and defense from the threat of biological weapons. It helps to build a national biosecurity system and to implement the holistic national security concept.
The law says China will establish 11 basic systems for biosecurity risk prevention and control. They include a risk monitoring and early warning system, one for information sharing, an emergency response system, and another for investigations and tracing. The country will also establish a national coordination mechanism for biosecurity work, combining the health, agriculture, science and technology, foreign affairs, and other departments of the State Council, as well as relevant military agencies.
I think the law is a global frontrunner. It puts together the traditional biosecurity factor that only targets genetically modified organisms and emerging biosecurity factors like preventing bioterrorism and bioweapons threats. A guiding, comprehensive, and systematic law like this is rarely seen in the world. In this sense, we are setting an example.
Individuals will be punished for fabricating or spreading false biosecurity information. Bringing alien plants or animals into China without approval is also banned. Companies engaged in industries like biotechnology, medicine, agriculture, and cosmetics are advised to pay special attention, especially when their activities involve pathogenic microbe labs and alien species. China's biosecurity law covers a wide range of fields and is highly technical. Any party that breaks the law could face a penalty of up to 10 million yuan or 10 times their illegal income and face criminal liability. With these strict rules, experts say the law encourages the healthy development of the biotechnology sector. Wu Guoxiu, CGTN, Beijing.
And now Wu Guoxiu joins us here in the studio for more on this law. Great to have you with us on our show, Guoxiu. Now, the biosecurity law aims to maintain national security, and you've also mentioned in your story that individuals and companies should pay attention to it. In what areas specifically?
Mama, the law lists 7 major activities that fall under it. Some of them are related to foreign individuals as well. With regard to laboratory biosafety, the establishment of pathogenic microbe labs requires approval or filing. Activities of laboratories at all levels will be restricted under the categorized management. Labs will be guided by police departments for security maintenance to prevent the loss, leakage, and the theft of highly pathogenic microbes. The law also stipulates that agencies established or actually controlled by foreign organizations, individuals, and institutions shall not collect and preserve Chinese human genetic resources in China. Their obtaining and utilization of biological resources in China also need approval. In order to connect with the biosecurity law, China's latest amendment to the criminal law also added new clauses on biosecurity crimes. Illegally implanting gene-edited or cloned human embryos into human bodies or animals could face up to 7 years of imprisonment. Illegally disposing of invasive alien species will also hold criminal liability. Meanwhile, Clause 84 of the biosecurity law also stipulates that foreign organizations or individuals who transport, mail, or bring dangerous biological agents into China or damage China's biosecurity shall be pursued in accordance with the law, with other necessary measures allowed to be taken.
Yeah, now let's also take a look at what are some of the international community doing or other countries are doing in the area of biosecurity from a legal perspective.
Well, biosecurity is actually an international issue. As early as 1972, the United Nations adopted the Biological Weapons Convention and subsequently adopted a series of biosecurity-related international conventions, such as the Biodiversity Convention and the International Convention for Protection of New Varieties of Plants. China has already joined these conventions. Experts say currently there are nearly 100 laws and regulations in the biosecurity field in China. While the United States has relatively advanced biotechnologies, back in 1974, the country's National Institutes of Health set up the National Institutional Biosafety Committee and gradually formed what analysts say is a relatively complete legal system. These laws and regulations involve many departments with complicated procedures. In September 2018, then-President Donald Trump adopted the National Biodefense Strategy. Meanwhile, the European Union's legal work in biosafety focuses on restrictions on genetically modified organisms, or GMOs. And Japan has special regulations on different sectors related to biosecurity. It has issued regulations recently that emphasize pathogenic microbe handling, prevention and control of imported infectious diseases, and management of labs to reduce biosecurity risks.
All right, thanks so much. Wu Guoxiu will bring us all the details for us. And of course, it remains to be seen how these legal terms will be translated into everyday lives. And turning our attention to the weather now, a sandstorm has hit Alxa Lake in northern China's Inner Mongolia. Experts say the sandstorm will affect the weather of the Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei region. And national weather authorities have issued the lowest alert for sandstorms. The country's capital, Beijing, has been affected already, suffering from poor air quality and poor visibility. Experts say the sandstorm will gradually fade till midnight. Residents with dust allergies are advised to stay indoors. All right, now here's a look at what else is happening across China. The latest data released by China's General Administration of Customs shows the total volume of cross-border e-commerce increased by 46.5% year-on-year to 419.5 billion yuan in the first quarter of this year. The China Import and Export Fair kicked off in Guangzhou today and will last 10 days. It's being held online this year due to the pandemic. About 26,000 domestic and overseas exhibitors will host nearly 60,000 virtual booths. The Deep Sea #1 energy station has completed its drilling work Thursday. It was independently developed and constructed by China. After being put into operation, it can supply 3 billion cubic meters of deep-sea natural gas every year to regions in China's south, including Guangdong Province, Hong Kong, and Hainan Province. Well, now let's take a short break on China 24, but when we come back. We'll continue our special series on China's coastal cities with a look at how one village is revitalizing the local pearl industry.
Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there. To see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you, all around the world, all around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London, China Global Television Network. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference.
The world's currencies are more connected than ever before. The mechanisms that drive the economy are universal. Money moves markets. We explain these trends and show you how the cash in your pocket can have a wide-reaching effect. Because money makes the world go round. Global business.
I see a country on the move.
There's my opportunity.
Is it good to change so fast?
Yes, but it's a challenge.
We have one foot in the future.
But we never forget our past.
We need to talk to one another.
And listen.
More than 1 billion voices telling their stories. Rediscovering China. Only on CGTN.
Breaking news now. The U.S. announced sanctions on Russia for alleged election interference and malicious cyber activity on Thursday. And CGTN will certainly keep you updated on this developing story. An international team of scientists, including Chinese experts, has captured a multi-wavelength image of a black hole from the distant galaxy M87. A team of 760 scientists and engineers from 32 countries and regions and nearly 200 scientific research institutions coordinated 19 Earth and space-based telescopes to capture this photo. Now, the report was published in the Astrophysical Journal. It's a collection of data observed from March to May 2017 and gives a more complete view of the supermassive black hole and its massive jet. The first ever photograph of the black hole was released in April 2019. And now let's take a look at the Tokyo Summer Olympics. By Wednesday, the Chinese delegation have already earned 225 tickets to the Games in 23 sports and 180 events. The number of athletes that could attend the occasion has reached 363. China has already booked full tickets in table tennis and diving. Other traditionally strong events, including weightlifting, gymnastics, badminton, and shooting, are all expected to take full sports for the Games. In group ball events, China's female athletes have won tickets on football, basketball, volleyball, hockey, water polo, and rugby sevens. Still, China will seek more spots with less than 100 days to go until the Tokyo Games. Chinese communication companies have stepped up rural internet development with the construction of more web infrastructure in remote villages across the region. And CGTN's Sun Tianyuan visits a village in northeastern China's Fushun City to find out how the internet has changed life for residents there.
59-year-old Wang Chunlian lives alone in Lingjiagou village. Her husband and 2 daughters are often away, living and working in other places. Yet distance isn't a big issue for the four anymore, thanks to a recent upgrade for the village's internet infrastructure.
When the four of us video chat, it appears on the same screen, like having a face-to-face conversation in real life. This is something I couldn't even dream of in the past.
Wang's youngest daughter is currently staying in South Korea due to the COVID-19 pandemic. To keep an eye on her aging mother, she installed a security camera in the family's yard. There are currently about 80 residents living in Lingjiagou village. Most are seniors left behind whose children are either studying or working in large cities. So to help these people connect with the world on the other side of the mountains, China Unicom, one of the country's largest communication companies, has set up and paid for a 20-kilometer optical fiber line to the area. Investment in such network construction may take years to pay off. However, for the state-owned company, supporting China's rural development far outweighs profits lost or earned.
We've also built cellular towers so customers may watch short videos on their phones, like other users in the city, or so they can promote their farm products online. As a communications worker, I'm quite happy for them.
Other telecom giants have also joined in the internet development push in the country's rural regions. China Mobile has built nearly 400 4G base stations in Xinbei County alone, with a coverage rate over 98%.
By 2021, we will have built 100 5G base stations in Xinbei County's administrative villages, townships, as well as tourist sites to improve user experience.
With better access, more internet-based services have also come in and made the rural life easier. Villagers used to travel 10 kilometers to the nearest town to buy food, but now they can simply place an order online and wait for it to be delivered here the very next day. Sun Tianyuan, CGTN, Fushuan, Liaoning Province.
And now it's time for our special series, Tides of Change, which is tracking China's maritime economy. Our reporters are exploring the country's coast, looking at live scenery and policies to boost sustainable development. And today, we are in the coastal city of Beihai, exploring its famous pearl industry. While in China, Nanzhou pearls are considered to be the best of their kind. In the coastal city of Beihai, a village is trying its best to revitalize the local pearl industry. Xu Xinchen has the story for us.
Nanzhou pearl literally means the pearl from the South China Sea. Natural Nanzhou pearls are rare and priceless. Cultured pearls are more common. Locals implant little beads made from seashells into the pearl's oysters. The oyster then surrounds the bead with layers of nacre. It looks almost like a delicate surgery.
The revitalization of Nanzhou makes me happy. I can be back home and implant oysters.
Xie Zimei first learned pearl farming when she was 7 years old. When she grew up, she became a migrant worker. Now, she's returned home to pick up where she left off. This village is called Bailong, meaning white dragon. Some consider it the birthplace of Nanzhou pearl. In 2017, the local government decided to revitalize its pearl industry.
The history of harvesting pearls from this part of the country can be traced back to over 3,000 years ago. And the legend has it that during China's Han Dynasty, that's about 1,800 years ago, people used the pearls to barter for food and other daily necessities. And because of the pearl's value, people ignored pearl oysters' life cycles and harvest pearls excessively. And it was then that people realized that over-harvesting will not help them get more pearls, but in fact destroy the environmental balance.
所以我之前记忆中的那个珍珠是很美好、很光泽、很亮的。
Chen Caiji has his own seafood business and a pearl farm, and accompany him on a regular round of his oyster farm to clean out some bad oysters.
这是这个贝类，清洗如果不清洗不到位的话，它容易出现那个病态，那个贝壳的。贝壳生病了，泡了，你看就。
Since the government launched an initiative to revitalize the local pearl industry, the annual pearl harvest has grown from fewer than 100 kilograms to over 600 kilograms in 2020, and the number of large pearl farms has increased to 19 from just 5 in 2017. For others like Xie Zimei, that means they can't stay at home.
For us, living by the sea, some go fishing and some implant pearl oysters. It's good that I can stay close to home to take care of my kids. It's better than working in a factory.
许新成 CGTN 北海广西中央 Times Region.
And tomorrow in Tides of Change, we'll take you to Yangjiang City in South China's coastal province, Guangdong. There, you'll see the remains of an ancient merchant ship going back over 800 years, and we'll retrace the ancient maritime Silk Road. While working at a construction site may sound dull, but this man in his 40s has added some music to his work in southern China's Guangdong province, as well as influenced many people online.
Cooling off after a hard day's work, these construction workers get an extra treat thanks to Ye Xiaoyang.
It used to be dull at a construction site, but with Xiaoyang, I don't feel that bored anymore. My tiredness all disappears when I hear him singing.
Xiaoyang has been singing from the time he could talk. He says opportunities to perform on stage during high school fueled his dream of becoming a singer.
His dreams, however, were put on the back burner. After graduating from a technical school, he became a construction worker. But somehow, Xiaoyang was able to find his way back to music. In 2018, his friend encouraged him to upload his first video singing and playing the guitar on a short video platform. Much to his surprise, his followers rapidly increased from dozens to thousands. Now the number exceeds 100 million.
Look at this one. It has earned over 50,000 likes. It's a big hit. And check out these comments. They're quite nice. You are singing better than some singers.
Xiaoyang feels closer to his childhood dream now, and to further hone his skills, he spends almost all his spare time practicing.
It takes much effort and time to master a song, like a few months. Look at my fingers. They are pretty rough now as a result of pressing the strings. And you also need to learn music theory.
Recently, Xiaoyang has started to upload some paid videos of guitar lessons, which have brought in some extra income for his family. Xiaoyang says his performance isn't of professional quality, but his audience still finds something appealing about him. It may be his emotions, his feelings, or his unbeatable attitude towards life.
And that's it for this edition of China 24. You're always welcome to drop us a line at China24@CGTN.com. Now we want to leave you with spring views of azalea-covered mountains in East China's Jiangxi province. I'm Wang Mengmang. Thanks for watching and stay tuned for Global Business with Michelle Vandenberg. Hello and welcome to Weather Forecast. I'm Tierney. Over to China. Rain will persist for the south this Friday, with clear skies return for a lot of locations along the middle and the lower reaches of Yangtze River this Saturday. And this clear skies will make the dust and sand easier to come through, so please take well precautions. Well, for a lot of major cities in Guangxi and Guangdong, we'll still see some showers this Saturday. For example, occasional shower is on the forecast for Guangzhou this Saturday, with maximum temperatures of 24 degrees. Well, here up in the north, cold air will lead to a round of rain and snow across the northeast China over the next couple of days. For Friday, winter precipitation will mainly target the northeast of Inner Mongolia, and by Saturday, clear skies will quickly return. However, blustery weather will continue. In the meantime, a lot of major cities across North China will experience quite a fluctuation in temperature in the following few days. For example, in Tianjin, maximum temperature will plummet to below average level this Saturday, and then it will quickly soar up into 27 degrees next Monday. So please dress up accordingly. And that's all from me. Stay with us for more City Forecast.
China's climate representative John Kerry is in Shanghai for 3 days to talk with his Chinese counterpart Xie Zhenhua on climate change issues. FDI into China rose 40% on year in the first quarter of 2021, with foreign investment into China's western regions almost doubling. China's Commerce Ministry says China will closely follow the development of Japan's decision to release radioactive wastewater into the ocean. Hello and welcome to the Asia edition of Global Business. I'm Michelle Vandenberg in Beijing. Chinese President Xi Jinping will attend a climate summit with French and German leaders on Friday. A Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson said Xi's attendance is at the invitation of French President Emmanuel Macron, and the summit will be held via video. The United States climate representative John Kerry is in Shanghai for 3 days of talks with his Chinese counterpart Xie Zhenhua and other officials. It's the first visit by an official under U.S. President Joe Biden's administration. Kerry's visit comes ahead of Biden's climate change summit scheduled for April 22nd and 23rd around the Earth Day. The White House says Biden has invited 40 world leaders to the event, which is expected to unveil new targets for greenhouse gas emissions. Now let's look at some of China's commitments and efforts in combating global warming.
China's carbon reduction goal was first outlined during President Xi's speech at the UN General Assembly last year. The country's aim is to peak carbon dioxide emissions before 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality before 2060. The target is also stressed in China's 14th five-year plan for economic and social development and will be one of the nation's major tasks over the next decade. With a population of over 1.4 billion people, China is the world's biggest source of carbon dioxide, responsible for around 28% of global emissions. The carbon targets set by President Xi are seen as a significant step towards tackling climate change.
China will continue to promote sustainable development. China will fully implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It will do more on the ecological front by transforming and improving its industrial structure and energy mix at a faster pace and promoting a green, low-carbon way of life and production.
China has already made great strides in energy reform. The country released a white paper at the end of 2020 titled Energy in China's New Era. It outlines China's achievements in energy development and major policies and measures for energy reform. That includes easing access for foreign investment in coal, electricity, and new energy, and allowing both the construction and operation of facilities. Although coal still accounts for most of China's energy consumption, the country has been trying to diversify its sources of power, giving priority to clean electricity. Data shows non-fossil energy increased from 9% in 2012 to 15% in 2019. The white paper highlights China's promotion of energy industries in its pilot-free trade zones, and it says China is committed to a stable global energy market and cooperates with over 100 countries in investment and technology. China is cutting its carbon emissions, but global efforts are also needed. In his speech at Davos, Xi underscored the need to stand by the core values and basic principles of multilateralism, adapt to the changing international landscape, and respond to global challenges as they arise. He reiterated that no global problem can be solved by any country alone. With climate change as a prominent global challenge, there must be global action, global response, and global cooperation.
More on China-U.S. climate talks and potential collaborations. My colleague Xia Cheng spoke to Li Junfeng, former director of the National Center for Climate Change Strategy and International Cooperation, and started by asking what are the differences that China and the U.S. need to resolve on climate change policies.
China and the United States have no major differences on the issue of climate change. Their goals are similar,
China wants to achieve its carbon peak by 2030 and reach carbon neutrality by 2060. The United States have pledged to go carbon neutral by 2050, so there is room for discussion on how both countries can get there. China and the U.S. have high expectations for each other, and this is the main reason why U.S. climate envoy John Kerry is here to discuss with his Chinese counterparts.
Well, in fact, China and the U.S. are both pretty dependent on fossil fuels for electricity. So what could be the energy or, the technology that could resolve the differences between the two countries and pursue the common goal?
There are no fundamental differences between China and the U.S. on energy issues. China relies on coal for power generation, while the U.S. is dependent on natural gas for electricity. Both are fossil energy. Reducing natural gas generation may be even harder than reducing coal power. So China and the U.S. need to find a reasonable technical solution together. So far, both sides have common interests in developing solar, wind, and nuclear power sources. The European Union is different. The EU doesn't like nuclear power, but China and the U.S. have the same attitude towards nuclear power development.
Let's talk about the U.S. green agenda and, of course, Biden's climate summit and green policies. What's at stake, and what could be the major hurdles for Biden and Washington to pursue their policy goals?
The United States has three important measures. One is to achieve near zero emissions from electricity by 2035, ban the sale of diesel and petrol vehicles by 2035 or 2040, and achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. I've been talking to my friends in the U.S. climate circle, and we feel it is going to be difficult for Washington, despite their policy rhetoric. The U.S. political system provides only very limited power for the president. After Biden was elected, he still has to negotiate with more than 30 Republican states. It was difficult for him to return to the Paris Climate Agreement. Plus, every family in the United States has an average of 3 petrol vehicles. It is difficult to say if a plan to ban the sales of petrol vehicles will be passed in Congress, since Biden's party only narrowly controls the House and the Senate.
The UK is going to ban petrol and diesel cars from 2030, and the US is also pursuing similar goals. What about China? What could be the timeline for China to start tapering from fuel-driven cars?
In 2003, China formulated an electric vehicle development strategy to gradually replace fuel-driven vehicles. There were 2 goals. One is to tackle climate change, and the other is to reduce our high dependence on imported oil. The central government so far has not unveiled a clear plan to ban the sale of diesel and petrol cars, but I personally think this will happen between 2035 and 2045. That's because we want to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060, but consumers will use their newly bought petrol or diesel cars for at least 10 years. The time difference means the sale will likely be completely banned by 2045 at the latest, and can start as early as 2035 nationwide. Large cities with high pollutions like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, as well as emerging cities and regions such as Hangzhou and Hainan province, may ban the sale of fuel vehicles earlier.
The Biden administration imposed a raft of new sanctions against Moscow on Thursday over alleged election interference and cyber attacks. The U.S. Treasury said its Office of Foreign Assets Control has taken action against 16 entities and 16 individuals who attempted to influence the 2020 U.S. presidential election at the direction of the Russian government. The sanctions come following President Joe Biden's phone call this week with Russian leader Vladimir Putin. You're watching Global Business, still to come on the program. China's Commerce Ministry says China will closely follow the development of Japan's decision to release radioactive wastewater into the ocean. More details when we come back.
.360-degree profiles of industry movers and shakers, tech mavericks, and policymakers. We drill down on their success. We ask how they set strategy and how they navigate in an increasingly competitive market. Real talk, real business. Join the conversation. Biz Talk, only on CGTN.
Welcome back. Data from the Ministry of Commerce show foreign direct investment into the Chinese mainland surged nearly 40% year-on-year in the first quarter of this year, while FDI into the country's western regions nearly doubled. FDI reached 302 billion yuan in the first 3 months of this year, almost 25% higher than the same period of 2019. More than 10,000 foreign-owned companies were set up in China, up by nearly 50% on year. Services industry attracted 50% more foreign capital this year, while high-tech and high-tech services industries also getting more foreign investments compared with last year. Belt and Road, ASEAN, and EU countries have all increased their investments in China. And China's western regions saw a 91% jump in FDI, while East and Central China both saw an increase of over 30%. COVID-19 has forced the China Import and Export Fair, also known as the Canton Fair, online this year. But rather being a negative, participants say it's proving successful. Lucy Ray has more on the event's transition to digital.
This year's online Canton Fair has attracted more than 26,000 companies from across the world. Many of them are attending the online event via live streams. Companies say guests visiting brick-and-mortar shops may be able to touch their products in person, but they say the virtual exhibition allows them to present their products in greater levels of detail.
As a local company in Guangzhou, we think the fair offers us great opportunities to reach new customers from across the globe. This year, with our previous online exhibition experience, we hope to get more deals and more attention from new buyers.
Over 2 million products from across 16 different categories are being exhibited. Officials say the online affair is doing away with geographical and time constraints.
This time, we've expanded the invitation to large-scale supermarkets and cross-border e-commerce companies. We also help foreign companies to cooperate with potential partners, building up connections within the Chinese market.
Buyers from more than 200 countries and regions have signed up for the event. The fair will end on April 24th. Lucy Ray, CGTN, Guangdong Province.
China has responded to the United States Strategic Competition Act of 2021, a legislative blueprint that frames Beijing as a strategic competitor. The act was recently introduced by the U.S. Senate committee and frames the rivalry with China in comprehensive terms. Spokesperson of the Commerce Ministry, Gao Feng, says global industrial chains are public goods, so securing them fits the interests of China, the U.S., and the entire world. Bilateral trade between China and the U.S. has seen rapid growth in the first quarter of this year. Total trade volume increased by more than 60% compared to a year ago. Meanwhile, China has again expressed grave concerns over Japan's decision to release radioactive water from the Fukushima nuclear plant into the sea. Gao says Japan's claim on the safety of the water is based on unilateral data, which he said is totally unconvincing.
Regardless of domestic and foreign questions and opposition, the Japanese government did not fully negotiate with neighboring countries and the international community, and unilaterally made a decision to dispose nuclear wastewater from the Fukushima nuclear power plant to the Pacific Ocean. China is seriously concerned about this. China will closely follow the development of the situation and carefully assess the threats it may pose to the safety and trade of related food, agricultural, and aquatic products.
Japan's decision to release Fukushima wastewater has raised anxiety among Chinese people living along the seaside. That's what CGTN's Li Jiaming found when he spoke with residents in the coastal city of Qinzhou in southern China's Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region.
It will influence our lives as well as our businesses. Once the ocean is contaminated, consumers may think twice before they buy seafood. For us local people, the impact is yet to be felt. But for those closer to the Pacific, they might be hard hit.
I feel worried. The wastewater will surely pollute the environment. It's irresponsible.
It may influence my choice of food because I will eat less seafood. I will hesitate to travel to the seaside.
I am furious. This is bringing harm to the entire humanity, not only China. I will be concerned about what I eat and probably eat less imported seafood. I will still have domestic offshore seafood, but I will think twice when buying deep sea fish.
I think they are irresponsible. The entire ocean will be contaminated. The world at large will bear the consequences since everybody eats seafood.
Japan's decision has also sparked concerns of other countries. South Korean residents have also expressed their worries over Japan's decision.
It will influence our lives as well as our businesses. Once the ocean is contaminated, consumers may think twice before they buy seafood. It may influence my choice of food because I will eat less seafood. I will hesitate to travel to the seaside. We are standing here to express the public's opinion. I think they are irresponsible. The entire ocean will be contaminated. The world at large will bear the consequences, since everybody eats seafood, and we will reserve the right to further respond.
IMF Asia and Pacific Department Deputy Director Jonathan Austrie has said the Asia-Pacific economy is expected to grow by 7.5% this year. But these countries need to be wary of the possible resurgence of COVID-19 cases. Austrie also says China plays a significant role in the Asia-Pacific economic recovery.
Some of the countries are doing better than we thought. Some are doing worse. And I think, it underscores the fact that it's a divergent recovery. It's a divergent recovery across countries. And of course, it's a divergent recovery within countries, even within sectors. Apart from divergences that we just spoke about, there is something that we call scarring, in the sense that, when you have a crisis, and this was a pretty severe crisis, you generally don't make up the ground that you lost during the crisis. So some countries in Asia are already bigger than they were before the pandemic, and China is one such country, if I'm not mistaken. But rare is the case that you have a country after a major dislocation, such as the one we've gone through, that is going to be larger at the end of the day, say 3 or 4 years after, than was projected for that country prior to the cataclysmic event. What we are seeing for Asia as a whole is that over the medium term, something like 5 or 6% of Asia Pacific GDP is more or less permanently lost. That is the scar that is inflicted by this pandemic.
So zooming into China, what is the future recovery path for China looks like in terms of, in the context of the Asian economy risks we mentioned?
China is at the center of the Asian recovery. So far, China has benefited a lot from being able to, export and manufacture in areas of its comparative advantage. There's been a big payoff from being able to meet pandemic-related supplies. We've also seen, I think, a commitment by China and some of the other big players in the region to try and integrate the Asian region more. So we have those tariff tensions and possible technology tensions playing out on the global sphere. But I think Asia's willingness to try and deepen integration, including, for example, with the RCEP, which uniquely brings together three big players with China, Japan, and Korea. That is a very welcome step. And so it shows that the desire for integration, for deepening trade linkages is something that is important to the Asian region.
In the Ball Forum, which focuses on Asian economy, is going to be held. You mentioned that China is the center of Asian economic recovery, but what kind of role do you think China can play in this regional multilateral cooperation?
China has many different roles. I think we talked about its role on climate issues, its role of being pro-trade. I think that the biggest contribution that China can make to the region and the world right now is staying the course and invigorating its own domestic reforms, including rebalancing its economy more in favor of consumption and less in terms of investment, which can be achieved by rebalancing the nature of fiscal support more towards social safety nets and less toward public investment, ensuring greater competitive neutrality between state and private businesses. These things will put the growth path of China on a more sustainable footing, and that cannot but help the region and the rest of the world.
European stocks hit a record high on Thursday as a rally in commodity prices lifted miners, while some positive earnings report offset worries about the pace of COVID-19 vaccination. And food delivery company Deliveroo releases its first trading update since its hotly anticipated London IPO last month. Now, for more on that, Katie Gregory joins us in London. So, Katie, we keep seeing these gains on European equity markets. So, what's moving today, and what is this telling us about investor mood at the moment?
Well, Michelle, the mood is good, it seems. There's certainly a lot of belief in the recovery of European stocks from the pandemic-induced losses, and investors are seeing the positives. Now, there is also a lot of hope riding on a strong earnings season as well. So, taking a look across the board today, the major indices are higher. Investors have also been keeping an eye, of course, on that raft of US data out today, showing jobless claims fell much less than expected, and also retail sales exploded in March, up a whopping 9.8%. But looking a little bit closer at some specific movers, we are seeing shares in food delivery company Deliveroo taking a slide this session, as you touched on. Now, that is despite reporting in its first trading update since its IPO last month that orders more than doubled in the first quarter. Now, Chief Executive Will Shu admits the company has a lot of work to do to prove itself to the market. Now, on the rise there, as you can see, are the shares in the world's third largest advertising group, Publicis. The firm has returned to organic growth for the first time since before the pandemic. And also shares in global healthcare giant GSK are on the rise here. They are up over 4% in afternoon trading. And that comes after reports that hedge fund Elliott has actually built a multi-billion-pound stake. Now, that is despite the company falling behind, really, you could say, in the race for a COVID-19 vaccine. But overall, though, despite reports of a slowdown to coronavirus vaccine programs across Europe and wider economic recovery jitters, you could say, investors are certainly still seeing the value in equities here, Michelle.
Well, despite investor faith in European equity markets, we've had some dismal data from the region's largest economy today, Germany. So what's behind this?
Yes, so this is a revised growth forecast from leading economic institutes, and it is not good news for the powerhouse. But this is what has come out of extended coronavirus restrictions prompted by a third wave and exacerbated by the slow vaccine rollout in Germany. So we're hearing that the German economy probably shrank by 1.8% in the first quarter. Now, the institutes do expect gross domestic product to grow by 3.7% this year, but that is down from their previous forecast of 4.7%. Now, a lot of that drop in the first quarter is down to domestically focused services. Exports to countries like China and the US are still steaming ahead and even growing in some areas. Now, you could say one silver lining is that the German households in lockdown, there is this expectation that they've saved around $230 billion, which once things fully reopen again, will hopefully get spent, particularly with summer on the way as well. Now, also just to add quickly, it is pretty rare for the European Central Bank president to step into policy debate, but we've also heard a reasonably grim prognosis for the Eurozone economy as a whole from Christine Lagarde. Now, she has described the region as swamped with uncertainty and the economy as a patient still on crutches and in need of treatment. Michelle.
Thank you very much for the update. Katie Gregory for us in London. A Dutch travel company has launched a holiday experiment plan in the Greek island of Rhodes. It's an attempt to look for various possibilities to reboot international tourism, which has stalled for almost a year. Stefan de Vries reports from Amsterdam.
Almost 200 lucky people are gathering at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport to go on a vacation to the Greek island of Rhodes. The travelers are part of a test by Dutch tour operator Sunweb to see if it's safe to travel again. It is not your usual holiday, explains Sunweb's CEO.
It differs almost in everything for a normal trip. It starts that they have to do a PCR test 72 hours before departure. And then they had to do another rapid test.
Thousands of people trying to get in, yet only 187 could finally go on the trip.
We were really afraid that maybe nobody would apply. And we were really surprised and a bit caught off guard when more than 25,000 people in the end registered.
Participants paid $475 for all-inclusive access to the pool, restaurants and other facilities, but nothing else, not even the beach. They have to respect the 1.5-meter social distancing and wear a face mask. But that doesn't seem to bother holiday goers.
Well, that's all we can get right now, so we will enjoy it. Yeah.
It's very happy. Been a long time since we've been on holiday. So let's see if we can enjoy it, even with the restrictions we have.
At the end of the holiday, there are still some more rules to respect.
And then when they go back, again, there is a PCR test 72 hours before departure and another rapid test on the airport. And then at home, they have to go 10 days in self-quarantine unless they test 5 days after arrival and the outcome is negative, then they can go out again.
It may all sound complicated, but if this test goes well, European holidays could be back again.
And we're all hoping that this summer will at least bring the start of that rebound we've seen in other places in the world, like in China, like in the US, and hopefully we'll see the same here in Europe.
Stefan de Vries, CGTN, Amsterdam.
Now, Russia Foreign Ministry says the raft of new U.S. sanctions are inevitable. The ministry summons U.S. Ambassador John Sullivan. Now, before we go, let's check in with our team in London and CGTN Europe's Robin Dwyer for a preview of Global Business Europe at 16 GMT. Robin.
Thanks, Michelle. Yes, coming up on Global Business Europe, a flurry of top-level climate talks. U.S. diplomat John Kerry is in China ahead of a summit next week. And tomorrow, the Chinese President Xi Jinping will attend a virtual meeting with the leaders of France and Germany. Also on the show, pushing for a breakthrough in Vienna. Negotiators are trying to revive the Iranian nuclear deal after the U.S. withdrawal under President Trump. All that and more on Global Business Europe.
Thank you very much for the preview, Robin Dwyer, for us in London. And that will do it for this edition of Global Business. I'm Michelle Vandenberg in Beijing. Thank you for watching. Bye for now.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
Welcome to The Point. I'm Li Xin. My special guest today is Mr. Xu Guixiang, Deputy Head of the Department of Publicity and the Department of United Front Work of the Party Committee of the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Welcome, Mr. Xu. You have been at the forefront at the fight against disinformation against Xinjiang, and this has been a very difficult 3 years. What is the biggest challenge to your work?
我觉得最难的一件事情呢，是如何把真实的新疆呢，就传递给全世界。
I think one of the biggest challenges has been presenting a real Xinjiang to the world, so that the world understands what is really going on here. In order to do that, we have to make a lot of efforts. One of the important measures has been to bring in international visitors. Since the end of 2018, we have been inviting more people from all walks of life to visit Xinjiang, many of whom are Western journalists and journalists from non-Western countries. In terms of both the autonomous region and my own job, we sincerely welcome them to come and report on Xinjiang.
从自治区的角度来讲，从我的这个工作的角度来讲，我们是非常欢迎的。真实的新疆呢，就是摆在大家的面前。
Xinjiang is what people see it as. When Western media come, what's on their camera or what they learn should also be a very stable, peaceful, and well-developed Xinjiang. However, that seemed not the case from what their programs showed. I don't think that was the Xinjiang they witnessed. So I feel there are still many obstacles when we try to present the real Xinjiang to the world.
怎么把这个传出去啊？中间还是有很多障碍在里头。
What are some of the specific obstacles you had to overcome? And why do you think there is such a gap between what the journalists write in their news story and what they found out here?
我想呢，这个可能还是有他们的一些固定的一些看法。
I think the stereotypes about Xinjiang are still there on their minds. We provided help to the best of our abilities after the reporters came. We were also in active contact with them to understand where they'd like to go. We did our best to get them there and show them the real Xinjiang. But some videos released later were very unexpected. I think it's because some journalists may have an inherent bias, including ideological prejudice, or that they have a preconception or negative outlook when they came to Xinjiang. But a journalist's very basic job is to present the real Xinjiang, to show what they have seen. We do not expect them to sing praises of Xinjiang. But what's really going on in Xinjiang, as long as they can tell a true story, then I think it's worth the trip.
但是呢，新疆的真实情况是什么？只要把这个讲出去，我们就认为不虚此行。
Some people say there's no transparency in Xinjiang, that Western or independent journalists cannot come here and find out about the situation themselves. Therefore, they cannot trust anything that the authorities say about this place. Is there any restriction towards Western journalists to come and visit Xinjiang?
这个问题是说不允许来新疆，这个是不存在的。
It's utterly untrue that they're not allowed to come to Xinjiang. As part of China, Xinjiang is open to the world. We always welcome foreign media, including Western media, to come to visit Xinjiang. We hope they can come more often. What is actually happening is that they are visiting Xinjiang either through the arrangement of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or they come on their own. Whichever channel, they are more than welcome. For example, the BBC. They had a few journalists visit Xinjiang in May 2019.
BBC 呢是在2019年的5月份他们几位记者呢到新疆来参访。
When the BBC journalists came, we talked to them about their thoughts. When they asked for help, We were very responsive in getting to know their needs. They interviewed me about many issues. They asked me about my views on the ethnic issue in Xinjiang. We also talked about anti-terrorism and religious issues. I gave them my views because I have some knowledge and understanding of the situation based on my long-term work experience here. After the interview, they said they agreed with some of my views. Then we asked them where they would like to go, and we try our best to help. They mentioned a few places. We arranged their visits, including one on the exhibition on Xinjiang's counterterrorism and de-radicalization efforts, to the Xinjiang Islamic Institute, to education and training centers, and face-to-face interviews with local people. They were very happy with the arrangements. They even told us before they left that it went beyond their expectations because they had a better schedule than planned. By the way, we did not interfere in any way with the BBC's reporting process.
另外一点呢，我们也没有对 BBC 的采访有任何的干预的行为。
There is also the worry or the concern that while they're gathering their news stories, interviewing people, because of the presence of people from your office or from the local authorities, the interviewees are not able to speak freely. Is that the case?
这个不存在。那么在采访的过程当中呢，实际上就是
It's totally untrue. In the process of reporting, when the reporter was talking to local people, we left them alone. Why? Because some media previously argued that if I or other Xinjiang officials were on site, we'd be seen as surveilling their reporting or hindering their work. So we intentionally avoided it, to give the journalists the maximum space to do their job freely. In fact, that's exactly what we did. At almost the end of the BBC team's trip, they requested an extra interview. We respected that and came back to Urumqi and let them stay around Kashgar and Hotan for more reporting. So, there was no interference or hindrance to their reporting. Based on my own experience, it's totally untrue that we interfered with their work.
干预或者阻碍BBC 采访这样他们的这些工作，这个问题是我认为是不存在的从我亲身经历来看，但是呢，从他们回去播出的。
However, when I watched their programs that were later broadcast, I was shocked.
因为从
The images they used were, for example, the education and training centers, students in class, dancing, or their daily life, school scenes, and so on. But in the narration, they use words like concentration camps, persecution, and so on. Regrettable, that was my first response. Second, I didn't get it. Why did they thank us for arranging things well and assured us they had seen the real Xinjiang during our face-to-face talks, but fabricated the whole thing when they were gone?
在这儿跟我们面对面交流的时候，说我们安排的非常好，也看到了新疆的这个真实的情况。为什么回去之后，在镜头里却是这么去展现？
How much did he use of the conversation he had with you, and whether he gave true reflection, true representation of what you told him?
对话没有采用我的多少。
They did not quote much of what I said. Actually, for the limited conversation that I had with them, they managed to show some of my views. The key problem is that the BBC program shows normal teaching and living scenes of the education and training centers. But the narration is completely fabricated, using words like concentration camp. I think this contradicts itself and intends to mislead the audience. The footage and the narration do not match at all. So I think the program is a bad example.
Well, such reporting is actually quite impactful. It attracts millions of clicks on YouTube, and when it's broadcast through BBC World, a lot of people around the world will be able to see it. What kind of negative impact has such reporting had on your work?
当然，首先是严重的歪曲了事实，
First of all, it seriously distorted the facts, because the real situation in Xinjiang is completely different. But since the BBC is an internationally established brand, this certainly created distortion about Xinjiang and seriously misled the world. However, I believe there are many well-informed people in the world who have objective, rational, and independent judgment. Even though the BBC used words like concentration camp in their narration, the footage doesn't show such things at all. And there is no concentration camp like this across the world. I believe those people have their independent judgment after watching the program. They can tell black and white, see the problem with the reporting, and come to realize the irresponsibility of the BBC as a well-known media.
There seems to be this kind of dilemma that if you don't accept their interview, you are not being transparent, you're not facilitating their work. But if you accept their interview, maybe they only use a few seconds of their interview with you, or they could twist what you said into actually making their point. How do you look at this kind of dilemma?
我想这样呢，一方面还是坦诚客观的向
First, we still need to be frank and objective to media reporters coming to report on Xinjiang. Responsible media should respect facts and be objective in the reporting in Xinjiang. This is where we start. Secondly, we also hope that our media friends follow the professional ethics of journalism and report Xinjiang in a reliable, objective, and unprejudiced manner. Of course, there were many journalists, including Western journalists, who came and helped introduce Xinjiang to the world. Our attitude is to seek common ground while shelving differences. I think it's normal to have different opinions about Xinjiang, especially between people from inside and outside China. On the premise of respecting facts, I think it's perfectly fine for us to study and discuss it. That said, we are firmly against those journalists or media that deliberately distort facts and even attack and smear Xinjiang by flagrantly disregarding facts and violating professional ethics. We will debunk them on every occasion. As we often say, the truth lies in black and white. Fact is fact. The reality is, Xinjiang is not something that can be easily distorted by a few filters used by media networks like BBC. After all, the majority of people in the world have discerning eyes.
Some people also say it is one thing to come and gather news materials, it is another thing to write about it and to publish it. This is what they call press freedom. They have the right to publish whatever they see fit, and you can't really interfere. How do you look at that?
It's true that they have the freedom, but such freedom should be based on the respect for facts. If a journalist confuses white with black, I don't think he is a responsible journalist. That's typical for some Western politicians. That's a breach of journalistic ethics and undermines his identity as a journalist. They are not welcome here.
It seems there is a kind of political correctness in there, and over recent years that kind of correctness has been growing stronger and stronger. Why is that?
我认为这背后反映了西方的一些政治势力他内心的焦躁。
I think this reflects the anxiety of some political forces in the West. They want to play the Xinjiang card to contain China. But the game gets harder with the growing strength of China and the stable development of Xinjiang, which consolidates peace and harmony. They are getting very anxious. That's why the recent war of words on Xinjiang is so intense. As I said, the development of Xinjiang puts them on pins and needles. Another reason is that Xinjiang has been open and frank in its communication with the world, including international media. That has shown the vast majority of people are real Xinjiang. That makes their slander on Xinjiang nothing but a cliche, including the so-called concentration camps and persecution.
那么西方他再去污蔑说新疆存在集中营存在这个迫害等等这样一些问题只是成为他们一个口头禅了。现实是什么
What is the reality? There are no such things as they allege. Has anyone seen what they claimed existed? Never. So more peoples have started to realize the real situation in Xinjiang. So it's getting more and more difficult for their lives to survive. This also drives up their anxiety. In terms of the rhetoric and behavior, they have deviated further and further from international law and the norms of international relations, even professional ethics. At a press conference in Beijing, I said that some anti-China forces in the West have gone hysterical. They are going out of their way to attack and smear Xinjiang. However, these slurs do not wipe out the development and progress of Xinjiang. People with insight know it. More and more people have come and seen the real Xinjiang. So fewer and fewer would believe the fabricated stories. Therefore, I think it's a dead end for the West's conspiracy. Sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. When Western reporters came to Xinjiang, we treated them as friends. Besides interviews and research, we also exchanged thoughts and ideas with each other. I feel that not all these journalists are bad. They have their own thoughts on certain issues. They have their own inner worlds, and many of them are righteous people with a strong sense of justice.
他也有他自己的内心世界这个甚至呢也有很多记者有自己的正义良知那么在沟通的
I asked them questions. For example, your thoughts on Xinjiang now after visiting it for yourself. Is it different from what you imagined? I have to say that these journalists were frank with their answers. They said they did not expect Xinjiang to be like this.
很坦诚的回答说新疆没想到新疆是这么一种情况
Concerning the possibility of visiting Xinjiang, I understand there is the concern that some Western diplomats, if they're not able to talk to the high-level government official they wish to see or go to places that they wish to go to, then it doesn't make sense for them to come here. How do you react to that?
这个问题呢，我认为要把这个问题要看透。那么这个问题的真正的实质是
I think we need to see through this and understand the deep intention. Let me give you an example. An international organization has repeatedly expressed their wish to visit Xinjiang. We warmly and sincerely invited them. During their visit, they requested meeting some government officials at the autonomous regional level and visiting certain places. We've made very detailed arrangements. But meanwhile, they put forward some unreasonable demands. For example, the EU proposed to meet with some criminals in prison. We thought that was an unfounded and excessive request, which amounted to interference in the internal affairs of our country. There is a bottom line in terms of dealing with that.
那么我们认为这种呢是实际上就是在提一些苛刻的条件那么这也是对我们国家
We actually issued invitations to officials from the United Nations, European Union, and Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights a while ago, hoping they can come visit as soon as possible. Of course, on the condition that they come here to understand the real situation in Xinjiang. If they are here to investigate a preconceived crime or search for evidence to support their prejudice, they are wrong from the very beginning, and they are not welcomed.
这个我如果是抱着这种有罪调查式的审查式的来考察，我认为这个出发点是不对的。新疆呢也不会欢迎这样的调查。
About visits by Western diplomats or officials, there seem to be two different kind of narratives. On the one hand, China says it has repeatedly invited United Nations officials or Western officials to come and see for themselves. On the other hand, Western governments are accusing China of not allowing these officials or their diplomatic representatives to visit Xinjiang and see for themselves. Why there is such a discrepancy?
说白了就是西方有一些政客从他内心里
To put it bluntly, some Western politicians presume there are concentration camps in Xinjiang. To them, the visit by the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights or other international organizations to Xinjiang is about uncovering secrets. This is a stubborn prejudice or perception. Speaking of that, I have to say that this is not the case in Xinjiang. Cameras in the eyes of journalists never let go of details. So many of them have visited Xinjiang. Have they ever seen a concentration camp? Is there any single one? It's far-fetched to imagine there are concentration camps in Xinjiang. We are open to international organizations, whoever comes, be it the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights or the EU. Xinjiang has never ever had concentration camps. They never existed.
我们都是坦坦荡荡的这个新疆根本就不算这也永远不会看到有这样的集中营，因为它根本就不存在。
In fact, from 2018 to 2019, Xinjiang witnessed a boom of tourists. Although this was interrupted by the pandemic in 2020. Xinjiang has hospitable people of all ethnic groups and a stunning landscape. It would be a pity to miss Xinjiang as a tourist destination. We warmly welcome all tourists and work to provide good service so that everyone can have a good time in Xinjiang.
就是旅游各方面的愉快。
这是呼伦贝尔县20里店镇小土谷里村一组，这是今年的小麦季，这2天可能要进行小麦作业。
小麦啊，
小麦作业啊，这是我们的作业队里面的一些飞机。这是。 机飞科技的双桨的最新款的飞机，
最新款的
最新款的。
这里面装的是什么？
这里面所谓装饰的农药嘛，就是玉米、小麦防倒伏的和防病的，还有一些肥料。
它用什么能源？
这是一个洁净能源是电的，
然后有2个，
有双桨的。
这个呢？
这也是机飞的 P20，它是个多旋翼的。
多旋的
多旋翼的，
也是撒农药的吗？
也是撒农药的。
它俩区别在什么地方？
区别就是桨的多少。
为什么有的要4个桨，有的要双桨呢？
它就来源于风力，另外一个它的稳定性，根据这科技发展的一些东西，根据自己需要来设计的一些东西。
为什么你们这儿会有这么多无人机来作业？
因为我们代表着所谓新疆一些无人机行业里面的前端的一些科技。
这都是新疆产的。
这是所谓中国有代表性的几款飞机。
你们大队一共有多少台无人机呀？
我们整个飞机下来可能有几十架、上百架，基本上在本地区或者说北疆地区，或者如果再需要的话，有可能到南疆都要去作业和服务的过程。
等于这是一个游动的无人机大队。
流动的服务的东西。
我们再看看这个。
这也是那个所谓，这也是机飞的。 和刚才和那款飞机是一样的完这个基本上已经准备好，准备起飞了。
已经准备起飞了。
准备起飞了。
它这样的一个无人机能够一次带多少公斤的
20公斤
农药？20公斤可以撒多少亩地呢？
正常情况下，1亩地用药量大概在600到800克。如果说农民如果需要情况，也可以加倍到1.5公斤。正常最少不能是。 最少都大概在12、13亩地，如果说正常情况下，它在20亩地左右。
20亩地左右，那么这个把20亩地撒完的话，喷完的话要多长时间？
它基本上就说是所说的1分钟，大概在3亩地左右。
1分钟3亩，20亩地那就是 6、7、8分钟最多了。
啊，基本上处于这种情况。
哇，那太省事儿了。我们再看看这台吧。
好。
这地可以踩吧？
没事。小麦现在正常，它在地下爬，你不存在任何问题。
啊，没有问题。
啊。
哎呦，这个有点像直升机一样。
这是单旋翼的，单旋翼游动的机，知道吧？
什么意思呢？
单旋翼游动机是一种情况，那个啥，回头以后它是燃料是烧油的。烧油的啊，游动的。再按现在国际标准里面，这种属于农业上最适宜使用的，因为单旋翼它风场的问题，因为它在转动的过程中，它会产生风场，它
风场
送药过程中是用风来送出去。
用药是就是用这个机翼产生的风把这药送出去。那其他那些呢？是往下
都一样，它都是一样，但是送出去风场根据它讲多少，它送出去风力大小不一样，风的方向不一样。
那这个喷洒农药是不是更快了？
这个它的整体上就是它的均匀程度比其他可能更均匀。
更均匀哇，这个很漂亮，
更好啊！
而且像叶会长，我有一个小小的这个请求，我能试试飞它吗？
可以吧？
可以学会吗？
可以。
不会把它弄坏吧？
不会，我们现在基本上大部分都属于全自主了，知道吧？来，小王来，小王来。
那我们就试试看。
来，小王来。
这两个摇杆呢，这边是控制飞机的高低，左右，然后这个是前后，
我来试试。看往前走了，看。哇！如果要再高一点呢，就是
右手机往高推，右手往上。
可以把喷洒打开吗？
这是往后走，你看它可以往后走，再往前走，哇，太厉害了！我也可以到你们这儿做农民吧，可以吗？
这还需要经过专业的培训。
好，还是还给您吧，谢谢。With that, we come to the end of this edition of The Point with me, Liu Xin. As always, you can follow me on Facebook and Twitter using the handle Liu Xin in Beijing. Thanks for watching. You've got the point. Making sense of the overwhelming wave of information means cutting through the noise to shine a light on the heart of the story and making room for new perspectives. True understanding means the ability to see events from more than one side. I'm Liu Xin, and this is The Point.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
The United States has announced new economic sanctions against Russia. 10 Russian diplomats have also been expelled by Washington. The White House is accusing the Kremlin of interfering in the U.S. elections and launching cyber attacks. The NATO military alliance has expressed support for the United States. Russia has pledged a response in the near future. Now, for more on this developing story, let's bring in our correspondent Julia Chapman in Moscow. Julia, any response from Russia?
Yes, there has indeed been already from Russian officials a lot of condemnation about these new sanctions issued today by the United States presidential administration. We've heard from the Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova, who called them a hostile act. Earlier today, in anticipation of these sanctions, the Kremlin condemned them and called them illegal. And many Russian officials say this won't help any improvements going forward in the very tense relationship between Russia and the U.S. Of course, this all comes amid allegations from the U.S. of Russian hacking, of Russian interference in the 2020 presidential election campaign, and also carrying out the biggest hack, one of the biggest hacks in history, the SolarWinds hacks, which allegedly targeted government agencies in an intelligence gathering operation. For the first time, the U.S. administration has pointed the finger specifically at the Russian Foreign Intelligence Agency. Previously, it had just referred to Russian actors. So these sanctions are being interpreted as a very strong move from the U.S. and are being condemned widely here in Russia. And it comes, of course, just 2 days after Presidents Vladimir Putin and Joe Biden spoke on the phone and discussed a possible summit. But now the Kremlin says that's looking less likely in the light of these new sanctions.
All right, Julia, thank you. Julia Chapman in Moscow for us. The United States vows to maintain a lasting partnership with Afghanistan after its planned military withdrawal from the country. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says the U.S. will intensify diplomatic efforts and continue its humanitarian support. Blinken is in Afghanistan and has met with Afghan President Ashraf Ghani and other senior U.S. officials. His trip comes a day after a NATO meeting on the U.S. announcement of a military withdrawal from the war-torn country. U.S. President Joe Biden has said all U.S. troops will leave Afghanistan by September 11th, 4 months later than a deadline agreed with the Taliban last year. Beijing has summoned the Japanese ambassador to China in protest against Tokyo's decision to release radioactive wastewater from the Fukushima nuclear plant. Beijing says it's a stance it shares with neighboring South Korea.
We and South Korea urge Japan to fully negotiate with international agencies and neighboring countries, and to prudently handle the Fukushima nuclear wastewater issue based on the substantial participation of relevant countries and international agencies. This is the joint stance of China and South Korea.
On Wednesday, China and South Korea held a meeting on maritime affairs mechanism via video link. Both countries pledged to keep close contact over the issue and voiced their readiness to work with the international community to respond to this global challenge. They also pledged to deepen cooperation in marine science, environmental protection, and law enforcement. The United States climate representative John Kerry is in Shanghai for 3 days of talks with his Chinese counterpart Xie Zhenhua and other officials. Kerry's visit is seen as a way to test the waters ahead of President Joe Biden's virtual climate summit next week. It comes after last month's tense negotiations in Alaska at a high-level meeting between Chinese and American officials. The U.S. last year pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement, but rejoined the deal after Biden became president. John Kerry is the first official under the Biden administration to visit China. He's also set to visit South Korea. Chu Meng-chi has more.
During an interview with the Wall Street Journal ahead of his trip to Shanghai, Kerry said that they're talking to China about talking, and they obviously need China at the table to talk about and address this global climate challenge. But the Wall Street Journal also cited people familiar with the matter and said China and the U.S. are likely to discuss creating a new kind of mechanism for bilateral engagement on climate matters, as well as on supporting developing countries pursuing low emissions economic growth. And the idea of a joint working group between China and the U.S. on climate matters was actually, put forward almost 20 years ago under the then Chinese President Jiang Zemin and the U.S. President George W. Bush. It was then started under the Obama administration and then discontinued by the Trump administration. So now, China has always been consistent on its commitment to tackling global warming. Time with the climate change back and high on the Biden's administration's agenda, it remains to be seen whether this time will be or will see a restart of such a working group.
Hong Kong is set to expand its vaccination program to include people under the age of 30. The government says over 800,000 doses have been administered so far, and that nearly 300,000 people have been fully vaccinated. Ann Chung reports.
Well, the government is expanding its inoculation program to include people under 30 years old. That means from April 23rd onwards, residents from 16 years old to 30 years old can also make bookings to get their COVID vaccinations. Now, there's a slight age difference for the eligibility for the two vaccines on offer. Sinovac jabs will be available to those 18 years old and above, while the BioNTech jabs will be available to those 16 years old and above. And parental consent is necessary for 16 and 17-year-olds who will need to provide a consent form from their parents before they can take their jabs. Authorities also announced that vaccination centers offering BioNTech jabs will cease to operate at the end of September, and this is because the BioNTech doses will expire after 4 months. This means for those wanting to get BioNTech jabs, they will need to take their first doses by the end of August. 3 vaccination centers that offer Sinovac will also switch to offer BioNTech jabs later this month. These are the centers in the districts of Tseung Kwan O, Tuen Mun, and Tuen Wan. Now, with this lowering of age eligibility, about 1.08 million more people in the city can get vaccinated, and the inoculation program now covers about 88% of Hong Kong's population. Authorities explain that this expansion is because there's capacity for it in the inoculation program, and many under the age of 30 have expressed that they want to get jabs to be able to protect their families, so it's an appropriate time to introduce this arrangement. Ann Chang, CGTN, Hong Kong.
India has reported a record 200,000 new COVID-19 cases in the past 24 hours. The capital, New Delhi, will go into weekend lockdowns to contain a steep rise in infections. The financial hub of Mumbai entered a lockdown today as many hospitals treating coronavirus patients reported severe shortages of beds and oxygen supplies. A senior politician from Japan's ruling party says cancelling the Tokyo Olympics over the coronavirus is still a possibility. Toshihiro Nikai, the Liberal Democratic Party Secretary General, made the comments today as a surge in cases have raised concerns about holding the Games. Organizers and Olympic officials insist the Games will go ahead safely. Japan is in the midst of a deadly third wave of the pandemic and has registered over 500,000 cases so far. The Olympics are set to begin in less than 100 days. Now, going back to our top story on the United States announcing new economic sanctions against Russia. Now, 10 Russian diplomats have also been expelled by Washington. Our correspondent Giles Gibson joins me now from Washington, D.C. Giles, tell us more about this latest move. Is there any evidence supporting it?
Well, the White House is saying that the U.S. intelligence community has a high level of confidence in attributing the SolarWinds cyber attack to Russia, but they haven't really explained how they actually arrived at that conclusion. They are also being, for the first time, very specific about who they're attributing this attack to. They say that the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, also known by its online alias of Cozy Bear, was behind this sweeping cyber attack. We're also hearing from US officials that this cyber attack had the ability to spy on or disrupt 16,000 computer systems worldwide, and we already knew that high-level government departments here in Washington, that's things like the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Treasury, were actually targeted in this cyber attack. So one of the reasons that the White House and US officials are being cautious about saying how they've come to this conclusion could be because those top-level US government systems are involved in this attack, so there are sensitive details behind that. Of course, as we know, Russia throughout this entire time has denied any involvement in the SolarWinds cyber attack, and even before the latest action by the Biden administration against Russia was announced, the Kremlin said that they would respond in kind.
All right, Giles, thank you. Giles Gibson in Washington. China's biosecurity law took effect today. It aims to safeguard national security from the risk of epidemics and a host of other threats. It was adopted last October in response to COVID-19. Wu Guoxiu has more.
The concept of biosecurity was not too familiar to the Chinese public before COVID-19 struck. China adopted its biosecurity law last October. The first risk it targets are the major emerging infectious diseases, including the prevention and control of epidemics from animals. But the law governs a wide range of activities beyond those triggered in response to COVID-19. It's aimed at maintaining national security.
The COVID-19 epidemic accelerated the adoption of the law, but the law also relates to issues like human genetic resources and biological resource security, the research, development, and application of biotechnology, bioterrorism attacks, and defense from the threat of biological weapons. It helps to build a national biosecurity system and to implement the holistic national security concept.
The law says China will establish 11 basic systems for biosecurity risk prevention and control. They include a risk monitoring and early warning system, one for information sharing, an emergency response system, and another for investigations and tracing. The country will also establish a national coordination mechanism for biosecurity work, combining the health, agriculture, science and technology, foreign affairs, and other departments of the State Council, as well as relevant military agencies.
I think the law is a global frontrunner. It puts together the traditional biosecurity factor that only targets genetically modified organisms and emerging biosecurity factors like preventing bioterrorism and bioweapons threats. A guiding, comprehensive, and systematic law like this is rarely seen in the world. In this sense, we are setting an example.
Individuals will be punished for fabricating or spreading false biosecurity information. Bringing alien plants or animals into China without approval is also banned. Companies engaged in industries like biotechnology, medicine, agriculture, and cosmetics are advised to pay special attention, especially when their activities involve pathogenic microbe labs and alien species. China's biosecurity law covers a wide range of fields and is highly technical. Any party that breaks the law could face a penalty of up to 10 million yuan or 10 times their illegal income and face criminal liability. With these strict rules, experts say the law encourages the healthy development of the biotechnology sector. Wu Guoxiu, CGTN, Beijing.
And thanks for watching. I'll see you on the link at the top of the hour.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
On today's World Insight, the U.S. climate diplomat John Kerry in China. What are the chances of climate action cooperation? And a possible icebreaker in Chile relations, what exactly does the U.S. business community expect from the Kerry visit? The chairman of the American Chamber of Commerce in China with answers.
It's necessary that both the U.S. and China come to the table and find ways to help each other.
Hello and welcome to World Insight. I'm Tian Wei in Beijing. The program is coming to you live from Beijing. We start today's program with the latest on U.S. climate representative John Kerry. In fact, he's the special envoy of the U.S. president. His visit to China. Kerry has arrived in Shanghai to meet with his Chinese counterpart Xie Zhenhua. The visit comes ahead of a high-profile climate change summit initiated by Washington later in April. The White House said China is also invited to the summit. U.S. President Joe Biden is expected to outline the U.S. goal of carbon emission reductions by the year 2030, targets under the Paris Climate Agreement. Meanwhile, China has pledged to have carbon emissions peak by 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality before 2060. So, how big is the potential for China-U.S. cooperation on climate action? For John Kerry's visits to China on climate in Beijing, Zhou Ji, CEO and President of Energy Foundation China. Also in Beijing, Zhang Jianyu, Chief Representative of Environmental Defense Fund, Beijing. And also in D.C., Jennifer Turner, Director of the China Environment Forum from the Woodrow Wilson Center. Such a lovely occasion to see all of you once again. It's been a while that we haven't talked about the climate change, and now I'm so glad it's back onto the priorities. Ms. Turner, good to see you. We haven't talked to each other for 2 years. What do you make of the latest visit by Mr. Kerry, Secretary Kerry?
Well, I think it's quite exciting. It's clearly a reboot of the climate relationship that has been on, I guess, shall we say, on snooze for the past 4 years, since the past administration was not interested in working on climate. So, I mean, I think it's quite encouraging, even though we're maybe you're not going to see huge progress overnight, because again, we're restarting the relationship after 4 years.
I hear the birds chirping in the background where you're standing. So I'm so glad that you are back onto the program. Let me go to you, Jianyu. Haven't seen you for quite some time. What do you make of the potential of this visit?
Yeah, but I've been following you with WeChat all the time. So glad to see you again.
Good to see you.
Same here. Very excited. Icebreaker. And also, I want to say that hopefully that the negotiation will not only lead to climate breakthroughs, but also is the beginning of a new era of U.S.-China relationship with regard to the bilateral.
Well, here's the thing, isn't it? That people say this could be the common ground. I mean, if this could not be, what will, right? Climate change is the challenge facing everyone. But on the other hand, there are real difficult issues between the two countries. When the environment has been sour and toxic, can the two, the special envoys from both sides be able to really work on the climate change issues? Mr. Zhou.
I think the two groups, I mean, Secretary John Kerry and Mr. Xie, they have known for many years already, and I take it for granted. I mean, the two teams, as old friends or old colleagues, they talk about climate change over 10 years. But now the situation, the political environment seem to be totally different from 10 years ago, even 7 years ago. But I think it's still possible for the two sides to reach some agreement if they just take their common ground for the human interests, I mean global safe climate.
I see. Well, I think your answer has more hope than the real necessary content that we're likely to see, but I'm sure we're going to talk about that. Jianyu, tell me more about what are likely to be the areas to be touched on by the two sides. After all, they've already have several rounds of discussions between Mr. Xie and Mr. Kerry. So this time is much more public because Mr. Kerry is making a trip to China. So what are likely to be some of the concrete issues on the table?
Well, I think both sides have been making moves, actions, statements with regard to their own ambition on climate change. China, since President Xi made the groundbreaking announcement on September the 22nd for China to achieve early peaking by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060, President Biden has been making climate change as a center issue of his campaign. And he immediately returned to the Paris Agreement on January the 5th. And right after he came back to the White House, and also has been making that as also a centerpiece of his rebuilding plan for the United States. But both sides also facing challenges on a range of the issues. But I think it's really time, and I think they really have common grounds that they can touch upon. But because the bottom line is, I think both sides recognize climate change is an existential threat.
Right.
That really, if we want to find a solution for that, we need to work together.
Ms. Turner, the U.S. committed to 2030, China committed to 2030, the U.S. committed to 2050, China committed to 2060. As the largest developed economies and emerging economies, certainly the two sides have real commitments. The next step is the roadmap and how they would correlate with one another, both in making a statement to the international community together and also in doing their own housework well. What do you see are some of the concrete issues on the table?
Well, I mean, in some ways, previous two speakers covered some of this, but I think that they are both going to be talking about, what their near-term, both countries are going to need to take faster action now to really be at the 2050 or 2060 goals. And I think that there could be the issue of, maybe also thinking about helping developing countries to lower their CO2 emissions. And I think with President Xi's, desire to green the Belt and Road Initiative, and President Obama talking about how foreign policy is climate policy, that you could really see some potential that, I don't know if it's direct collaboration, but coordination of helping to lower CO2 emissions in countries that are struggling right now to do that.
Cooperation in the third country or internationally together, that could be certainly a step forward. Let's take a look at details as to how much the two countries, China and the United States, are spending on clean energy.
Biden's $2.3 trillion infrastructure plan, if signed into law, would be one of America's largest federal efforts ever to stem its greenhouse gas emissions. The plan would see the U.S. invest $35 billion into clean technologies and spend $174 billion on overhauling the country's electric vehicles market. But that still pales in comparison to what China has spent on clean energy research and development in recent years. China's R&D spending climbed 10.3% to $378 billion in 2020, outpacing the U.S., according to China's National Bureau of Statistics.
Now, there are several issues that probably has to be defined well before the two envoys can really make strides forward. One is the issue about technology and security. Jianyu, national security has been used as a buzzword, especially by the United States, I think. So, well, there are different arguments from the other side, though, that it's too much of it, exaggerations of it, using it as a buzzword rather than know the real interpretation of it, has harmed the relationship, and so will be in the environmental protection area. After all, many of the technologies could be dual. Tell me more about how is this likely to have an impact on the overall process?
Well, I think people have been making buzz with regard to transfer the technologies, but I think we need to remember that technology transfer itself was built into as one of the core pillars for global climate cooperation.
Indeed.
Into all the climate agreements, including the most recent one, the Paris Agreement.
Yeah.
So the developed nations has an obligation to transfer the technologies to help the developing countries to take care of their existing situation so that they can move forward. Look at what China has been doing with regard to the Belt and Road, the Green the Belt and Road Initiative. China has been one of the largest builders of the renewable technologies into the other developing countries. So I agree with the previous speaker that I think the two sides, instead of looking just at each other under the microscope, they should really try to touch on new ground to work together. And one of those areas is to work together in the third country and help to green them. And technology transfer could be one part of it.
Jennifer, keep on nodding her head. I saw it already. Jennifer, you want to come in on that?
Yeah, well, I think, too, that also when we think about technology, I want you to think beyond solar panels and wind turbines.
Right.
One area that was, for many years, particularly under Obama administration, fruitful, cooperation on energy-efficient buildings. It still continues today between the U.S. and China about low-cost, no-cost options to make buildings more energy efficient. I mean, they're the big footprint of our energy and carbon in both countries. That kind of area should also be considered. I mean, managing demand, reducing demand, and as these developing countries are building their buildings, they wanted, like following China's path now, China is also working on making more energy efficient buildings. And so that's another kind of sector to look at. Just wanted to interject that because I think don't just think about wind turbines and solar panels.
I've been having really some time that I haven't heard much positive interactions between the Chinese and American side. I mean, both are friendly, very intellectual exchanges, but not necessarily, that one would build on the points of the other and have a real interaction of improvement of points. This is the very first time, shall I say, in quite some time over the past year that I have hosted a discussion like this, which means, I guess, once the real issue discussion starts, we could always find common ground. Well, who am I to say that? I guess, Xi, you are better in knowledge to say what is the nature of this likely discussion between the two envoys and likely the momentum they lead the two groups and the two countries to. Mr. Zhou.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
I want to point out that, my other two...
Okay, so I think now the two envoys, they met together to discuss real common interest issues, climate change, and also to front the way for the two sides to cooperate for multilateral issues and bilateral issues, including ambition, pathway, specific technology, finance, very broad issue there. But one thing, they need to be very careful, to avoid some negative impact on their talk by some negative forces. They are not necessarily useful for the on-the-ground cooperation.
This is a great point. I was thinking just how the two gentlemen have to work, how hard they have to work, because this is not an issue that is purely about climate change. This is really climate change, but really about politics. And they have to report to their home turf, to their own constituencies, to the public opinions, to the politicians at home. This is a gigantic, I would say, a project that these two gentlemen shoulder. Jennifer.
Well, yes and no. I mean, keep in mind that U.S.-China energy, climate, and clean energy cooperation is kind of built into the DNA of our relationship. I mean, not just under the Obama administration, but there has been a lot of collaboration, and not just at the gov to gov level, but NGOs, foundations. We have the Energy Foundation here on the panel. Universities, they have continued to cooperate and do work, and so I think, and that's been also a very important foundation when it comes to the bilateral relationship. Because again, talking about the political level, but the boots on the ground, that has been happening with scientists, NGOs, researchers, foundations. So I think that, I mean, again, I am a more glass half full kind of person, but I've been sitting and have a front row seat for 21 years here at the Wilson Center, and I've seen this as it has really been, think of it as science or climate or environmental diplomacy, that when the relationship is going up and down, which it always does and it always will between our two countries, but climate and energy relationships, conversations have just continued. So I think it actually has more of a stabilizing effect.
Mr. Zhang.
Potential.
Well, I couldn't agree with that more. Really, myself is really blessed by U.S.-China environmental collaboration dated back to 20 years ago, when then Premier Zhongji traveled to the United States and signed the first U.S.-China bilateral dedicated environmental collaboration. But Tianwei, for your point, I also want to say that Eisenhower used to say, if you really want to solve a problem, make it bigger. So maybe right now is the opportunity, for the two countries to recognize the common ground through solving the climate crisis, which is an existential threat. Then we open the new doors and avenues for other areas of collaboration.
Yeah, another issue is about the timetable. China has already committed to 2060 when going carbon neutrality. That is a huge commitment, because one has to recognize it's only 30 years after carbon zero that China goes there. Of course, for the other developed economies, it's 2050. Well, it's understandable, as the industrial age of the developed economies have been going through for decades, if not longer. So, but there is debate about that, about the timetable. How important it is, Mr. Zhou, that we are not blocked, by empty debates like this, but rather focusing on the real issues every step of the way, the roadmap, the implementation, the mutual checks on each other, and also mutual support on each other, Mr. Zhou.
Yeah, sure. In fact, that's a matter of how to design the time frame. Over 30 to 40 years. So from the perspective of history, the time given to China is much shorter than the one to developed countries in the history. Normally, developed countries spend over 40, even 50 years to reach neutrality after peaking. And while China only had around 30 years. And that's a matter of innovative development pathway. So that means we need to find some way ahead, totally different from the one developed countries experienced. And then we need to design the milestone over time, and also to see what technology, or technological roadmap should apply to, and then how to invest in those technologies, how to finance them, and what policies and the institutional arrangement should be made. So this is a, long-term design, but starting from now.
Mr. Zhang, I understand that China has already begun this process, trying to come up with the specific roadmaps and specific marks to be met and implemented. What is the latest process so far?
Well, my understanding is that after the groundbreaking announcement on September the 22nd, not only President Xi has been making statements worldwide, by our account 7 occasions, but there have been 3 important really milestones in the domestic policy making. One is December the 18th last year, the Central Committee's economic planning meeting. Then in March, in the 14th five-year plan, that the early peaking plan was highlighted, and then it was re-emphasized again in the party's economic meeting on March the 15th. So I think a really significant effort has gone into the making of this early making plan, not only at the national level, but start to get distilled into the provincial and also at the sectorial levels.
Right.
I think we have every confidence that a master plan, a detailed implementation plan will be rolled out soon to guide China from now on to 2030 to achieve this early peaking.
We have 1.5 minutes left for Jennifer. Tell me more about your assessment of China's latest development, and what about the U.S.? Do you have a specific plan? Do you have specific marks that the others could also check whether U.S. has been doing its job?
Well, I think that, we have transparency here on what and measuring on what our CO2 emissions have been. And I think that next week when the Biden-Harris administration announce what our goals are going to be, for the roadmap, I think that is going to be announced next week. But I want to interject something a little different here, that just because you've been talking about the formal talks, but let's talk about when Xi Jinping, when he made the announcement last year that China is going to move away from internal combustion engines and really promote electric vehicles. And you've seen them on Chinese streets. That was a global game changer, right? All around the world now, the automobile industries are pivoting. You're seeing countries investing in it. And so I just wanted to kind of interject that while we have these formal climate talks, there's actions that in this case China and the U.S. as well, that when our two countries, when each of them make decisions like this, it has kind of, shall we say, positive ripple effects, and and maybe starting off kind of like a race to the top on clean electric vehicles. So I just wanted to add that in here.
Of course, there is very important balance to be kept. One is about the green development. The other is we don't want to greenwash either. But how to keep that balance, that's a very important question. Another thing is geopolitics and also different approaches to green development. Well, the U.S. is having on April the 22nd and 23rd a global climate change conference. China, Germany, and France are also going to have their own conferences before that later this week. We're going to see all the latest and exciting developments, certainly from different perspectives. Thank you so much, the three of you. It's finally to see you again. Zhang Jianyu, Jennifer Turner, Zhou Ji, good to see you. Have a great evening and have a great day. Thank you. And you're watching World Insight. Still to come on the program. A possible icebreaker in Chile relations? What exactly does the U.S. business community expect from John Kerry's visit? The chairman of the American Chamber of Commerce in China with answers next.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference.
The world is changing fast, taking all our lives with it. But we can change it too, by seeking answers to problems through discussions and debates. On World Insight, I ask direct questions to real people in the know, seek genuine answers, but respect diverse perspectives. Our live global debates tackle the most critical issues head-on. World Insight with Tian Wei go beyond the headlines.
You're watching breaking news on CGTN.
Welcome to the world today on CGTN.
Welcome back. You're still watching World Insight with me, Tian Wei. John Kerry's visit is the first official trip to China by a ranking Biden administration official less than a month after the Anchorage meeting. The visit follows the release of the U.S. annual intelligence report on Tuesday that said, quote, China's effort to expand its growing influence represents one of the largest threats to the United States, end of quote. And of course, China disputes that. So despite the dire warning, could climate action be an icebreaker for frosty relations between China and the United States? What does the business community expect from Kerry's trip on that? I visited the office of American Chamber of Commerce in China and talked to the chairman, Greg Gilligan. Here's our conversation. Mr. Gilligan, good to see you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Busy springtime. Secretary Kerry, who is now the special envoy for climate change, representing the president, is in China this week. Now, from the business perspective, how much expectation do you have for this trip?
We're very glad that Secretary Kerry is here in his new role as special envoy, because to address common concerns for environmental protection is something that is less controversial than many other issues in the U.S.-China relationship. So we kind of look at it almost as an icebreaker event that will allow the two sides perhaps to find some commonality and ways to move forward together. Naturally, it's important for the entire globe because the U.S. and China are the two largest emitters of carbon dioxide in the world. So for the world to address environmental protection, it's necessary that both the U.S. and China come to the table and find ways to help each other.
Though there are a lot of details, devils are in the details. So, Mr. Gilligan, some say probably now these days narratives is even more important than the content. What do you say?
I think that as long as governments allow enterprise to engage, that we can help to provide solutions.
Like what?
Well, carbon neutrality, you mentioned a moment ago. And enterprise are already actively planning on how to improve carbon neutrality measures in their own business. We would maybe then go take it a step further and suggest how governments can appropriately regulate those efforts.
At this point, we know it takes both sides to tango, but at the same time, it takes both sides to have the courage and wisdom to take the first steps of their own. Now, do you see that is happening, or Washington will have to wait until Beijing takes all the first steps before Washington do anything because of the so-called toxic political environment back at home?
I think both sides are taking steps. We recently saw senior officials with a meeting just a few weeks ago. And
which
now,
is quite a drama.
Yeah, there were some theatrics, but you know, both countries have domestic politics and they play to them. And then behind closed doors, you know, perhaps there were some other things that allowed the meeting that's occurring these few days to happen. So this is a step forward, just weeks after the drama that we saw on the news cycles of that time. So I think there's plenty of reason to remain optimistic and to seek these commonalities.
How much do you think views, thoughts, ideas, suggestions from the business communities are being heard by the two governments? Let's just say AmCham's ideas and suggestions toward the U.S. government.
Well, we have a very active outreach program. Previously, we used to call it the door knock. We used to go once a year or maybe twice to Washington, D.C. We would visit Capitol Hill, the White House, the administration, think tanks, the academic policy community, etc. Now, because of the COVID reality, we've moved it all online, which is to say that we can bring more people to the conversation, and the conversation can be longer and it's easier to schedule. As such, we're getting, I would say, warm welcomes from U.S. government in setting up these discussions. And we're going to take those, and we're also going to share our talking points and some of the issues and things that we identify with the China government. So I think that the U.S. government is receptive, but it is true that the atmosphere has changed. I don't mean to paint too rosy a picture. Things are challenging in the U.S.-China relationship, as bad as they've been in decades. So it's even more important now, like it was 50 years ago with ping-pong diplomacy, for us to remain engaged, stay in these conversations, and try to find a way forward.
I understand recently there are at least 2 meetings being arranged. One is by the NDRC, which is an important government entity of China, on the planning and also implementation of the planning, between them and also the representative from the U.S. business community, as well as a encountering online between the Chinese premier and the European and American business communities. Mr. Gilligan, how do you think these kind of interactions could help?
We provide very similar recommendations, or the expression of the hope of American business in China, and that is, help us find the way to remain compliant and do business that meets national security and law enforcement expectations, but then keeps as broad as possible the commercial lane. We don't want broad definitions of those previous things to narrow what could appropriately be commercial opportunity. What we also say to both sides is that there should be equality of opportunity. If one country can go and invest and take advantage of market opportunities in their counterpart country, those opportunities should exist for the other side as well. And so there should be more equanimity in that relationship. And so we certainly champion and applaud, but look for additional reform and opening here in China. And this applies to both sides as well, we also look for clarity of regulation and consistency in its implementation. It's tough for business to operate in an opaque environment. We need to know how to comply, and we need to know where we can expand on commercial opportunity.
Are you hearing positive response from both sides?
To be frank, I would say that the U.S., the new administration, has shown much open-mindedness, but they're also very new in this term that just began on January 20. So it's going to take time for us and them to get deeper into conversation. I would like to give credit to China government for lots of opportunity to engage at a high level. You mentioned a few of the meetings with the NDRC and the Premier and others, and I have been in and anticipate being in future very high-level discussions as well to continue to reflect the needs of American business here. We believe that we are the ballast in the relationship, and we want to continue to be that stabilizing force that helps the two countries to be able to sort of take a step back and work on the other issues.
Talking about timing, you specifically mentioned this is the very beginning of this new administration. It's very understandable. And if we
think about things in the other shoes. That would be the best way to communicate, isn't it? But on the other hand, there is an urgency about China-U.S. relations, about the right strategy being applied, not many steps that are toward going to the opposite direction of having a constructive relationship. Even though, Mr. Gilligan, from this part of the world, some look at it as negative. For example, using human rights treatment, punishment toward individuals, and now it's becoming reciprocal. And also, for example, of punishing and listing the so-called supercomputer institutes of China's and put them on the blacklist. None of these are very constructive from this part of the world as believed. So, and we haven't seen much positive ones. Should people have much confidence about what Washington is doing, especially this new administration? Or are we going to see much more hostile reality than the earlier rosy, shall we say, expectations many will at least love to have compared to the earlier administration? This is a loaded question, but I just want to set the stage for you, sir.
First of all, I think people and our two societies should have confidence in each other that we have managed a challenging relationship over many years now.
Indeed.
50 years ago, with the implementation of ping-pong diplomacy, we found a way to break the ice. Now, the ice has become thick again at this point in time, but there's no reason that we can't have confidence to once again find the way forward. So the use of entity lists or blacklists by both sides, the criticism by both sides of each other's human rights records, all those things accrue to politics, which we as a Chamber of Commerce studiously avoid. We are acutely aware of the geopolitical implications of what happens, mostly so that we can stay out of them. Because we're not equipped to deal with those issues, we are equipped to follow clear guidelines by government on how we should conduct our business in an ethical way that contributes to society. So, in that though, I would say that recently there have been some positive examples where some companies, and I can't name them, I don't want to call anybody out in particular, but some companies that have been identified and put on these lists have also gone through a process that then released them to allow greater commercial opportunity. So it's not all that everybody that goes on that list is just lost into, you know, sort of the black hole of having been named. Some of them are actually subject to additional scrutiny that they then pass and move forward with their businesses.
The latest news about the cotton thing, that has been such a big debate. But that put us to a second thought about the global supply chain. We thought it was earlier only about high technology, but this time it could apply to everything.
Quite frankly, I think that we are having challenges recognizing and accommodating very different ideologies in the way that the U.S. and China approach society and governance. I would like to remind everyone, though, that these ideologies were not different at the beginning of U.S.-China diplomatic relations.
Even more, probably.
Indeed. And at that time, there was a recognition of the differences, but an idea that we would find a way forward recognizing those differences. So now there's more, it seems to be more of an expectation that the other side yield to the ideology of the other, and frankly, that's not going to happen. We should get beyond that. We should get back to the way we started this very productive, beneficial relationship.
If you listen to the new administration's latest remarks, there has been a combination of words, such as partnership, such as competition, such as rivalry, all are being mentioned. And therefore, it's blurred as to which apply to which, at what circumstances, and what time. Shouldn't the two sides have this emergency of defining what exactly is the nature of this relationship?
I think about this in the context of what I call the 4 C's. ABC, C. And so one is conflict, which we all need to avoid at all costs. The other is confrontation, which frankly is going to happen and perhaps should happen as we disagree with the very different actions of the other side. Then there is competition, which I think is a great thing, and we should embrace competition.
As long as they're fair in both sides.
Absolutely, indeed. It needs to be equitable in terms of the rules of the competition. And then there is cooperation. So what's necessary is for us not to, I would say, avoid all these things with the exception of conflict, but to recognize that they're out there and then define each one. What are the things that are likely to be in those categories? So where are those areas where we're likely to confront each other? Because frankly, those have been a part of the diplomatic relations for so many decades. Mm-hmm. Some of them disappeared in the previous 4-year administration, and now they've reappeared, and so everyone's like, oh, wait, why are we talking about these issues? Well, we've been talking about them for so many decades now. Let's just get used to it, that that's a part of international diplomacy. Then competition should be embraced because both sides have very vibrant economies, continental economies that will support innovation, research and development, and growth for the people of both countries. And then cooperation in areas like we talked about public health and protection of the environment, in things like the governance of global monetary policy to the benefit of the global economy. There's so many areas where we can cooperate. Now, I think there's also an exceptional opportunity, as China's done exceptionally well economically, managing through the COVID-19 crisis, but also in going forward with a sort of a new 5-year plan and other things about the economy. The U.S. economic situation is also quite bright. There is
for this year
significant growth happening,
rate, yeah.
Greater growth predicted, and will likely be the case for the next few years, especially if one thinks about whatever size of the infrastructure package that comes into play. The same way that China drove tremendous growth for decades with infrastructure investment, that's going to happen with reinvestment in infrastructure in the United States. So when we embrace competition, we can do so from a position of confidence that each of us has exceptional domestic opportunities, but then also more opportunity together. There needs to be an abandonment of the zero-sum mentality that I only win when you lose. It needs to be, let's make the pie bigger and find ways to share it.
Let's make the pie bigger and find ways to share it. That is, according to the chairman of the American Chamber of Commerce in China, Greg Gilligan. That's all the time we have for today. If you'd like to see more, search World Insight or check out our YouTube channel. Follow us on Twitter and Facebook. I'm Tian Wei. On behalf of the team, thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Hello there, you're watching The Link, coming to you live from 3 continents. I'm Kasturi Manikam in Beijing, where it's 11 p.m. U.S. climate envoy John Kerry is in Shanghai for talks on tackling global warming.
It's 4 p.m. here in London. I'm Jamie Owen. Tensions rise as Russia increases its military presence along the Ukraine border.
And I'm Hannah Vivian in Nairobi, where it is 6 p.m. Securing COVID-19 vaccines has been challenging for many African countries, but Malawi now has to destroy thousands of donated doses, having reached their expiry date, mainly due to inoculation reluctance.
But first, the United States has issued a range of sanctions against Russia and expelled diplomatic personnel from Russia's mission in Washington, D.C. The White House says the sanctions are meant to target the Russian economy for interfering in last year's election and for launching cyber attacks. It says the move will affect individuals and private companies. The announcement comes just days after a phone call between the leaders of the two countries. The Kremlin says it will soon respond and has summoned Washington's ambassador in Moscow. We'll be speaking to our correspondent a bit later on in the show and bring you more details to this developing story. The United States climate representative John Kerry is in Shanghai for 3 days of talks with his Chinese counterpart Xie Chenhua and other officials. It's the first visit by an official under the Biden administration. The trip comes ahead of Biden's virtual climate summit scheduled for April 22nd to 23rd around Earth Day. The White House says 40 world leaders have been invited to the event, which is expected to unveil new targets for greenhouse gas emissions. Chu Mengqi reports from Shanghai.
It's very likely that the two sides do not have the same expectations for this meeting, especially after the dramatic shouting match between the two sides last month in Alaska. Now, China, for its part, has not released much information regarding this meeting, but the U.S., on the other hand, has been quite outspoken about their goals for this meeting. Mr. Kerry, ahead of his trip to Shanghai, said during an interview with the Wall Street Journal that they are talking to China about talking, and they obviously need China at the table for this virtual summit. China has yet to confirm its participation at the summit. And Mr. Kerry also said it was perhaps a more tricky narrative that he said his team is committed to finding ways to force China to be accountable for its pledges, the pledges it's made on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And he's also cast doubt on whether China's targets on, for the emissions are sufficiently aggressive. Now, that could be a potentially contentious point, as China has already increased its nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement, and its goal of reaching net zero carbon dioxide emissions by 2060 or carbon neutrality by 2060 is already 5 to 10 years ahead of the timeline prescribed by the international agreement. So even though China has said openly that it is willing to cooperate with the U.S. on climate matters, whether or not it will accept the U.S. asserting itself as a supervisor is probably going to be another story.
Earlier, we spoke to Shen Yiyang, senior energy consultant for the Asian Development Bank. He says China and the United States need to work together in the fight against climate change, and that John Kerry's visit is a positive sign.
Well, I think for both countries, climate change is an important issue. Both governments also consider this issue very seriously. These two countries are the largest emitter of the world. Therefore, future, if we want this solution can be effective, then these two countries have to be cooperative. In addition, China's new strategy is so-called high-quality development. And Biden administration also have big budget spending on infrastructure and also climate change, renewable energy, and so on. So talking about the global value chain of this new area, the two countries have to cooperate.
Now let's get more on Europe's climate agenda. Jamie?
Gaz, the United States isn't the only country holding climate change talks with Beijing. On Friday, China's President Xi Jinping will discuss global warming at a virtual meeting with the French President Emmanuel Macron and German Chancellor Angela Merkel. Dr. Ken Addison is a climate scientist at Oxford University. I asked him how Europe's climate change agenda differs from the United States.
So very recently, considerably, Donald Trump pulled the United States out of the 2015 Paris Accord, and that created a great deal of resentment in Europe.
I wonder, how are these China meetings likely to play into the COP talks in Britain in November?
Well, they're a very important precursor. Joe Biden announced that he would rejoin the Paris Accord on the first day after he was inaugurated, and as well as the COP26 in November, there is also a summit in, I think, June, with major leaders from the G7 and other countries, including China. So this is a very good precursor to that, and hopefully will establish a rapprochement between China and the United States.
Why is Europe experiencing warmer spring weather followed by cold snaps, and is it in any way related to climate change?
We can't say that it is specifically related to climate change. There is what we call natural variability in global climate. However, virtually all of the world's scientists are convinced that we now have anthropogenic or human-driven climate change, and that destabilizes normal weather patterns. So if you put this in that context of changing seasons and changing weather types, it fits the bill for being part of what we expect with global climate change.
Foreign ministers from a number of countries neighbouring Russia have condemned its military escalation in Ukraine and have urged Moscow to ease tensions and return to negotiations. The United States and NATO allies have also condemned the build-up of Russian troops and demanded Russia withdraw. Well, let's talk to our correspondent Tony Waterman following the story for us in Brussels. Tony, so which countries are supporting Ukraine and how significant is this?
Well, Jamie, the latest countries to join the solidarity line are the Baltic countries, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. Their foreign ministers made a joint trip to Kiev today in a show of solidarity. The Latvian foreign minister saying that Ukraine is not alone in this situation, that it has friends that will support it. And we heard this mantra that we've been hearing over the last couple of days from a lot of different corners, calling on Russia to immediately de-escalate the tensions in the region. The Ukrainian foreign minister, during a joint press conference, accused Russia of openly threatening Kiev with war and destruction. He said that the red line for Ukraine is its border, that if Russia crosses this red line, that there will be a painful consequence to that action. From Russia's side of things, they have defended themselves. They say that this is in response to a buildup of troops along its borders, NATO troops, American troops, and that it is responding to provocations in this region. But as each country, you talked about the NATO countries coming on, the United States, now we have the Baltic countries, as each one joins in this solidarity line, the walls close in a little bit on the Kremlin. The question now is, what will it do?
Well, with calls for de-escalation, are we any closer to some kind of solution?
Well, in a bid to diffuse some of these tensions, Washington has reportedly called off 2 warships that were headed to the Black Sea. They were meant to arrive there today. So this is something that could start to diffuse some of those tensions. U.S. President Joe Biden, of course, had that phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin earlier this week. He floated the idea of a summit so that they could hash out this issue. Of course, this gets a bit complicated now that the U.S. has unleashed a raft of very tough new sanctions against Moscow, and the Kremlin has said as much, that it will complicate that effort. In terms of an immediate solution, that seems highly unlikely. We've seen military activities and drills taking place in this region. Pro-Russian rebels are reporting that a civilian has now been killed today in the Donetsk region. So the tensions remain very high at the moment. We had NATO allies and the U.S.'s top diplomats in Brussels earlier this week trying to form a united front in this matter. But in terms of that immediate solution, it seems unlikely at this point.
Tony Waterman in Brussels, thank you very much. Iran and international powers have resumed talks to try to revive the 2015 nuclear deal. President Biden says he wants the United States to return to the landmark agreement, but Iran has warned it'll stop negotiating if the United States fails to lift sanctions. Tehran's decision to ramp up uranium enrichment has cast something of a shadow over the discussions in Vienna. Let's talk to our correspondent, Naweed Jabarkal, who's outside Iran's embassy in London. Naweed, what's the latest you have for us there?
Yeah, some confusion about whether these talks were going to go ahead, Jamie. They have gotten underway in the Austrian capital. And what was a positive start last week has turned very different, the mood, if you like, after that attack on Sunday at the Natanz facility, a major nuclear facility in Iran. Iran is pointing the finger squarely at Israel, and Israel has neither taken responsibility for it nor denied it either. But what it's done has galvanized the Iranians to say in response they're going to ramp up their uranium enrichment to 60%. That's up from about 20% at the moment. And if you think back to the nuclear deal that was struck in 2015, what they're trying to salvage here, that's only stipulated 3.67%. So it gives you the sense of scale here. 90% is what experts believe you'd need for a nuclear weapon. So it's not quite there yet, something that Iran says it's never intended to do. But really what this attack has done is cast some shadows, as you say, over those negotiations. There are other players here. The US has come out saying it didn't have any involvement in that attack, according to Jen Psaki, President Biden's press secretary. But what it has done is caught these other players in the middle as well, who are now trying to shuttle between the two sides as these talks get back underway to try and bring the US and Iran into direct negotiations before a possible agreement is reached. Jamie.
And that attack on the Natanz nuclear facility a few days ago won't make these talks any easier, will it?
No, certainly not, particularly not for the other signatories in the deal. As I mentioned, the US has ruled out its direct involvement in the attack. The Iranians are pointing the finger at Israel. But what you've got is the other players, the likes of the UK here, France and Germany. They joined the US in saying they had grave concerns, is what they called it, after the decision by Iran to ramp up its uranium enrichment. On the other hand, Iran says it's entitled to do this, insisting that it's sticking to its side of the deal, as it has done before Donald Trump pulled out of the original accord in 2018. So what you've got now is essentially the others trying to de-escalate the situation. China's representative at the talks, Wang Chun, he's China's ambassador to the IAEA, that's the UN's atomic watchdog. He's come out in the past hour or so saying, quote, "We should do away with all disruptive factors, moving forward as swiftly as we can on the work of negotiations, zeroing in on sanctions lifting." And that's where the focus is, attempting to shift back today on de-escalation and getting these talks for the nuclear deal back on track.
Naweed Jabarkal at Iran's embassy in London, thank you very much. And that's all from me here in London. I'll be back at the top of the hour for Global Business Europe. Next here on The Link, more international news stories from around the world. That's after this short break.
Now, going back to our developing news coming out of the United States, Washington has announced a broad set of new sanctions against Russia. Now, for more on this, let's bring in our correspondent, John Terran, live in New York. John, what's behind this latest move?
Hello there, Gaz. Well, this news is literally just breaking within the last couple of hours here on Thursday morning in New York City. And it does appear in many ways as if President Biden is acting more Trumpian than President Trump did when he was actually in office. And if you look, there's been no move to undelist those Chinese companies that have been delisted at the stock exchange. You look at the trade talks, they were tetchy when they happened in Alaska, although I don't think much was expected to come out of the first round. Now he is pulling out of Afghanistan by September the 11th of this year, and now, today, imposing sanctions on the Russian Federation. And it is for, we are told, the SolarWinds hack. Now, the SolarWinds hack happened during the last U.S. presidential election. It happened to a company based in Austin, in Texas, in the south of the country, which is called SolarWinds. But it spread to all sorts of U.S. government institutions and all sorts of US corporations, including Microsoft. And the Russian Overseas Secret Service is blamed by the US administration for the hack. Also, these sanctions, we're told, are for the illegal annexation, as Washington sees it, of Crimea. And of course, that's something that happened when President Biden was in office and Joe Biden was the then vice president. Also for various human rights abuses, we're told, by which I assume they're referring to Alexei Navalny, who is the Putin opponent, who's presently in jail in Russia. Now, the Russians are very angry about this, and we are told that the US ambassador to Moscow has been called into the Kremlin, or very soon will be, where I think if, past experience dictates, he's going to be given a very hard time by the Russians for what they will see as a major injustice. Gas?
Now, John, so tell us more about these sanctions and exactly who's targeted.
Well, it's early days, but according to the White House website, there are 36 firms and individuals who are being targeted for sanctions, including the Russian Treasury. Now, this, I think, is what has really got the Russians very angry, because the Americans are going after their sovereign wealth fund and also the ability to buy Russian bonds, the issuance of bonds. Now, I understand that if a US company or a US individual already owns a Russian government bond, well, that can stand, but there'll be no buying of any new ones. And then what is catching a lot of attention here is that on top of all of this, 10 officials from what Washington describes as Russia's mission to the United States are being sent home. Now, I assume that that means some from the Washington embassy and from the actual mission to the United Nations, which is here on East 67th Street. And we're told that the 10 who will be going home are members of the SVR, which is the Russian Overseas Intelligence Services. Now, all of this follows a telephone call earlier this week, which we're told was awkward, between President Biden and President Putin. And it begs the question, will there be any retaliation? Well, not so far, but there may well be. It has to be said that as diplomatic retaliations go, or diplomatic punishments go, which this is at the moment, it is fairly low level. I mean, 10 Russians going home is really not that many, and although it's made the Russians very angry, I think the Americans could have done a lot more if they wanted to. Of course, what makes this all very difficult at the moment is the build-up of Russian troops on the border with Ukraine, so that adds an element of danger that might otherwise be missing from this kind of diplomatic spat, which, as you know, happens from time to time between countries. Gas?
All right, John, thank you. John Terrett, live in New York. Now, Russia has responded to the new U.S. sanctions. Julia Chapman has more.
There has indeed been already from Russian officials a lot of condemnation about these new sanctions issued today by the United States presidential administration. We've heard from the Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova, who called them a hostile act. Earlier today, in anticipation of these sanctions, the Kremlin condemned them and called them illegal. And many Russian officials say this won't help any improvements going forward in the very tense relationship between Russia and the U.S. Of course, this all comes amid allegations from the U.S. of Russian hacking, of Russian interference in the 2020 presidential election campaign, and also of carrying out the biggest hack, one of the biggest hacks in history, the SolarWinds hacks, which allegedly targeted government agencies in an intelligence gathering operation. For the first time, the U.S. administration has pointed the finger specifically at the Russian Foreign Intelligence Agency. Previously, it had just referred to Russian actors. So these sanctions are being interpreted as a very strong move from the U.S. and are being condemned widely here in Russia. And it comes, of course, just 2 days after Presidents Vladimir Putin and Joe Biden spoke on the phone and discussed a possible summit. But now the Kremlin says that's looking less likely in the light of these new sanctions.
The United States says it vows to maintain a lasting partnership with Afghanistan after its planned military withdrawal from the country. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is in Kabul as a show of support.
I'm here to demonstrate our ongoing commitment to the Islamic Republic, to the people of Afghanistan. And we have a partnership that is changing but enduring. And as as we've been discussing. As the President has said, we have a new chapter, but it's a new chapter that we're writing together.
Blinken also says that the U.S. will intensify diplomatic efforts and continue its humanitarian support. His trip comes a day after President Joe Biden announced a full pullout of American troops from Afghanistan by September the 11th. The U.S. originally agreed to withdraw all its soldiers by next month. It says the over 4-month delay is due to logistics. September the 11th will mark 20 years since al-Qaeda's attacks on the United States. Afghan officials say they respect the decision. The United States has released its 2021 Annual Threat Assessment Report, which is warning of a diverse array of global threats. The 27-page document summarizes a collective view of 18 American intelligence agencies. The report specifies China, Russia, Iran, and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea as main challenges to U.S. interests in various fields and at varying levels. According to the report, transnational crimes, cyber attacks, terrorist plots, and domestic violent extremism pose continued threats. Now let's discuss this report with current affairs commentator Aina Tangan. Thank you, Aina, for joining us. Now first, what's your overall assessment of the report?
Well, if Donald Trump was post-truth, I think that Biden will be known for post-hypocrisy. They signal out that China's global push for power is the greatest threat to the U.S. The irony there and the hypocrisy being that the U.S. is intent on maintaining its grip on global power, and that is really what is behind this report.
So Aina, you mentioned China, so pretty strong statements on China. Is this helpful at all if the U.S. is sincere about mending ties with China?
Well, it doesn't appear to be sincere. Biden has this tendency to believe in this kind of nostalgia. He wants to go back to times that really didn't exist, except perhaps in his sense of things. The U.S. at the head of the table, guiding the world, making unilateral decisions. For instance, right now they're sailing freedom of navigation vessels through Indian waters when they're at the same time trying to get India to be a doorstop to China's expansion. It just does not seem to have a clear, coherent strategy or follow-through. Maybe these are just testing points, but at this juncture, it's as if your neighbor, powerful neighbor, came into your house, threw bricks through your windows, threatened to burn down your house, and then shows up, politely knocks at the door and says, we have to get together and do something important about the neighborhood. This environment is killing us. It's a very, very strange juxtaposition of different ideas and things. How can China be a really bad guy, but you want them to be a good guy in terms of environment? China has shown consistently that it is able to deal with its issues. And I think the real issue here is that China has been successful for the last 30 years, and that has not been the case in the U.S.
All right, Aina, thank you for those perspectives. Africa lags behind most of the other regions in COVID-19 vaccinations, as many people are reluctant to get vaccinated. Hannah, you've more on this.
That's right, Gus. As you've mentioned, most of the countries in Africa are relying on support from development partners and international initiatives to secure their doses of COVID-19 vaccines. But challenges still exist in sustaining the uptake of such doses. In southern Africa, Malawi will now have to destroy about 16,000 coronavirus vaccines. Officials there say the AstraZeneca doses are about to expire due to reluctance among citizens to take the shot. The doses were among the 102,000 donated by the African Union last month. So far, half of the 530,000 vaccines from donors have been administered. Coronavirus infections in Malawi have been relatively low, but there have been reports of a surge since the beginning of April. Well, many people on the African continent have resorted to self-medication to treat COVID-19 symptoms. Most prefer using concoctions made from ginger and garlic with a combination of antibiotics to treat infection. But as CGTN's Inox Secolia reports, some seem to have found out the hard way that the remedies and drugs being sold over the counter could worsen their condition.
In the outskirts of Kenya's capital, Nairobi, Emmanuel Atamba and his wife, Mercy Atamba, are tending to their small garden farm. A venture they started days after recovering from COVID-19.
What we went through was really terrible. It was very scary.
Their experience with the coronavirus began after they started exhibiting COVID-19 symptoms. Subsequent laboratory tests only confirmed their fears.
And we went into treatment, the whole house. Of course, the kids were also showing symptoms. But the basic medication, of course, what they say, you take the ginger, lemon, garlic, and turmeric. That is really what really helped us a lot in the initial phase. We were also given immune boosters.
Placed under home-based care, Atamba relied on recommendations from recovered patients. One drug was heavily mentioned, azithromycin.
When I went to the doctor, I asked what I can use. They also recommended the same, and they said if you have chest pains, you use azithromycin. But of course, there was really not much information exactly about how to use the drug, how much of the drugs to use. It was just one tablet per day, but not clear for how many days.
This nearly cost the life of his wife after 10 days of drug taking.
She started feeling weak, she had a headache, she became dizzy, and she was really struggling to breathe. And it was very scary because we opened the windows and it couldn't work. We went outside with her, sat outside with her, it still could not work.
Atamba decided to rush his wife to hospital. He feared that COVID-19 may have damaged his wife's lungs. But he will come to learn that her problem was not caused by COVID-19, but the drug that she used. She was simply showing symptoms of azithromycin overdose.
And he asked me, had she finished the dose? And then I was surprised because I didn't even know there was a dose.
Azithromycin is a 3-day dosage drug supposed to be administered by a qualified physician, but the family had bought theirs over the counter at a local chemist. Experts say self-medication is a practice that is on an upward trend on the African continent, especially during the pandemic. The Kenya Pharmacy and Poisons Board says self-medication is leading many not to having proper medical advice when needed. And some practitioners warn that self-medication could create a bigger problem in the future.
We are having a situation where diseases that could be treated by simple antibiotics, the antibiotics no longer work.
Doctors in Africa say a majority of COVID-19 patients placed under home-based care usually opt for self-medication once they exhibit flu-like symptoms, only to have their conditions worsen.
COVID-19 is a virus. Antibiotics are not indicated in the virus situation. The instance when we use azithromycin is specific. Doctors understand what it's being used for in particular cases, not for every single case of COVID-19.
With COVID-19 still spreading across the African population, doctors are advising anyone with symptoms to seek medical advice first before embarking on any treatment. Inox Secolia, CGTN, Nairobi, Kenya.
Those are just some of the stories we're following here in Africa. We'll be back at 1700 GMT for more news making headlines on Africa Live. For now, though, it's back to Gus in Beijing.
Thank you, Hannah. And that's all the time we have on The Link today. I'm Kasturi Manikam from all of us in Beijing, London, Nairobi, and Washington. Thanks for watching. Good night.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
On today's Culture Express, flight-themed apparel and vintage 90s looks grace the runway at Shenzhen Fashion Week. Restoration work continues on the Notre Dame Cathedral with French President Macron inspecting the efforts. An elderly man teaches his musical skills to children in a village in southern China. And visitors flock to England zoos to see their favorite animals after an easing of COVID-19 restrictions. That and more coming up next. Hello, welcome to Culture Express on CGTN. I'm Julian Wacken in Beijing. Thank you for joining us. We begin today at Shenzhen Fashion Week. Wednesday saw two distinctive shows. While 12 Basket presented a fly-themed runway show, female fashion brand Inner paid tribute to the retro look from the 90s. Take a look.
A trip back to 1996. Veteran fashion house Ying'er celebrates its 25th anniversary by taking us back to the very beginning of the brand in 1996. Its 2021 autumn-winter collection features classic looks from cover girls of fashion magazines at the time. Polka dots, exaggerated shoulder pads, and high waistlines. The color palette is a mix of black and white and bright red and green. Ying'er was among the first homegrown women's fashion brands in China. It has helped many to find their own sense of style. Meanwhile, 12 Basket turns the place into an airport runway, complete with a plain interior as backdrop. The designer takes on classic flight wear like bomber jackets and jumpsuits and tailors them into everyday wear. The use of 12 Basket's own monogram prints adds a youth vibe into the collection. The climax came when the artistic director made an appearance at the end, equipped with a parachute, and thanked the audience for the flight. The relatively young Shenzhen Fashion Week focuses on fostering China's top design talents and building a business infrastructure for budding designers. It runs until April 19. Shen Li, CGTN.
Exactly 2 years after an accidental fire tore through Paris's most famous cathedral and shocked the world, French President Emmanuel Macron inspected the progress of the ambitious restoration work at the Notre Dame. Take a look.
President Macron's visit on Thursday to the Notre Dame Cathedral shows that in spite of the coronavirus pandemic, French heritage has not been forgotten. A completion date for the restoration work will soon be finalized as workers continue in earnest to fix the one-time jewel of French Gothic architecture.
Above all, I think that we're not going to recognize it when it reopens. We're not going to recognize it because the stones will be all white. That's going to give a sheen and luminosity to our cathedral, and therefore the people are certainly going to have a shock when they enter the structure. It will be an aesthetic shock because it's beautiful. It will be an emotional shock because they saw the cathedral burning. They are going to see the cathedral resuscitated. They are going to see that we healed it and embellished it.
Macron has said the cathedral will be completed by 2024, but officials now openly acknowledge this completion date unrealistic, citing factors such as the COVID-19 pandemic. The blaze also distributed vast amounts of toxic lead from the cathedral's burned-out roof onto the site and nearby, complicating the cleanup work.
It's important for the world to know that Notre Dame is holding up, is still there. We are all gathered and mobilized to restore cathedral and to give this jewel of French architecture, of Gothic architecture, back to the world.
Since 2019, religious ceremonies, including venerating the Crown of Thrones during Easter Mass, have been taking place at Notre Dame's temporary liturgical base at a nearby church. Ding Siyue, CGTN.
London Science Museum has announced its plan to achieve net zero emissions by 2033. The target is 17 years ahead of the 2050 UK government target. Check it out.
London Science Museum is going green, from supply chains to heating and renewable electricity.
We are committed to following a science-based target through the Science-Based Target Initiative, following a 1.5 temperature goal, and really decarbonising right across our 5 museums and our collection site. And that really means tackling all that we buy and sell through our supply chains.
The Our Future Planet exhibit is set to open on May 19th. It's the first UK exhibit to show technologies to reduce carbon dioxide. This is a cross-section of a 300-year-old oak tree.
It takes carbon dioxide directly out of the atmosphere. So just like a living tree, it raises its leaves up, and you can see that they're made of this amazing, very special kind of paper that these scientists have developed that can absorb carbon dioxide from atmospheric air when it blows over it.
The exhibit also includes basalt rock samples by researchers in Iceland. Other items on display include sunglasses, toothpaste, a sandal, and plastic cutlery. Designers are making usable products from carbon dioxide emissions.
CO2 is really abundant and we use it for a lot of stuff. The problem with CO2 isn't that it's not that there's too much in the world, it's just in the wrong place. So the ambition of carbon capture is to put CO2 back where we need it. And sometimes that's going to be vodka and jewellery and fun stuff, and other times it's going to be kind of mass geological storage.
The museum took a big hit from the coronavirus. It lost £20 million in revenue during the last financial year. Lin, CGTN.
Up next on Culture Press. Enlightenment in music. We meet an elderly man from central China who's passing on his wide range of music skills to left-behind children. And England's zoos proved to be a major attraction this week as the country emerges from a lengthy lockdown.
You're watching breaking news on CGTN.
Welcome back to Culture Express. Now let's meet a remarkable elderly musician from rural China who's passing on his skills to left behind children or children whose parents have migrated to the big cities for work.
Every weekend at a village in central China's Hunan province, people can hear the beautiful melody. Children are learning traditional Chinese musical instruments. Their teacher is 77-year-old Li Shuyou. Li set up his music studio 7 years ago, teaching left-behind children in the village for free. Friends with them, but they say they take great comfort from the music.
I find I have more and more interest playing the erhu. I always want to return to classes once again. It has been a long wait for me.
Li has as many as 60 students, and despite his age, he doesn't take a rest during the 2-hour class.
I don't feel tired. I like teaching these children, teaching them the right way to play traditional Chinese musical instruments. My mind is on these children.
Li says he takes great pleasure from passing on his years of experience to the children. But despite his hard work, he'd love to be able to give them even more.
I have to give up something. My aim is to promote traditional Chinese culture. Sometimes I feel I'm not 77 years old. I want to be younger and I have more energy.
Thanks to Li's efforts, many of his students are now making real progress. Some have even received awards in competition. For these children, the seeds of music were sown in their hearts from an early age. And through practice and perseverance, they'll be blooming for many years to come. Lin Lin, CGTN.
In St. Petersburg, Russia, free workshops in skills such as sewing, woodwork, and ceramics are open to the public. Called Hangar, the facilities are aimed at those looking for a new vocation, as well as people who simply want a hobby.
Many have used their time during the pandemic to learn a new skill. And now in Russia's St. Petersburg, people can attend free workshops to learn a variety of practical abilities. The classes have been running since January in areas such as woodwork and metalwork, ceramics, and sewing. The workshops are divided into 2 zones: clean, which refers to things such as sewing, and dirty, which covers skills such as engineering and carpentry.
There are people who are also starting to learn. It's a very cool exchange of energy and experience, because the whole hangar is built on people teaching each other to do what they can. So this is a kind of not monetary but social exchange of skills.
The project is funded by one of the district administrations of St. Petersburg. In return, participants have to develop a project with a charitable organization or do something for the city. The workshop's curators and masters help the visitors find their way, give advice and guidance, as well as demonstrate tasks.
Some people want to do something at home. Some people want to learn something new. Some people want to understand what it is at all, the production, the equipment, and there are all kinds of different cases.
Hangar public workshops also conduct training courses for beginners, as well as cooperate with NGOs, giving participants better opportunities to exchange experiences and acquire new skills. Ding Suyue, CGTN.
Sweating in the gym has become an integral part of life for many young people. Rarely are senior citizens seen there, but an old bicycle shed in southwest Beijing hides a secret gym where a group of elderly men have spent decades working out there. Wu Haojun has the story.
Rough, dim, old-fashioned. This rinky-dink shed is a world away from the fancy gyms where the younger generation pumps iron. But each afternoon, rain or shine, its loyal members, a handful of men mostly in their 60s, work out. Bench press, dumbbell curls, or wide grip pull-downs. The rust-stained equipment was built decades ago with scrap metal from a nearby railway wagon factory, where many of the members used to work.
I was the feeder, and he was the washer. This brother here was the forger, and these weights were made from their workshops. We all did it by ourselves.
On the wall are photos of bodybuilding greats from the 1980s and 1990s, like Lee Labrada and Kevin Laroni, cut by the 63-year-old manager from a local magazine for inspiration. The 29 members come from various reasons: health, spirit, and company. 82-year-old Yang Hongzheng has been working out for 21 years. He says the exercise has improved his quality of life.
If elderly people do some strength exercises, their muscles will be more developed. Once the muscles are developed, the body will have more energy. Then we'll be happy if we're in a spirited mood, right? If we are happy, the quality of life will also be high.
For 72-year-old Liu Baoli, who suffered a brain hemorrhage 9 years ago, the club has given him back his legs.
I didn't have any strength in the lower body before. I have recovered pretty well now. To be honest, I used to be in a wheelchair. Then I started to walk slowly, then started to lift a bar, and then slowly started adding weights.
Many members were young men in their 20s and 30s when the gym was founded in 1984 by Zhang Wei. Zhang was the winner of Beijing's first long-distance race in 1956 and a fellow worker at the state-owned Erqi factory. In its near 40-year history, the gym has never closed. Not even COVID-19 could keep members away over the past year. Xu says he will try to keep it running for as long as possible. Because to Xu and the members, the gym is more than just a place to work out. The men in the gym have grown up and grown old together. Wajun, CGTN.
Still to come on Culture Express. It's not just England's pubs and shops that reopened this week after a lengthy lockdown. So did its zoos, much to the delight of their many residents.
Images may appear to be identical, but looks can be deceiving. The difference is not always obvious. It has to be discovered. There are always different sides to a story. We put the focus on the details. To see more, to understand better. CGTN. See the difference. Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there. To see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you, all around the world, all around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London, China Global Television Network. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference.
大家好，我是北京鱼舍酒店金雅城的行政总厨李东，期待我和路易斯的北京美食之旅。
Welcome back to Culture Express. Giraffes, tigers, chimpanzees, and flamingos are welcoming visitors back to England's zoos, which have been closed for months due to COVID-19 lockdown restrictions. They reopened on April the 12th, along with non-essential shops and outdoor hospitality as part of the government's lockdown easing roadmap. Check it out.
If there were ever a sight to lure you back to the zoo, these greater flamingos will surely be it. Along with 3,800 other animals and 205 different species, the rosy-colored birds are preparing to receive visitors for the first time in 5 months at the Winstead Zoo, north of London. Across the park, the chimpanzees are waiting for their breakfast of nuts and vegetables. While the park has been closed, zookeepers ensure that all animals are kept to a routine. A steady stream of eager visitors line up from early morning to see the animals on reopening day. Due to government regulations, the zoo makes sure to have social distancing measures in place. For children lucky enough to still be on their Easter break, it's an opportunity to see some of their favorite animals.
We've got someone who's been desperate to come and see the lions and be the first person to see the lions this year.
Like his counterpart, London Zoo, Whipsnade was forced to shut for months due to the pandemic and lost vital income, which organizers say can put urgent conservation work in the UK and around the world at risk.
It's incredibly important that zoos reopen. We're part of the solution to the pandemic. We're a space where people can go safely in order to engage with nature and wildlife. But much more than that, we're also a way of engaging people on wildlife and what we risk losing as a species because of all the animals going extinct. And many zoos, London Zoo, Whipsnade Zoo, we're at the heart of conservation rebreeding programs to stop animals going extinct. That's what it's all about.
Nearly 50 kilometers away in the capital, London Zoo reopened on April 12th. London Zoo remained one of the most popular attractions in the UK, and regular visitors were keen to return.
I think it'll be nice to be back since we've missed it. We did come back before the second lockdown. We came back for a small visit. So it's nice to come back now, seeing everyone, much more people, seeing everything open again. It's just nice to be back, to be honest.
And the animals seem pretty pleased to have their audience back too. Shen Li, CGTN.
A Dutch travel company has launched a holiday experiment plan in the Greek island of Rhodes. It's an attempt to look for various possibilities to reboot international tourism, which has been stalled for almost a year. Stephen de Vries reports from Amsterdam.
Almost 200 lucky people are gathering at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport to go on a vacation to the Greek island of Rhodes. The travelers are part of a test by Dutch tour operator Sunweb to see if it's safe to travel again. It is not your usual holiday, explains Sunweb's CEO.
It differs almost in everything for a normal trip. It starts that they have to do a PCR test 72 hours before departure, and then they had to do another rapid test.
Thousands of people trying to get in, yet only 187 could finally go on the trip.
We were really afraid that maybe nobody would apply, and we were really surprised and a bit caught off guard when more than 25,000 people in the end registered.
Participants paid $475 for all-inclusive access to the pool, restaurants and other facilities, but nothing else, not even the beach. They have to respect the 1.5-meter social distancing and wear a face mask, but that doesn't seem to bother holiday goers.
Well, that's all we can get right now, so we will enjoy it. Yeah.
Very happy. Been a long time since we've been on holiday. So let's see if we can enjoy it, even with the restrictions we have.
At the end of the holiday, there are still some more rules to respect.
And then when they go back, again, there is a PCR test 72 hours before departure and another rapid test on the airport. And then at home, they have to go 10 days in self-quarantine unless they test 5 days after arrival and the outcome is negative, then they can go out again.
It may all sound complicated, but if this test goes well, European holidays could be back again.
And we're all hoping that this summer will at least bring the start of that rebound we've seen in other places in the world, like in China, like in the US, and hopefully we'll see the same here in Europe.
Stefan de Vries, CGTN, Amsterdam.
Chinese white dolphins are a rare sight. Our reporter Xu Xingchen has been spending time with a team of scientists and villagers who have been studying this endangered species for almost 2 decades in the south of China.
This is Sanyang Bay, a perfect spot to have a close encounter with the rare Chinese white dolphins. Life scientist Long Yu from Peking University has visited this area every year for years.
We have been researching Chinese white dolphins for the past 18 years since 2004. Last year, we went out to sea 113 times. That means we went out for dolphins every 3 days.
Long Yu says Chinese white dolphins in the area migrated from Southeast Asia about 6,000 years ago. There are some 280 of them in Sanyang Bay. Long and her workmates take photos of the dolphins, and they can recognize them from different patterns on their skin. I went out on the boat with them, hoping to see the dolphins up close.
Chinese white dolphins are the only sea mammal named after China.
We got very lucky. Just a few minutes into the water, we met a pair.
Oh, look at that. Chinese white dolphins. So they are first-class nationally protected animals here in China, and some people would call them the pandas in the sea because of their importance.
One-third of Long's observation team are local villagers.
It's very important to include local villagers in the research and educating others about protecting these dolphins.
The team has discovered that Sanyang-based Chinese white dolphins are different from those found in other places.
Chinese white dolphins here look different. Their back fins are shorter. They also have a different skull, a narrow face.
Long says the group of white dolphins in Sanyang Bay is larger and healthier than their counterparts elsewhere, and they have a fairly stable reproduction curve. The ratio between older dolphins to younger ones is 1 to 1.27. But more needs to be done to protect their environment. Industrial pollution, overfishing, and adverse effects of rapid economic development could easily destroy the balance that Chinese white dolphins in Sanyang Bay enjoy today. Xu Xingchen, Sanyang Bay, Qingzhou, Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region.
And that's it for today's Culture Express. Before you go, I'll leave you with highlights of Shenzhen Fashion Week. I'm Julian Walken in Beijing. Thank you for joining us, and stay tuned for more CGTN news coming up next.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
Hello and welcome to Global Business Europe, live from CGTN in London. I'm Jamie Owen.
And I'm Robin Dwyer. Our top stories. Washington imposes sanctions against Russian businesses and diplomats over alleged interference in US elections.
Our other headlines: taking the temperature of China-US relations, climate envoys from the two countries meet in Shanghai.
France tells its nationals to leave Pakistan after this week's violent anti-French protests.
And the Europe-wide coronavirus death toll passes 1 million, with the World Health Organization warning the situation remains serious.
Russia says the United States will pay the price for worsening diplomatic relations between the two countries. That's after Washington imposed sanctions on Russia over alleged election interference and hacking. The Foreign Ministry says it will respond to the measures in the near future and has summoned the US ambassador to Russia for what's been called a tough conversation. Well, let's talk now to our correspondent Giles Gibson, who's in Washington. So, Giles, talk us through what the sanctions are and what they mean.
Well, this is just a sweeping list of sanctions and actions that's been announced by the Biden administration in the last couple of hours. They are expelling 10 Russian diplomats who are based here in the US capital, accusing some of them of being representatives of the Russian intelligence services. They are placing sanctions on 32 different entities and individuals who they say were part of the targeting and the attempts to influence the 2020 US election. Very crucially, and for the very first time, they are naming the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, also known by its online alias of Cozy Bear, as being the perpetrator behind the massive SolarWinds cyber attacks, which you'll probably remember gained access to actual US government departments, including the Department of Homeland Security and the Treasury Department. Already we've had the Russians vowing to respond very strongly to this list of actions by the Biden administration. The Russian Foreign Ministry has said that aggressive conduct will get a decisive response.
And Giles, this is also happening while there are ongoing tensions between the United States and Russia over Ukraine.
Yeah, President Biden and President Putin actually had their second telephone conversation a couple of days ago this week. And during that conversation, we're told by the White House that President Biden pushed President Putin to de-escalate tensions when it comes to that military build-up on the border between Ukraine and Russia. We've also seen the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Brussels this week for meetings with NATO allies. NATO, the G7 countries and the European Union are also now calling on Russia to de-escalate tensions, to dampen down tensions when it comes to the border between Ukraine and Russia. And just finally, there was a lot of talk in the last few weeks about a potential summit between the American and the Russian leaders. I think after these latest string of actions has been announced by the Biden administration, that is looking pretty unlikely to happen, at least in the short term. Russia is saying that this is not going to happen anytime soon.
Giles Gibson in Washington, many thanks.
US Envoy John Kerry is in Shanghai, where he and his Chinese counterpart have been discussing cooperation on climate change. This is the first visit by a Biden administration official as the two countries seek cooperation on cutting emissions despite acrimony on other fronts. CGTN Xu Mengqi reports.
Behind me, the Zhongjiao State Guest Hotel is hosting the U.S. delegation who arrived here late Wednesday night. Now, so far, nothing about Thursday's talks have been made public, and the Chinese side have said very little about it, except that Kerry is in Shanghai at the invitation of China's Ministry of Ecology and Environment. He's meeting in person with his Chinese counterpart Xie Zhenhua to discuss cooperation between China and the U.S. on climate change, and also to exchange views on the upcoming United Nations Climate Change Conference this November in Glasgow. But the U.S., on the other hand, has been very outspoken about its goals for this meeting. Ahead of his trip to Shanghai, Mr. Kerry said during an interview with the Wall Street Journal that they obviously need China at the table for this virtual summit that's being convened by Washington and scheduled for next week. U.S. President Joe Biden has invited 40 world leaders to participate at the summit and to discuss how to tackle the global climate crisis. But so far, China has yet to confirm its participation at the summit. And the Wall Street Journal also reported, citing people familiar with the matter, that China and the U.S. are likely to discuss creating a new kind of mechanism for bilateral engagement on climate matters and also on supporting developing countries pursuing low emissions economic growth. Now, the idea of a joint U.S.-China working group on climate change has actually existed for a long time. It was first put forward almost 20 years ago by the then Chinese President Jiang Zemin and U.S. President George W. Bush. The working group was later started under President Xi Jinping and Barack Obama, but discontinued under the Trump administration. So now, with climate change back and high on the Biden administration's agenda, it remains to be seen whether this meeting this time will see a restart of such a joint working mechanism.
Xumeng Qi reporting from Shanghai. Well, Dr. Ken Addison is a climate scientist at Oxford University. I asked him about the significance of John Kerry's visits.
I think it's crucially important. It's the reversal of Donald Trump's refusal to work with the rest of the world on climate change. And it's what Joe Biden promised he would do on election. And I think by establishing a rapport with China, they contribute 43% of total global emissions.
The United States has been pushing Japan and South Korea to end overseas coal finance. Is this going to be John Kerry's main message to China?
I think it'll be a very important message. It's almost incomprehensible that rich countries should subsidize effectively through loans production of coal sources of energy when they could simply be doing the same for renewable sources.
I wonder what common ground do they share over tackling climate change, and I wonder, could this lead to a wider rapprochement?
Yes, I think that there's a lot of common interest. I think both China and the United States recognize not only the fact that they are the principal polluters, but also through their example, there are nearly 200 other countries involved in the United Nations climate change talks, and the rapprochement between China and the United States on this would go a long way to underlining the importance of those other countries coming on board as well.
The United States is being urged to cut emissions to, I think it's between 57% to 63% below 2005 levels this decade. China, meanwhile, has pledged to peak its emissions by 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. Can they really achieve these goals?
They could. I'm somewhat skeptical, and just to give you one illustration, whenever we look at these reductions, we take a point in the future by which we want to reduce reductions below the level they were in the past. And 2005, which is the baseline for the United States, we've seen a lot further increases in carbon emissions in the United States in the interval. So the task is a lot bigger than just those simple figures suggest.
Climate change is obviously the focus here, but I guess this visit is much more than that.
I would think so. I think I'm very pleased that the visit is taking place. You mentioned President Xi talking to Macron and so on. I don't know if he's going to meet Joe Biden, but here is common ground between the two global superpowers on which they have a lot of other areas of disagreement. Have to start the rapprochement somewhere, and I think this is the way to do it.
French citizens in Pakistan have been advised to leave the country as tensions rise following violent anti-French protests. Demonstrations were originally sparked when the satirical magazine Charlie Hebdo republished cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad last September. The French embassy in Pakistan has warned of a serious threat to French interests. Let's talk to our correspondent Ross Cullen. Ross, bring us up to date with these latest developments.
Well, Jamie, that full readout from the French embassy due to the serious threats to French interests in Pakistan. French nationals and French companies are advised to temporarily leave the country. The departures will be carried out by existing commercial airlines. These serious threats are the protests which have been going on this week after the arrest of the demonstrators' leader, Saad Rizvi. He heads up the Tehreek-e-Labbaik group in Pakistan, which regularly has protests and can shut down road or rail routes. And he had called, the leader, Mr. Rizvi, had called for widespread demonstrations against France, a boycott of French goods, the expulsion of the French ambassador, all linked to France's ongoing support for secularism. The Interior Ministry in Pakistan has rowed back and tried to distance itself from this message from the protesters, saying that we don't want to go down that route or we would risk Pakistan being portrayed as a radical country.
The protests have been going on since last year, so what's the background to this?
There's been simmering anger, Jamie, for months, as you mentioned, all linked to what happened in France last October. We saw major protests in countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh and Iran in November, the burning of effigies of Emmanuel Macron, the burning of French flags due to his ongoing support for secularism after what happened in October. That was the beheading of Samuel Paty, the history and geography teacher here in France who had shown pupils cartoons of the Prophet Muhammad during a class on free speech. He was decapitated outside the school where he taught, and there was ringing support from the government for the ideals of free speech, for teachers and the job they do, for the crucial role of the education system here in France. And during the day of homage, during the funeral of Mr. Paty, we saw endorsements from Emmanuel Macron for free speech, the right of cartoonists to draw provocative cartoons of politicians and religious leaders if they so wish, the right of writers to think, the right of artists to draw, the right of free speech and freedom of expression here in France. And that endorsement from Emmanuel Macron sparked the protests that we saw last November and has encouraged these ongoing calls in Pakistan from these protesters currently now for the expulsion of the French ambassador and for an ongoing boycott of French goods.
Ross Cullen in Paris, thank you very much.
You're watching CGTN. Still ahead, we're running low on chips. The world's biggest producer warns the shortage could last into next year.
Search CGTN Europe wherever you get your podcasts to subscribe to The Agenda podcast. The Agenda with me, Stephen Cole, always gets to the heart of the story. Just subscribe today and listen now.
Covering the world from 4 continents. A new horizon. Teams in Beijing, Washington, D.C., Nairobi, and London. Who connect, interact, and inquire to bring you the stories that matter to all. The Link, only on CGTN.
Don't forget you can sign up to our daily newsletter. We bring you all the top business headlines straight to your inbox. So sign up for free at this address. CGTN. See the difference.
Hello, welcome back to Global Business Europe. More than 1 million people in Europe have now died of coronavirus. That's according to the World Health Organization. The WHO says the situation remains serious across the continent, with around 1.6 million new infections recorded each week. Several countries in Europe are now experiencing a third wave of the virus.
It is only among the oldest that we are seeing declining incidence. Over the past 2 months, the trend among people more than 80 years of age has diverged from the trend seen in every other age group, possibly thanks to high vaccination uptake in this high-risk group.
Germany's leading economic institutes have cut their joint growth forecast for 2021 as a third wave of coronavirus threatens the recovery of Europe's biggest economy. The announcement comes as Chancellor Angela Merkel seeks to impose lockdowns in virus hotspots. Let's talk now to our correspondent Trent Murray-Hughes in Frankfurt. So, Trent, what's the latest on the federal government's plans to expand national lockdown powers?
You don't need to wait for us. That was the message today from the German health minister to the country's 16 regional leaders. And what he was referring to, Robin, was that piece of legislation which would hand lockdown powers away from regional capitals back to Chancellor Angela Merkel. It was hoped that that piece of legislation would be able to pass this week and thus give Angela Merkel the power to very quickly implement a uniform lockdown. But the bill now has been caught up in a little bit of parliamentary wrangling, and so it would now appear that it may be held back a little bit longer than hoped. And that is why the health minister here is pleading with those regional leaders to bring in lockdown earlier and without having to wait for Angela Merkel to force their hand, if you will. This all comes, as you mentioned, the third wave really continues to gain steam here in Germany. I mean, just today we have got around 30,000 new coronavirus cases. That's about a 46% increase compared to the same day last week. And one of the country's leading health experts also warned today that the situation in the hospital system is becoming particularly alarming. The number of available ICU beds are at their lowest point seen throughout the pandemic. And that is because the main group in ICU right now are people aged 15 to 49. And because they are younger and healthier, the chances of them dying from COVID-19 are much lower. But the flip side of that is they remain in ICU much longer than people that were much older during the first and second wave. And thus those beds aren't freed up as much as they were previously. So the situation is becoming quite tense. The health minister speaking today to reporters was asked about what the summer was going to look like. The German government for a long time has been putting hope in the idea that the summer would be a return to some normality. He was asked whether Germans can expect a good summer ahead. This was his answer.
How do you define what constitutes a good summer? Whether you can all go to the Seychelles? I can't say, but it should be good enough to get you to the North Sea. The question is to what degree we manage to break this third wave and at the same time for the vaccinations to start making a difference. And then this summer could be and will be different to the last one. Whether this is already achieved by the beginning of summer?
Trent, let's talk about the German economy now. What's the forecast looking like?
A little bit of optimism, but still laced with quite a bit of caution. The headline numbers out today from some very respected German economic institutes are that this year growth forecasts will be lower than they expected. They originally hoped for a 4.7% forecast. This year it will only be 3.7 according to them. But they are pinning their hopes on next year being better than they hoped. They've revised their forecast to 3.9% GDP increase next year, up from 2.7%. The reason they're more optimistic about next year is they're saying one of the effects of extended lockdowns is that people's cash savings have increased because plainly there's not a lot to do and a lot for people to spend their money on. It's understood that right now in Germany around $240 billion have been saved, additional savings in people's households. The hope for the government here is that when those lockdown restrictions do eventually start to be lifted, that Germans will be able to withdraw some of that money either from their bank account or maybe take it from under their bed and get into the shops and start spending. That's the hope anyway, Robin.
Trent, good to talk to you. Trent Murray there in Frankfurt.
China's foreign trade hit record highs in the first quarter of this year. It was up nearly 30% year-on-year, reaching around $1.3 trillion. Officials say the figure, which includes both imports and exports, is due to the country focusing on traditional markets like Europe and the United States, while forging closer links with emerging markets.
In another sign that the economic recovery is well underway in the United States, the number of Americans newly applying for unemployment benefits fell last week to 576,000. That's the lowest of the pandemic period, and a reduction of 193,000 from a week earlier. New jobless claims are now down from a peak of 900,000 in January.
A bad day for Berlin's renters. That's the verdict of many tenants after Germany's constitutional court ruled that the city's rent cap was illegal. Around 85% of residents in the city rent rather than own their homes. Rents have more than doubled since 2008, with around 40,000 people a year moving to the German capital.
It's been a year of highs and lows for food delivery service Deliveroo. Hot on the heels of a calamitous London listing which cut the firm's value by $2.75 billion, Deliveroo has announced sales doubled in the first quarter. In total, 71 million orders were placed, up by 114%. But the company has warned its rapid rate of growth could slow as lockdowns ease.
Coinbase, the online platform for buying, selling and storing digital currency, was valued at $86 billion at the end of its Nasdaq debut. At one point, its valuation reached $112 billion. The firm boasts 56 million users and an estimated $223 billion worth of assets on its platform. Analysts say the listing marks a milestone for cryptocurrencies.
The world's biggest producer of semiconductor chips has warned that the global shortage is likely to last into next year. TSMC in Taiwan reported a strong quarterly profit as car and electronics manufacturers cut production. Matt Hansen is from the UK's biggest technology website, TechRadar. He says the shortage is having a major impact.
Yeah, it's actually looking pretty bad at the moment. It seems to be affecting a lot of companies and therefore a lot of their customers and their potential customers. So some of the biggest names like NVIDIA, AMD, I think there's a lot of vehicle manufacturers also being impacted by it. And that is having by them not being able to get their chips made to sort of complete their orders, it means that they're struggling to get their products out to consumers.
And what's driving the chip shortage? Is it the fault of the pandemic or is it bad planning by companies that use them?
Yeah, it's a bit of a perfect storm, really. So the pandemic has definitely had a big impact. And then because a lot of people are working from home, that means that there was, around about this time last year, there was a huge sort of boom in people looking to buy laptops, webcams. And then later on in last year, we had both NVIDIA and AMD releasing new graphics cards. We had Sony and Microsoft releasing new games consoles, and all of this kind of compacted on sort of like making it so that there was like a big backlog of orders, and there are only a few chip makers in the world these days, and they have a lot of big customers with a lot of big orders.
So what are companies like TSMC doing to manage this shortage?
Part of their plans is that they're going to increase capacity in the future. They're going to invest money. They're very rich company because they've got a lot of big customers who are spending a lot of money with them, and so I think they're going to invest that in new locations, new plants to help increase their capacity for getting these chips out there.
But in business terms, TSMC and other chip makers are obviously benefiting from this shortage.
Yeah, in a way I think they are. The fact that their products and their expertise in making these chips are so in demand, that's obviously really doing them a lot of good. On the other side of things, though, it's not a great look if they're really struggling to get their chips out to customers, and some of their customers might look elsewhere. So Intel, which is a competing chip maker, I think they've recently said that they're going to be upping their capacity and they're going to be looking to work with third parties to help make their chips.
And what's the global outlook? Do you think we'll see demand for chips continue to outstrip supply?
Yeah, for the time being, especially one thing which has added extra pressure onto this is that cryptocurrency mining has taken off again, and that requires a lot of people use graphics cards for that. So a lot of these new graphics cards are getting bought up by scalpers and by miners to hoard these graphics cards to use them in their cryptocurrency mining rigs. And that has meant that these chips are even more in demand, and then it's even harder to get hold of a graphics card if you're a PC gamer. And so until that bubble bursts, I think there's going to continue to be quite a lot of pent-up demand for these chips. And then, of course, you've got Apple. They're looking to release new products later this year. All the laptop makers are going to continue making new products. So I think for the time being, it's going to be quite difficult to get hold of new products and get enough chips out there.
Bank of America has announced its first quarter figures, and the news is generally good. Revenue is up and profit topped Wall Street estimates thanks to booming investment banking and trading results. But weaker consumer spending due to the pandemic and low interest rates still made an impact. Let's talk to our man John Terrace in New York. John, what is the bank earnings headline?
Hey, Jamie. Hey, Robin. You know, it's funny to hear you say the way you said it there, you know, generally good, because I can't tell you here, people have been using words like stellar and record-breaking and amazing. And certainly I think the earnings of the investment banks, JP Morgan Chase and Goldman Sachs, and even the High Street / Main Street bank, Wells Fargo, have certainly been bright spots. There's no doubt about that. Several key reasons for it. I think the investment banks underestimated how much work they would have in this latest quarter when it comes to things like trading and investment products. I think there's so much stimulus out there that it has to be a boon to any bank for obvious reasons. And then I think that they were able, most of them, to repay the reserves that they put aside for a rainy day, because when COVID first struck, as you know, there was a very real fear that we were going to be in a very, very difficult economic situation, which has not really come to pass. And they put billions of dollars aside in case of bad loans, and they haven't needed to use it. So they paid it back this time. So that boosts the bottom line. So if I may, in summary, I would say it's like this. Goldman Sachs, the big investment bank, absolutely crushed it on trading and investment products. So too did the only bank that anybody seems to care about here, which is JP Morgan Chase, because of its size. Those two did really well. And then on the Main Street, High Street side, you've got Bank of America today doing very well with card business, because so many of us are just putting stuff on our cards now. We order food on our cards, we order stuff online on our cards. And they doubled their profits because of that. And then Wells Fargo, which is a very troubled bank, actually gave a very clear explanation yesterday that was rather clearer than some of the others on some of the issues going on. And they were rewarded with a price hike in their shares of around 5%. And the final company, which is well worth mentioning, is Citigroup, which is a huge banking organization. And I like to mention Citi because Jane Fraser is the new CEO. This is the first set of figures that she has presided over. Of course, they were very good, like all the others. They beat expectations. But she promised to come in and make changes. And boy, is she. In this announcement today, she is closing down retail banking in 13 markets in Asia and in Europe. So that's Main Street, High Street banking to you and me. And what is interesting about that is when Citigroup was formed in the late 90s, in the merger of Travelers and what was then known as Citicorp, the whole idea was that Citigroup would be a global behemoth, bestriding the globe, doing every kind of banking for every kind of person, wherever they might be. And clearly, the thinking is now rowing back from that. Jamie?
Amidst all of this sunshine, I feel some John Terrace clouds coming along and a but to all of this. It wasn't all good news.
Well, it wasn't. I mean, it mostly was good news, but there are some things to worry about. Now, Jamie Dimon, who really is the head of JP Morgan Chase, and he essentially speaks on behalf of the U.S. economy. When the Morgan Chase figures came out yesterday, he was quick to point out that he is very worried, and all the other banks are too, about a weakness in demand for loans. In other words, there's a lacking appetite for bank loans, and we are told here in America that the reason for that is actually quite a good one. That's why the share prices have generally been going up, because people have, there's so much money washing around, and if you are an individual, you know, you've either lost your job, which is terrible, so you're obviously consolidating, or if you have a job, then you're not really looking to get a bank loan at this time. You're just keeping everything ticking along to see what happens. So individuals are being very cautious, and the corporations are not going to their banks for loans at this time. And if they need money, they're getting it from the Federal Reserve operation or the capital markets. But bankers worry about this because the whole point about being a bank is to make loans. I mean, that's the number one key thing that they do. So there is some concern. You mentioned in the intro weaker consumer demand, or rather weaker consumer spending. I think that's in here as well. Also, low interest rates had their impact. But to finish up, the real question now is, what are these banks going to do with all the money that they're presently sitting on? Now, in JP Morgan's case, Jamie Dimon said in the notes that accompanied the results yesterday and the phone call that he wants to use some of the money to expand into fintech, to make his bank, align with the financial technology that's now going on. You mentioned Coinbase just now. That's all part of it as well. So I would think he's looking to buy a fintech company of some kind. And Bank of America, with their earnings today, want to do a $25 billion share buyback, which is basically investing in themselves. Jamie?
John Terrett in New York. Thank you very much.
The French military has been testing a new recruit, and it's a robot's best friend. Spot, the robotic dog, has joined France's top military school, where he is being tested in armed combat scenarios. It's hoped the $75,000 droid may enter the battlefield in some of the world's worst conflict zones. To see him in action, go to europe.cgtn.com. And remember that CGTN is available to watch for free on all the major digital platforms, on Smart TV or online on Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire and Android TV, on YouTube and Dailymotion, as well as CGTN.com and the CGTN app.
You're watching CGTN. Still ahead, talks to save the Iran nuclear deal resume amid tension after that attack at a key nuclear laboratory.
More than 100,000 people in Italy have now died from COVID-19.
The vaccination program offers some hope for the future, but intensive care units are near capacity.
The Spanish government is hoping to vaccinate over 1 million people by next month.
Living in Germany are struggling with their mental health.
Hungary is supplementing the EU's vaccine rollout, buying doses from Russia and China to speed up the process.
4 million people have tested positive in France.
After a grim winter, the promise of a spring bloom that could mean freedom for millions.
On the agenda with me, Stephen Cole, we look up into space. We look down into data. We look at debt. We look at politics. We look at opioids, climate change. We look at all the issues that really matter around the world. But you matter too. We want to tell the stories you want to see and hear about. Make it your agenda.
Roger, radio loud and clear.
We can try out the wild and crazy ideas.
Nothing can stop an idea whose time is coming. This idea is coming.
I actually feel quite comfortable in isolation.
We should all be very basic when we're trying to save the world.
Awesome!
We hope it will happen. We have to live in hope.
The agreement is signed. But what is the real deal now the UK has left the EU? For trade, for business, for the city, for ordinary people. Make sense of Brexit with CGTN. Hello, welcome back to Global Business Europe with Jamie Owen and Robin Dwyer. Our top stories: Washington imposes sanctions against Russian businesses and diplomats over alleged interference in US elections.
climate envoys from the US and China have met in Shanghai to discuss cooperation in the battle against climate change.
And France tells its nationals to leave Pakistan after this week's violent anti-French protests.
Iran and international powers have resumed talks to try and revive the 2015 nuclear deal. President Biden says he wants the United States to return to the landmark agreement, but Iran's warned it will stop negotiating if the United States fails to lift sanctions. And Tehran's decision to ramp up uranium enrichment has cast a shadow over discussions in Vienna. Our correspondent Naweed Jabarkil is outside Iran's embassy in London for us. So, Naweed, what's the latest?
Yeah, well, these talks getting underway, Robin. There was some concern about whether they would happen or not following what's happened on Sunday, that attack at Natanz, a major nuclear facility in Iran, which the Iranians blamed on Israel. There's been no denial, no confirmation of those allegations from Tel Aviv. But what it's done is that it's caused Iran to say that it's going to ramp up its uranium enrichment to about 60%. That's up from around 20% at the moment and far higher than the 3.67% that was stipulated in the original nuclear deal signed with world powers in 2015. Just to give a bit of background, Donald Trump, the former president of the United States, tore up that deal, pulled the United States out of it, saying that it was too skewed in Iran's favor. So what you've got now is a situation where the Iranians feel vindicated to plow ahead with ramping up its uranium, but of course it puts the Americans in a tough position as well, because Israel is a key ally of the United States in the region, and its association with these allegations puts the Americans in a tough position. Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, has come out saying the US had no involvement at all in the matter, but what it's done is cast a shadow over these talks, which have resumed in Vienna. And remember, they're indirect talks, so the US and Iran not meeting face to face. Instead, the other powers in the deal, that's the European powers, France, the UK, this country, Germany, as well as Russia and China, shuttling between the two sides, trying to get them to come closer together, and essentially for sanctions to be lifted in the Iranian case, and for America to see Iran come back into compliance, for the US to return to the nuclear deal. Robin.
So, Naweed, are we likely to see any progress on these talks?
Yeah, well, I think that's the key question here. The fact that they are going ahead like they did last week was is a big plus. It must be said, it's a reminder, I think, that the last week or so of just what a few days can make in the world of diplomacy. Last week there was a lot of talk of positivity, and now we're at a stage where the political rhetoric has really ramped up again. So I think the focus for the mediators in this role, that includes the EU, the European Union, which is leading the mediation efforts, shuttling between the two sides. The focus definitely now is on de-escalation to try and bring that rhetoric down, if you like. China's looking to play a crucial role as well. Its ambassador to the IAEA, that's the UN's atomic watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, he's spoken in the past hour or so, saying, so currently we should do away with all the disruptive factors, as he called it, moving forward as swiftly as we can on the work of negotiation, especially by zeroing in on sanctions lifting. That's Wang Jun, the Chinese ambassador to the IAEA. But if you look at the rhetoric coming out of the Iranian side, at least, they've been very vocal that this was an act of, quote, nuclear terrorism, and that they will be retaliating. And then adding to all of the confusion around here is calls by the Israelis as well as Gulf Arab states saying that they want to be involved in some of the negotiations if this nuclear deal is going to be renegotiated. It shouldn't be the type of deal that President Biden and President Obama were involved in 2015. They want to see tougher sanctions on Iran this time around. So even if these talks are resuming, there's still a long, long way to go, you'd think, before any solid agreement is arrived at. Robin.
Naweed Jabarkil, thanks very much.
The US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Kabul a day after the announcement of the withdrawal of US and other foreign troops from Afghanistan by September. Blinken met soldiers before meeting Afghan President Ashraf Ghani. He told Ghani that while the US-Afghan partnership is enduring, it is also changing. The Afghan president said he respects Washington's decision and will work to ensure a smooth transition. Well, not all Afghans are pleased with President Biden's troop withdrawal. Mohammad Hadiz Pardez has the reaction from Kabul.
Some Afghan experts and parliament members are not happy from the recent announcement of Biden administration to pull out all American troops by September 11 of this year. They say, however, before that President Biden emphasized that exit should not be time-bounded, but the dramatic change in US position can be dangerous for Afghanistan.
It was a surprise for all Afghans. We hope they'll think again about this decision. The U.S. should leave Afghanistan according to the reality on the ground. The decision will demoralize both the Afghan government and Afghan people. It will complicate a tense situation. We're not happy with this decision.
Some Afghan parliament members say if the U.S. pull out all its forces without any guarantee that Afghanistan wouldn't become again a safe haven for the insurgency, it would be a very costly decision.
If the decision about the withdrawal of U.S. forces is not taken on the basis of a comprehensive analysis and kind pre-planning, I believe it would lead Afghanistan to a very tense situation, which would be a mess for all.
After almost 20 years of U.S. presence in Afghanistan, still live revere in the country's front line of war, and Afghan believes that without finding a political settlement for the ongoing dispute and rushing of the international community to leave Afghanistan would be a costly decision for both Afghanistan and international community as well. Mohammad Hadis Pardes, CGTN, Kabul.
Well, let's talk now to Nada Hashemi, who's the director of the Center for Middle East Studies at the University of Denver. Great to have you with us on the program today. So the Afghan government has been operating with support from the US military for 20 years now. So will it be able to stand on its own 2 feet?
Not for very long. I mean, let's be honest. The Taliban have won this war. The United States and its allies have lost this war. There's deep war fatigue in the United States, which I think is driving the announcement that was made yesterday by the American president. And I suspect within probably a couple of years at most, the Taliban will have conquered the entire country of Afghanistan.
So, as you say there, the Taliban are claiming victory. Do you believe this is a victory for them?
Well, obviously, there's no incentive for them to negotiate with the Afghan government or to compromise anything from their side because, the American troops, the NATO troops are withdrawing, and they're interpreting this as sort of a victory on the scale of the victory that Afghan militants claim they won in pushing out the Soviets and the Russians in the 1980s. So it's clearly a victory for them. They just have to wait until the American troops leave. And of course, the big concern here from a human rights perspective is what does this mean for Afghan women? What does this mean for minorities in Afghanistan? And that's the big concern that no one seems to be willing to address.
Do you think this withdrawal, though, is more about a US assessment of what its main security threats are rather than necessarily what's going to happen in Afghanistan?
I mean, that's a big part of it. That's the, if you listened closely to President Biden's statement, he said that, look, we have to deal with the world as it is today, not as it was 20 years ago. So there's a general view that the threat that the Taliban and, al-Qaeda poses today is not as great as it was 20 years ago. There are new challenges coming from Russia, coming from China, and that is the official, justification. And there's no, I think that's a very valid argument. I don't think the Taliban, pose a national security threat to the United States, but they certainly pose an immense threat to the people of Afghanistan, and that's the big concern here.
You said there that you didn't think the Taliban posed a threat to the United States, but critics say that this withdrawal will make the US more vulnerable to a 9/11 style attack. Do you think that's a possibility?
I mean, yeah, it's a possibility, but I think it's a remote one. There's much greater challenges and threats. I suspect the Taliban have learned a very painful lesson that they will not want to give safe haven to al-Qaeda or to ISIS to allow them to, stage another attack on the United States because, the Taliban will face retaliation. So on the scale of threats that the United States is facing today, the Taliban are not, in the top of that list.
And you talked about how this will affect women and minority groups in Afghanistan. This will obviously be a pivotal moment for the country. What do you think will happen next?
Well, it's very disappointing because they're going to bear the brunt of the conquest of Afghanistan when eventually we all will witness, I suspect, within the next couple of years, the Taliban marching into Kabul. And it's going to be, very reminiscent of those scenes and those images that we've all seen from the Vietnam War when the last helicopter was leaving the American embassy roof in Saigon. So, as bad as the situation is, the military situation is in Afghanistan, we should not forget that significant gains have been registered in terms of human development, in terms of access to education for women, in terms of women's participation in politics, in terms of the creation of the civil society. All of that now is in jeopardy as a result of, the decision that was made yesterday in Washington, D.C.
Nader Hashemi from the University of Denver, thanks very much indeed for joining us today.
Thank you.
Derek Chauvin will not testify in his defence in the trial for the murder of George Floyd. Seen here on the right, the ex-police officer has invoked his Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Chauvin's lawyer has told the court that the defence now rests. Wednesday saw a fourth night of protests at nearby Brooklyn Center following the shooting of a black man by a white former police officer. Earlier in the day, Kim Potter was charged with second-degree manslaughter for killing 20-year-old Daunte Wright.
Turkey and Greece are in talks to resolve ongoing disputes over their maritime border and energy resources. The Greek foreign minister has travelled to Ankara for the meeting with his Turkish counterpart and President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. It's the first time in over 2 years that a high-profile Greek politician has visited Turkey.
China and South Korea have held talks about Japan's decision to release contaminated water from the Fukushima nuclear plant into the sea. China says the two countries share the same position and urged Japan to hold consultations with its neighbours and relevant international organisations instead of making a unilateral decision.
Myanmar security forces have arrested one of the main leaders of the campaign against the military takeover. The crackdown comes as protesters held motorcycle rallies in several towns demanding the release of the country's de facto leader, Aung San Suu Kyi. At least 700 people have been killed since the military seized power in February.
The French President Emmanuel Macron has visited Notre Dame Cathedral 2 years after the 12th century building was devastated by fire. Macron promised at the time that the cathedral would be rebuilt by 2024, and on his visit he used the Notre Dame rebuild as a metaphor for France pulling through the pandemic.
Doubts are growing about this summer's Tokyo Olympics after a senior Japanese politician suggested the Games could be cancelled. Toshihiro Nikai said that plans would be reconsidered if the pandemic worsens. International spectators have already been banned, while polls in Japan suggest many citizens don't want the country to host the delayed event.
The UK's chief Brexit negotiator David Frost is in Brussels for talks with the European Commission Vice President Maros Sefcovic. They're expected to discuss technical issues surrounding the implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol. Let's talk to our correspondent Nicole Johnston in London. Nicole, these talks are happening after 2 weeks of unrest in Northern Ireland. Is there a sense of urgency to get a result?
There is a real sense of urgency, but I don't think anyone's expecting that there'll be a breakthrough this evening. Effectively, what's at stake right now is peace in Northern Ireland and the Good Friday Agreement. As you said, over the last couple of weeks, we've seen the worst unrest in Northern Ireland in decades. And that's between the two sides, the loyalists who support the UK and the nationalists who would prefer to see Northern Ireland as part of a united Ireland. Now, one of the reasons that led to this unrest is the Brexit Northern Ireland Protocol, and that protocol effectively puts customs checks or a border in the Irish Sea. The reason for that is to prevent a hard border on the island of Ireland. But the unionists, they're not happy with it. They say that Northern Ireland is being treated differently to the rest of the UK. So then we had the British government step in. It extended a grace period to try and make those restrictions at the border easier, to try and reduce some of the bureaucracy and paperwork. The problem then was that the European Union was not happy. They said that the UK was reneging on its international agreements, and it's effectively now taken the UK government to court.
And what is the latest on the EU's legal action against the UK over post-Brexit trade?
Well, as I was just saying, so the EU has decided that it will take this legal action against the UK. It made that decision in March. The UK now has 2 months to respond, so it's got another month to try and reach some kind of agreement with the European Union, but we know that UK, EU, trying to reach an agreement does not come easily to either side. If they can't reach a deal, it could go to the Court of Justice. The other issue, though, all of this is being carried out while the European Union is meant to have voted to ratify the EU-UK trade deal. Now, the European Union or the Parliament there is so upset with the UK that for now they're delaying that ratification, so that very important EU-UK trade deal, which sets out how all trade will be negotiated and worked out in this post-Brexit environment, is now stuck while both sides try and work out what looks like a real mess right now.
Nicole Johnson in London, thank you very much.
You're watching CGTN. Still ahead, how a small Chinese village is revitalising its economy through a traditional industry.
Each day, there are millions of stories. Each one can open new perspectives, new possibilities. Wherever you look, we are there. To see, discover, explore. We put the pieces together to find what really matters to you, all around the world, all around the clock. Our reporters are at home across the globe. From our headquarters in Beijing and production centers in Washington, Nairobi, and London, China Global Television Network. Stories from across the globe, reaching people across the globe. CGTN. See the difference.
Murray, what would you say is a good question?
Stephen, I'd say it's one where there's always more than one answer.
The Answers Project is a new podcast series from CGTN Europe. With me, Stephen Cole.
And me, Mari Beveridge. In each episode, we'll take a complex question.
And with the help of some of the world's foremost experts, shine light on some of the answers. So join us for The Answers Project.
Available wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, welcome back to Global Business Europe. In China, Nanju pearls are considered to be the best of their kind.
And in the coastal city of Beihai, a village is trying its best to revitalise the local pearl industry. Xu Chen reports.
Nanju pearl literally means the pearl from the South China Sea. Natural Nanju pearls are rare and priceless. Cultured pearls are more common. Locals implant little beads made from seashells into the pearl's oysters. The oyster then surrounds the bead with layers of nacre. It looks almost like a delicate surgery.
The revitalization of Nanju makes me happy. I can be back home and implant oysters.
Xie Zimei first learned pearl farming when she was 7 years old. When she grew up, she became a migrant worker. Now, she's returned home to pick up where she left off. This village is called Bailong, meaning white dragon. Some consider it the birthplace of Nanju pearl. In 2017, the local government decided to revitalize its pearl industry.
The history of harvesting pearls from this part of the country can be traced back to over 3,000 years ago. And the legend has it that during China's Han Dynasty, that's about 1,800 years ago, people used the pearls to batter for food and other daily necessities. And because of the pearl's value, people ignored pearl oysters life cycles and harvest periods excessively. And it was then that people realized that over-harvesting will not help them get more perils, but in fact destroy the environmental balance.
所以我之前记忆中的那个珍珠是很美好、很公主、很亮的。
Chen Caiji has his own seafood business and a pearl farm, and accompany him on a regular round of his oyster farm to clean out some bad oysters.
这是这个贝类，清洗如果不清洗不到位的话，它容易出现那个病害，那个贝黑壳的。黑壳生病了，泡了里面就。
Since the government launched an initiative to revitalize the local pearl industry, the annual pearl harvest has grown from fewer than 100 kilograms to over 600 kilograms in 2020, and the number of large pearl farms has increased to 19 from just 5 in 2017. For others like Xie Zimei, that means they can't stay at home.
For us, living by the sea, some go fishing and some implant pearl oysters. It's good that I can stay close to home to take care of my kids. It's better than working in a factory.
许金城 CGTN 北海广西中央 Times Region.
And the headlines again. Washington has imposed sanctions against Russian businesses and diplomats over alleged interference in U.S. elections. Russia says the United States will pay the price for worsening diplomatic relations between the two countries.
The climate envoys from China and the US have been holding talks in Shanghai. John Kerry's is the first visit by a Biden administration official as the two countries seek cooperation on cutting emissions.
And the Europe-wide coronavirus death toll passes 1 million as France says more than 100,000 people have now died there.
Well, that's it for Global Business Europe. Thank you very much for watching.
More on all of our stories at europe.cgtn.com, and do follow CGTN Europe on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram.
We're on smart TV apps such as Roku, Apple TV, Amazon Fire and Android TV, on YouTube and Dailymotion, as well as CGTN.com and the CGTN app.
Coming up next on CGTN, it's Africa Live. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time, same place. From all of the team in London, it's goodbye.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
Uncertainty builds up in Africa over availability of second doses for administered COVID vaccines. Tensions escalate after the U.S. imposes broad sanctions against Russia. And teenager on a mission to combat child marriages in Zimbabwe through martial arts. Hello and welcome. You're watching Africa Live. We're coming to live from Nairobi. I'm Hannah Vivian. Here with the latest in business is Rama.
That's right, Hannah. Here's what's coming up in the course of the hour. Nigeria's headline inflation hits 18.2% as food prices continue to climb. And Coinbase shares go up 7% in pre-market trading after their landmark debut at the Nasdaq. We'll have the details on those stories and plenty more coming your way in the course of the hour. For now, let's start with the latest in current affairs with Hannah.
Thanks, Rama. We'll see you in a bit. The global distribution of COVID-19 vaccines is still showing major disparities. That's the observation of the head of the World Health Organization, Tedros Ghebreyesus, while addressing a virtual event of the Gavi Vaccine Alliance. He said that some low and middle-income countries in the COVAX facility still had not received any vaccines, while others had not received their second-round allocation. The Africa's CDC director, Dr. John Ngasong, now says he cannot predict when the second doses will arrive on the continent to cater for those who have had their first round of inoculation. The majority of African countries received their vaccines through the WHO-led COVAX initiative. Well, for more on this, we're now joined by Giram Chala, who is in Addis Ababa for us. Giram, thank you so much for joining us. There was an Africa CDC briefing today, Giram. What were some of the highlights you can share with us?
Hannah, Dr. John Ngasong, the Africa CDC director, has been briefing media houses across the world through a virtual press conference. This is a weekly press conference, by the way. And the Africa CDC director has been saying that about 4.3 million Africans so far have been reported having the coronavirus, and 116,000 people in the continent have died because of the COVID-19 virus itself. But the good news is that from last week, this week, about 3% of decrease of new cases has been also registered. Dr. John Ngasong has also in his press conference talked about the importance of distributing vaccinations across the continent. Countries like Nigeria have inoculated about 1 million of their citizens. Others have done a good job, like countries like
Giram,
also African states, which
Giram, we're also hearing about the growing concern about the possibility of many people on the continent not getting their second COVID-19 vaccinations, and those are people who would have gotten their first round already. How is this issue likely to be addressed at the continental level?
Well, it's a great concern across the continent. As you might understand, the more than 1 billion people in Africa are not getting full access to the COVID-19 vaccinations, and Africa CDC is really concerned about it. There are still African nations which are not really getting any kind of vaccination doses, as others are also doing a good job, like countries like Nigeria. So the next few days, we're expecting that Africa CDC is trying to get doses of vaccinations from different suppliers. But it is really a sincere concern from the African Union and the Africa CDC that countries are not getting COVID-19 vaccinations, and this is going to cause a lot of problems in the continent, by the way.
Giram, now added to what you've already mentioned, there's also that recent setback in the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. What should Africans who still hope to get inoculated expect?
Well, the good news that something that we can announce here, and something that we have heard from Africa CDC director again, is that now that the Johnson & Johnson vaccination has been paused in the United States and South Africa, the Africa CDC had also some sort of agreement for Johnson & Johnson to provide about 400 million doses, by the way, which for now might be in jeopardy because of the current situation. But then again, Africa CDC director has said that in the next few days, they're going to sign agreements with other suppliers, Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca at the same time. They want to call on the Indian government, for instance, when it comes to AstraZeneca, to open up ways of African states to get that vaccination. So the good news for African states and the people of Africa is that Africa CDC is trying to find other ways of accessing these COVID-19 vaccinations, and I hope that, and all of us hope that Africa CDC's efforts will be successful in the coming few days.
Thank you so much for all that, Giram Jala, speaking to us from Addis Ababa. Meanwhile, the Tunisian government says the country is ready to become a hub for manufacturing COVID-19 vaccines. The National Observatory of New and Emerging Diseases, as well as the Pasteur Institute in Tunis, also agrees that the country is prepared to produce the much-needed doses. Here is Adin Chouachi with more details.
The Health Commission, which appeared in Parliament, as well as members of the Scientific Committee and the COVID-19 Task Force, have concluded that Tunisia can manufacture the vaccines within 6 months.
We will use Tunisian and foreign technology to produce the vaccine. This project will not be limited to filling and packaging the vaccine. We'll be developing the whole drug and biotech industry in Tunisia once the production of COVID-19 vaccines is fully mastered. The health crisis is global. Together, we'll step up efforts to stop the pandemic.
The Minister of Health added that Tunisia also plans to export COVID-19 vaccines.
We've made the necessary studies and concluded that Tunisia is ready to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines to meet domestic needs as well as for Africa. We have the infrastructure and the skills.
Experts have called for the sharing of experiences and expertise between countries. The Health Department wants to see a global forum organized to allow participating countries to present their plans to combat the coronavirus pandemic.
The vaccines are not available for the world's population. We want to make the vaccine more accessible to the most vulnerable. That is why it's important to share our knowledge. Tunisia and other countries can manufacture and distribute the vaccine.
According to the World Health Organization, there are fewer than 10 African manufacturers capable of producing vaccines. The units are based in 5 countries: Egypt, Morocco, Senegal, South Africa, and Tunisia. A few weeks after launching COVID-19 vaccination campaigns, some countries are nearly exhausting their initial supplies. Tunisia plans to boost public-private partnership as well as international cooperation to manufacture more vaccines. Adnan Shawishi, CGTN, Tunis.
Over in Nigeria, there are growing concerns about the government's plans to stop giving COVID-19 vaccinations due to a shortage. But health authorities there have assured the public that there are plans to get more vaccines to begin the second phase of inoculations. CGTN's Kelechi Mekalam reports.
We believe that in a situation where we still cannot specifically determine when the next batch of AstraZeneca vaccines will arrive, then I think wisdom only dictates that it's better for us to vaccinate people fully, and so that we can say that we have a pool of citizens that have been fully vaccinated, since this vaccination comes in 2 doses.
Nigerian health authorities announcing plans to halt the COVID-19 vaccination program. The country rolled out its mass vaccination campaign in March after receiving 3.94 million doses of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. That's just enough to vaccinate less than 2% of its over 200 million population. But a high global demand for the vaccines has led to delays in the supply of the jabs.
Second delivery of this AstraZeneca vaccine is not very is not confirmed yet, as we expected, because we are expecting that before June or by June we should have the second delivery. You know, the third phase in quotes in Europe and Americas and UK, is making the demand. In India itself, is making the demand for the vaccine to be very high, and prioritizing. You would like these vaccines to go to where the virus spread and the disease are increasing. So because of that, Nigeria, you can see the numbers are getting down, and we are not experiencing the third phase yet. So they don't take Nigeria as being a priority for down. So that may delay the supply.
The nation just went through the second wave of COVID-19 and has succeeded in containing the virus. No COVID-19 related deaths have been reported in nearly 2 weeks. The vaccination program is at the core of government's plan to stop the spread of the virus.
The first phase implementation is 3 months. That is from the time you take your first jab to the time you take your second jab. That is when the first phase ends. So to 3 months' time, this same cohort will have their second dose heralding the end of the first phase. Arrangements have been put in place, and Nigeria now is on the priority list that the delivery of the second batch should occur. So it would come in such a way that it will not compromise the trend that we have already established now.
The government plans to vaccinate 40% of Nigerians by the end of the year and 70% by the end of 2022. The country is expecting an additional 41 million vaccine doses through the African Union, and health authorities hope there will be no further delays and setbacks in the rollout of the vaccines. Kelechi Emekalam, CGTN Abuja, Nigeria.
Most of the countries in Africa are relying on support from development partners and international initiatives to secure their doses of COVID-19 vaccines. But challenges still exist in sustaining the uptake of such doses. In southern Africa, Malawi will now have to destroy about 16,000 coronavirus vaccines. Officials there say the AstraZeneca doses are about to expire due to reluctance among citizens to take the shot. The doses were among the 102,000 donated by the African Union last month. So far, half of the 530,000 vaccines from donors have been administered. Coronavirus infections in Malawi have been relatively low, but there have been reports of a surge since the beginning of April. Well, many people on the African continent have resorted to self-medication to treat COVID-19 symptoms. Most prefer using concoctions made from ginger and garlic combined with antibiotics to treat their infection. But as CGTN's Inox Okole reports, some seem to have found out the hard way that the remedies and drugs being sold over the counter could worsen their condition.
In the outskirts of Kenya's capital, Nairobi, Emmanuel Atamba and his wife, Mercy Atamba, are tending to their small garden farm. A venture they started days after recovering from COVID-19.
What we went through was really terrible. It was very scary.
The experience with the coronavirus began after they started exhibiting COVID-19 symptoms. Subsequent laboratory tests only confirmed their fears.
And we went into treatment, the whole house. Of course, the kids were also showing symptoms. But the basic medication, of course, what they say, you take the ginger, lemon, garlic, and turmeric. That is really what really helped us a lot in the initial phase. We were also given immune boosters.
Placed under home-based care, Atamba relied on recommendations from recovered patients. One drug was heavily mentioned, azithromycin.
When I went to the doctor, I asked what I can use. They also recommended the same, and they said if you have chest pains, you use azithromycin. But of course, there was really not much information exactly about how to use the drug, how much of the drugs to use. It was just 1 tablet per day, but not clear for how many days.
This nearly cost the life of his wife after 10 days of drug taking.
She started feeling weak, she had a headache, she became dizzy, and she was really struggling to breathe. And it was very scary because we opened the windows and it couldn't work. We went outside with her, sat outside with her, it still could not work.
Atamba decided to rush his wife to hospital. He feared that COVID-19 may have damaged his wife's lungs, but he will come to learn that her problem was not caused by COVID-19, but the drug that she used. She was simply showing symptoms of azithromycin overdose.
And he asked me, had she finished the dose? And then I was surprised because I didn't even know there was a dose.
Azithromycin is a 3-day dosage drug supposed to be administered by a qualified physician, but the family had bought theirs over the counter at a local chemist. Experts say self-medication is a practice that is on an upward trend on the African continent, especially during the pandemic. The Kenya Pharmacy and Poisons Board says self-medication is leading many not to having proper medical advice when needed. And some practitioners warn that self-medication could create a bigger problem in the future.
We are having a situation where diseases that could be treated by simple antibiotics, the antibiotics no longer work.
Doctors in Africa say a majority of COVID-19 patients placed under home-based care usually opt for self-medication once they exhibit flu-like symptoms, only to have their conditions worsen.
COVID-19 is a virus. Antibiotics are not indicated in the virus situation. The instance when we use azithromycin is specific. Doctors understand what it's being used for in particular cases, not for every single case of COVID-19.
With COVID-19 still spreading across the African population, doctors are advising anyone with symptoms to seek medical advice first before embarking on any treatment. Enoxikolia, CGTN, Nairobi, Kenya.
It's the first week of fasting in the holy month of Ramadan. This is the second Ramadan to be observed since the outbreak of COVID-19. And as Yasser Hakim reports, prevention measures have restricted prayers and rituals of the holy month.
Like it did with every aspect of our lives, the coronavirus has also affected the holy month of Ramadan. The government has cancelled late-night tahajjud prayers and seclusion in mosques. Daily mass night Taraweeh prayers have been allowed, but reduced from 4 hours to half an hour. Mosques like this one in downtown Cairo have been applying strict anti-COVID health measures.
In Sayyidah Nafisa Mosque, the sanitization process is done on a daily basis. We have applied measures such as social distancing, wearing masks, using only personal prayer rugs, allowing people in only 10 minutes before prayer time, and Taraweeh late-night prayers do not exceed half an hour. All this to protect the people's lives and keep them safe.
Mosques that break the rules would be closed down. These measures for the second year running have caused concern amongst many Muslims. They fear the less rituals they perform, the less reward they get from Allah.
You can't feel the spirit of Ramadan, the feel of the month because of the precautions. Yes, it's better than last year when mosques were totally closed. They are now partially open, but you still don't feel the holiness of the month.
Clerics, however, say these are special times that require special measures.
This is a very wise decision because in emergency circumstances, human life is more important to Allah than anything else. In our religion, the safety of human beings and adopting all precautionary measures in this case is more important than worship.
It's not just rituals like prayers and seclusion that are at risk, but other deeds associated with the holy month as well. For example, daily charitable banquets for the poor, a common practice in Egypt, especially during Ramadan, has been cancelled to avoid gatherings amidst the pandemic. People of faith explain there are alternatives which are as important.
Why not do all the rituals at home? This is one of the beauties of Islam. It gives you options in different situations. People can make seclusions in a room at home, pray and recite the Quran as if they are in the mosque, and they'll be rewarded as much as if they had gone to the mosque.
There are over 140,000 mosques of all sizes in Egypt. Huge efforts are going on to ensure the safety of tens of millions who congregate daily during the holy month of Ramadan. Yes, Hakim for CGTN, Cairo.
It's time now for us to take a short break. Here's what's still to come. Tensions escalate after the U.S. imposes broad sanctions against Russia. And teenager on a mission to combat child marriages in Zimbabwe through martial arts.
You don't find the stories of North Africa by sitting on the sidelines. You've got to get out, go there, and you'll find them. In the bazaars of Casablanca. Among the crowds in Cairo.
Who come to visit Cairo, the ancient capital of Egypt.
Along the waters of the Nile. Along the sands of the Sahara. No one else will take you where we can in North Africa. No one else will show you what it's all about. CGTN, see the difference.
Welcome back. You're watching News Making Headlines right here on Africa Live. The United States has issued a range of sanctions against Russia and expelled diplomatic personnel from Russia's mission in Washington, D.C. The White House says the sanctions are meant to target the Russian economy for interfering in last year's election and for launching cyber attacks. It says the move will affect individuals and private companies. The announcement comes just days after a phone call between leaders of the two countries. The Kremlin says it will soon respond and has summoned Washington's ambassador to Moscow.
The response to the sanctions will be unavoidable. Washington must realize that they have to pay for the deterioration of bilateral relations. The United States of America is fully responsible for what's happening. I would also like to say that the Russian Foreign Ministry has summoned the U.S. ambassador. We will share with you additional information on the outcome of this conversation, which will be uneasy for the U.S. side.
The United States Climate Representative John Kerry is in Shanghai for 3 days of talks with his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping, and other officials. It's the first visit by an official under the Biden administration. The trip comes ahead of Biden's virtual climate summit scheduled for April the 22nd to the 23rd, around Earth Day. The White House says 40 world leaders have been invited to the event. It's expected to unveil new targets for greenhouse gas emissions. Xu Mingqi reports from Shanghai.
It's very likely that the two sides do not have the same expectations for this meeting, especially after the dramatic shouting match between the two sides last month in Alaska. Now, China, for its part, has not released much information regarding this meeting, but the U.S., on the other hand, has been quite outspoken about their goals for this meeting. Mr. Kerry, ahead of his trip to Shanghai, said during an interview with the Wall Street Journal that they are talking to China about talking, and they obviously need China at the table for this virtual summit. China has yet to confirm its participation at the summit. And Mr. Kerry also said it was perhaps a more tricky narrative that he said his team is committed to finding ways to force China to be accountable for its pledges, the pledges it's made on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And he's also cast doubt on whether China's targets on, for the emissions are sufficiently aggressive. Now, that could be a potentially contentious point, as China has already increased its nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement. And its goal of reaching net zero carbon dioxide emissions by 2060 or carbon neutrality by 2060 is already 5 to 10 years ahead of the timeline prescribed by the international agreement. So even though China has said openly that it is willing to cooperate with the U.S. on climate matters, whether or not it will accept the U.S. asserting itself as a supervisor is probably going to be another story.
Let's head over to West Africa now, where the World Health Organization says that around a quarter of people in Nigeria are battling various forms of mental illness. Lack of mental health education is one of the major factors contributing to this problem. Mental health practitioners in the country are now on a mission to sensitize the public on the importance of seeking professional help. From Abuja, here's Philly Heiza with more.
Esther nearly dropped out of a postgraduate program 3 years ago. She suffered from depression as a result of academic pressure and other personal issues. But Esther says she eventually got help, managed to finish her program, and she's now helping to educate other people living with mental health problems.
Instead of spending 24 months, I had to spend extra. And however, regardless of all of that, I have been able to get help and pull through, get my life back on track, and I've been able to get a job, live a normal life, and even volunteer as an educator.
According to the WHO, around 25% of Nigerians suffer from some form of mental illness, and many don't seek help in time. At this mental health awareness hub, run by a non-profit organization, Gede Foundation, people are encouraged to seek help from psychologists and get early therapy. Experts here say wrong perceptions on mental illness, poor awareness about its causes, and widespread stigma are some of the reasons why Nigeria has increasing cases of mental illness.
A lot of people believe that mental health problems are as a result of things that are spiritual in nature, or maybe someone has cursed the other person, And this lack of understanding, it gives us a lot of setback, because a lot of people do not reach out early enough, and then they have heightened or worsened conditions.
The federal government wants religious and traditional leaders to help educate citizens better about taking their mental health seriously.
The government has instituted public mental health campaign awareness across the country, but experts say more needs to be done to effectively tackle the mental health problems in Nigeria.
Investing in mental health encompasses so many things. First and foremost, it will be awareness, mental health education, mental health prevention, and mental health promotion by all stakeholders involved.
And with these interventions, many more Nigerians could learn how to take their mental health more seriously, just like Esther, and help produce a more productive society across the country. Phil Ihaza, CGTN, Abuja.
The problem of early marriages continues to be an issue of great concern among many in Zimbabwe. According to a 2019 study, 1 in 3 girls in the country is married off before turning 18. However, one teenage girl is trying to reverse that trend. Natsirai Maritza is using martial arts to keep girls occupied and out of matrimony until they are older. Farai Mwekatuya brings us her story.
Biting poverty in Epworth, an informal settlement in Zimbabwe's capital, Harare, has forced many young girls into prostitution or early marriage. Natsirai Maritza, who's seen several of her friends married off before they finished school, wants to prevent more of them from falling into the same predicament by training them in Taekwondo.
Some of these girls, they are experiencing difficult situations. They are living in a poverty-stricken area. So in order for them not to get married, they should endure the hardship. Taekwondo is very painful. And for one to continue, she has to endure the pain. So it teaches them endurance and also to believe even in their dreams.
Zimbabwe has a 33.7% prevalence of child marriages, despite the unions being outlawed under a constitution passed in 2013. Delays in aligning new and old provisions have created loopholes.
You know that now there is a bill that is at an advanced stage to try and see what could be done to make sure that there is harmony between the marriage laws. But we don't think that is enough to just have a law. A multi-pronged approach is important. Continue to empower young people with life skills education, with comprehensive sexuality education, and also engage the policy makers and also continue to advocate for implementation of the laws that are there.
Some of those life skills are being imparted in Natsirai's backyard, although getting everyone to join in hasn't been easy.
There was this myth that said if you do Taekwondo, if you're a girl, you will not have children. And they also believe that Taekwondo is only meant for boys. But I'm trying also to fight against that myth that taekwondo is meant for everyone. We are all equal, we are all the same. We can do what boys can do even though we're girls.
The 17-year-old wants to prove this by representing her country at the Olympics one day. While Nazirai's Olympic dream may still be some years away, she can already take pride in the fight she's engaged in here, which is aiming to deliver a knockout blow to child marriages. Farai Mwakutuya, CGTN, Harare, Zimbabwe.
Well, here is a quick reminder of our top stories. The global distribution of COVID-19 vaccines is still showing major disparities. That's the observation of the head of the World Health Organization. The Africa CDC Director, John Kasong, now says he cannot predict when the second doses will arrive on the continent to cater for those who have had their first round of inoculation. Malawi will have to dispose of about 16,000 coronavirus vaccines. The officials there say the AstraZeneca doses are about to expire due to reluctance among citizens to take the dose. The doses were among the 102,000 donated by the African Union last month. And the United States has issued a range of sanctions against Russia and expelled diplomatic personnel from Russia's mission in Washington, D.C. The White House says the sanctions are meant to target the Russian economy for interfering in last year's election and for launching cyber attacks. The Kremlin says it will soon respond and has summoned Washington's ambassador in Moscow. Well, those were the stories that are making headlines. Just to recap that we gave you there, let's now hand over to Rama for the latest in business.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Here's what's coming up in business news. Headline inflation in Nigeria goes over 18% as food prices continue to rise. And Coinbase rises by 7% in pre-market trading after its landmark debut on the Nasdaq.
Accra is my kind of city. That's because when I'm here, I feel like I'm back home in Lagos or Abidjan, which are two of the major cities I grew up in.
Business in Africa is high risk.
After about a decade covering business news on the continent, I've learned it's all about the high risk, but also the high returns and the high energy. You simply have to adjust in order to keep pace. When I started out as a journalist, my dream was to open people's minds to the different perspectives. From the CEO in the boardroom to the trader out in the street, we all have different stories. From Accra to Addis Ababa, from Cairo to Cape Town, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Here at CGTN, we realize that Africa is on the move, and it's moving fast, but we're moving right along with it. I'm Ucheo Koronkwo, and I'm a business anchor and reporter at CGTN.
Africa Live. Find your voice.
Welcome back. Let's start in Nigeria. Headline inflation over there rose to 18.17 in March. The figure was about 0.82 percentage points higher compared to the 17.33% figure recorded back in February. Now, the last time Africa's largest economy recorded an inflation rate higher than 18% was back in January 2017. The headline inflation rate at that point in time was 18.72%. According to the National Statistics Bureau, increases were recorded in virtually all individual consumption units that essentially feed into the headline index. On a month-on-month basis, the headline index went up by 1.56% in March. Similarly, food inflation rose year-on-year by at least 5 percentage points, all the way to 23%. South Africa, in the meantime, has extended by another 3 months the deadline of a loan scheme that is central to efforts to counter the economic impact of the pandemic. President Cyril Ramaphosa announced the bank loan scheme for businesses worth up to 200 billion rand in total and partly guaranteed by the state back in April 2020. Now, the availability of loans in that scheme has now been extended all the way to the middle of July, the 11th of July to be specific, from an earlier deadline of April 11th. The extension is to enable an orderly winding down of the scheme and to assess the applications already received. The scheme's main aim was to encourage banks to lend more and on more favourable terms to enterprises affected by the coronavirus pandemic, which last year pushed the country's economy into its largest annual contraction in a century. Away from the continent now, cryptocurrency firm Coinbase, which runs the top exchange for Bitcoin and other digital currency assets, continued its somewhat volatile start as a public company. Its shares rose by more than 7% in pre-market trading. The stock started trading at about $381 a share in its direct listing on Wednesday. It rose in the opening minutes, but shares reversed later on in the day. Coinbase closed near $328 a share. Coinbase held at least 11.3% of the world's crypto assets at the end of March. The San Francisco-based firm made estimated revenues of $1.8 billion in the first quarter of 2021. That's a 9-fold increase compared to the same period a year earlier. The number of Coinbase's monthly transacting users also went up to 6.1 million from 2.8 million. Now, as the spring meetings of the IMF and the World Bank continue this week, the fund was flooded, still is really, with complaints from Kenyans on social media, pleading with the fund to cease lending money to a government that they see as being profligate. In June 2019, Kenya had at least $53.3 billion in public debt. By the end of January, however, that had gone up by more than a quarter, of about $14 billion. By the end of January, that excluded the $2.34 billion borrowed from the IMF in the middle of March. Now, $307.5 million, or about 13% of that total amount, was disbursed earlier in April. Debt-weary Kenyans had actually put up a petition demanding the suspension of debt issuance, while referring to, among other things, comments from the president that at least $18 million is stolen from public coffers a day. This was the response from the head of the Africa department to the fund when we spoke.
What has happened, of course, is that this pandemic has come and hit our economies really significantly, has reduced revenue mobilization, increased spending needs. So, the concerns that people are expressing about increasing levels of debt in Kenya, of course, fall within this gamut. And, it's not a new one. It's been there for a while. What the government has laid out is a strategy that over the medium term to make sure that debt level stabilizes, while in the near term it creates space to address a lot of the spending needs that have emerged. If they do the alternative, which is to basically bring the deficit down to zero overnight, of course, that would be extremely painful for the economy also. And I think what they've done in seeking the most concessional form of financing available from entities like the IMF is one of the approaches to, over medium term, stabilize debt and begin to bring it down.
Now, the tourism and aviation industries around the world are in trouble, but that's not stopping Tanzania from adding to its fleet for its national carrier. The country has bought 3 new planes, according to the Prime Minister Kassim Majaliwa. The Prime Minister says these aircraft will bring the total number of the planes in Air Tanzania's fleet to 12. CGTN's Daniel Kijo has that story.
Air Tanzania is looking to take off as a serious player in East Africa's aviation game. The company suffered a turbulent time over the last few decades, involving allegations of mismanagement and the loss of millions of dollars. The government under former President John Magufuli initiated a new drive to revive Air Tanzania Company Limited by acquiring brand new aircrafts.
The government has completed the purchase of 3 new planes, 2 being Airbuses, 220-300s and 1 -8-400. These planes will arrive during this year, 2021 to 2022. The government will now own the 12 aircrafts as previously planned.
The turbulence looks set to continue, according to a Chief Auditor General report which revealed losses of $25 million during the 2019-2020 financial year. Analysts say the airline business is a complex one and that across the globe, all major airlines are making losses. An aviation expert for 30 years, Mustafa Katau says aviation is a long-term game and that Air Tanzania has an opportunity to make profits.
I can tell you there's huge scope for flights within Africa. We have two airlines which are dominating this market. Ethiopian Airlines and Kenya Airways are dominating the African market. Previously we had South African Airways, which has suspended its operations, but I'm very much confident that Air Tanzania will do a turnaround in the next 3 to 5 years.
The government believes reviving Air Tanzania could be critical in promoting other economic sectors, including tourism, agriculture, fisheries, and trade. In the early 1980s, Air Tanzania used to fly internationally to Dubai, Mumbai, Port Louis, London, and Moroni. The airline faced challenges in the mid-90s to the 2000s, but now the government is looking to use this upgraded fleet to position itself as a strong regional player in the next couple of years. This comes as some foreign airlines to the Kilimanjaro International Airport have resumed flights after recent suspensions following reduced traffic because of the global COVID-19 pandemic. Kenya Airways, Turkish Airlines, and Germany-based Condor are also in talks to resume flights to the Kilimanjaro International Airport, Tanzania's gateway to the northern tourism circuit. Experts believe stabilizing the air transport industry will be key to the survival of the tourism sector.
Tourism goes hand in hand with flights. You cannot separate this, because people have to be brought from wherever they are. And the quickest, reliable way of bringing them to Tanzania counts a lot.
Though President John Magufuli has passed away, his support for the aviation industry will likely continue under President Samia Suluhu Hassan to the relief of the aviation industry. Daniel Kijo, CGTN, Dar es Salaam.
The president of the ECB, Christine Lagarde, says that the Eurozone economy is still standing on the dual crutches of monetary and fiscal stimulus. Her comments suggest a pushback on suggestions expressed by some Eurozone central bank leaders that the ECB can now start dialing back its emergency bond purchases.
We consider that both fiscal and monetary support are needed and will be needed until the pandemic crisis is over. When I think of the economy, I think of a patient. I know this is not very good medical analogy at the moment, but think of a patient which is out of the deep crisis, but still on two clutches. You don't want to remove either clutches, the fiscal or the monetary, until the patient can actually walk fine.
And I'll leave it there for the time being. I'll be back at the top of the hour, though. In global business, we'll be exploring vaccine passports as vaccination rates in high-income countries continue to rise. Governments are now proposing or even implementing digital passes to revive the aviation and hospitality sectors. But there is fear that this adoption could leave developing countries behind. How do we solve that? We'll have some answers for you at 1800 GMT. See you then. For now, back to Hannah.
I'm looking forward to that, Rama. Thank you so much. Let's now take a short break and return. Hundreds of endangered Cape cormorants taken back to Cape Town's Robben Island.
You're watching breaking news on CGTN.
Welcome to the world today on CGTN.
Africa Live. Find your voice.
Well, let's now turn our attention to wildlife in South Africa, where close to 2,000 endangered Cape cormorants are being returned to Cape Town's Robben Island. They've all been successfully rehabilitated at a local seabird hospital after they were earlier found abandoned on the island. CGTN's Travis Andrews tells us more.
After 3 months of rehabilitative care, these Cape cormorants are amongst the first to finally set foot back on Robben Island. The seabirds were being cared for at Seabird Rehabilitation Centre, Sankob, who received them when they were just dehydrated chicks. Researchers discovered them abandoned together on the island after the adults failed to return from their search for prey at sea. Now the first lot of healthy Cape cormorants are being returned to the island by Sankob researchers.
We release the birds. Before we release, we obviously check that they're all healthy, that they have the right weight, that they're waterproof, and then when we take them over to Robben, they're under enclosure for 2 days, and then they're being released, and then they're being observed by our staff on the island.
So far, around 640 have been taken back to their colony, while the others are still being cared for at Sankob Seabird Hospital. Seabird rangers stationed on the island, though, have been monitoring the well-being of the rehabilitated flock.
Looking at if the birds are integrating with the wild ones, of which that is important. We're looking at monitoring if they those that are kind of like weak, and then sending them back to Sankob for rehabilitation again.
Cape cormorants are also considered as endangered, so maintaining a healthy population on Robben Island has become a key conservational issue for seabird researchers. One issue that remains critical to the sustainability of the seabird colony on this island is the amount of food around the island, and scientists will have to monitor those fish stocks carefully over the next few months.
The next fish survey that is run by government will be in May or June, so then we know how much fish is around at the moment. But seeing that we are seeing large flocks of cormorants at the moment in all our bays shows that there seems to be fish around.
For now, though, the seabirds seem to be settling in well, and all indications are that the entire rescued flock will make a successful return and reintegration on Robben Island, which is important to boosting their very low numbers. Travis Andrews, CGTN, Cape Town.
Time for us to take a short break. When we return, the latest in sports, including Manchester United and Granada gear up for Europa League second leg fixture.
As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to ravage through the world, forcing many countries into multiple lockdowns, in Kenya, 5 individuals who had qualified for the already postponed Tokyo 2020 Olympics are continuing to sharpen their skills. Christine Ongare is a boxer who has qualified for her first ever Olympic Games. Her coach, David Munuhe, is on his second stint, having featured in the 2016 edition. For rugby coach Felix Olo and Kenya's women's sevens captain Philadelphia Orlando, this is a chance for the team to go a step further in the tournament. While for Mutile Yavi, who switched citizenship from Kenya to Bahrain, this is a chance to prove herself as an elite runner after failing to make the Kenya Youth Athletics team.
Africa Live. Find your voice.
Let's now take a look at what's happening in the world of sport. We go to UEFA Europa League quarterfinals, with Manchester United trained at Carrington on Wednesday to prepare for the second leg match against Granada, scheduled on Thursday. United have a comfortable 2-0 result in the first leg match against the Spanish side, thanks to goals scored by Marcus Rashford and Bruno Fernandes. The Red Devils are enjoying a 3-game winning streak after beating Jose Mourinho's Spurs 3-1 in the league, and manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer believes that they have a strong base for the second leg encounter against Granada.
You know, we've got a great foundation to play from and a good result, but we go into this game wanting to win the game. We want to play a good game, perform well. We know that Granada will come here and give it everything they've got, so we have to go out there, try to dominate the ball, score goals like we always want to do, and just keep carrying on. The momentum is is big in football. You know, if it goes for you, it goes for you. So we just want to carry on there, and hopefully the players will enjoy.
On the other side, Granada continued their training preparation with a session at Old Trafford ahead of the second leg match. The Spanish club, currently 8th in the La Liga standings, have a mountain to climb to advance to the semi-finals. But their players showed no signs of any pressure, with the squad playing the childhood game of rock, paper, scissors during their training session. Coach Diego Martinez, however, admitted they needed to perfect match to advance.
There will be 90 minutes and the aggregate at least. I think these kind of matches need to be played with intelligence and understanding that we need a perfect match, as I said on the first leg, and that is what we want to do tomorrow.
Russia has unveiled new Olympics uniform designs for its athletes who will compete under a neutral flag at a glitzy ceremony attended by top sporting officials in Moscow. The uniforms feature the national flag colors of white, blue, and red, but don't include the Russian emblem or any words related to Russia, in accordance with a ruling by the Court of Arbitration for Sport last December. Russia was handed a 2-year ban on using its name, flag, or anthem at the next 2 Olympics on the back of a years-long doping scandal. Russia has been accused of state-ordered tampering of a testing lab database in Moscow following allegations of state-backed doping and cover-ups, which emerged after the 2014 Sochi Winter Olympics.
We exchanged opinions with our colleagues, and the collection has not disappointed the fans or the athletes. On the contrary, this will be our lucky star for the Tokyo Games. Now we are 100 days away, so the Russian Olympic Committee presenting these uniforms today is very symbolic.
On the tennis court, 4th seed Stefanos Tsitsipas became the first player through to the quarterfinals of the Monte Carlo Masters with a straight sets win over Chile's Cristian Garin. The Greek world number 5 was in the driving seat throughout against the informed 16th seed Garin, who won his home title in Santiago last month. The first set came down to a bruising 15-minute game at 4-3, which Tsitsipas saw returned into the net for the all-important breakthrough. The 22-year-old wasted little time in the second set. He pressured his opponent into several backhand errors, and after trading breaks late on, converted his first match point with a powerful overhead. Tsitsipas next faces world number 58, Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, in the last 8 on Friday. Let's turn our attention now to motorsport with the return of Formula One this weekend. Red Bull driver Sergio Perez says the Imola venue can be seen as boring for the fans ahead of the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. The Mexican driver spoke after a training session with Red Bull, saying it isn't his favorite track and can lack excitement for fans. Perez finished 5th in the season-opening Bahrain Grand Prix last month on his Red Bull debut, despite having to start the race in the pit lane.
It's not my favorite, but it's one I enjoy. Unfortunately, racing the race is not so interesting for the fans if it's a normal race. Without the safety cars or so on, it can end up being a one-stop race, boring for the fans. But yeah, hopefully we are there in the mix from the day one onwards, and hopefully we take another step in the right direction.
On to volleyball now, where the Chinese women's national team regrouped at Ningbo's balloon training base, having finished the National Games qualifiers after 1 week of preparation. They will head to Japan on April the 25th for a friendly against the hosts on May the 1st. The match will be part of the Olympic test event at the newly built Ari Lake Arena. Both the Chinese men's and women's teams are invited as the only guests for the volleyball test event. Due to the pandemic, the 2016 Rio Olympic champions have not participated in any international competitions for more than a year, and this will be the first time they make an international appearance after winning the World Cup in 2019. The reigning Olympic champions are set to face the USA, Russia, Italy, Argentina, and Turkey in Pool B at the Summer Games. Head coach Jenny Langping says her players are looking forward to the trip.
Our training session at Beilun marked the final spring at home before the Olympics. This phase will be relatively short and run 8 days before we head to Japan for the Olympic test event. We're also very honored to have a chance to compete at the Olympic venue against the host Japan before the Games. So we look forward to this game as the coronavirus pandemic has stopped most international matches and we want to regain our previous rhythm.
In basketball, Torian Prince scored a season-high 25 points with 6 three-pointers at the Cleveland Cavaliers, handed the Charlotte Hornets their third straight loss at home Wednesday, 103-90. Jared Allen had 15 points and 8 rebounds in his first return to action since 26 March. Kevin Love added another 17 points and 11 rebounds for the Cavaliers, who went on to snap a 2-game skid. Terry Rozier had 22 points, 8 assists and 7 rebounds to lead the Hornets, while Miles Bridges contributed 20 points. This marked Allen's first action since suffering a concussion against the Los Angeles Lakers, forcing him to miss 8 games. He opened strong with 2 dunks in Cleveland's first 3 possessions and had 4 for the game. Well, that's it for this edition of Africa Live. Remember that you can send your feedback to contacts on the screen and follow us on digital media platforms. From me, Hannah Vivia, and the rest of the Africa Live team, thank you so much for watching. Rama is up next with Global Business.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
Hello there, welcome to this edition of Global Business Africa. In the next hour, we'll run through the business news stories you need to know about from the continent and beyond. But first, a quick run through the markets for you. The top 40 cent over the JSE did pause a little bit today, a marginal 4.37 points drop. That's nowhere near enough really to make a dent in the 1% gain made so far in the course of the week. In fact, at today's levels, the Nigerian market also does continue to fall deeper and deeper into negative territory. It's 4.2% lower so far in the year. And after a brief surge over $400 a share, Coinbase is back to the mid-300s, $333 a share at 1710 GMT. That gives it a market cap north of $66 billion at those levels. Here's what's in the pipeline tonight. We'll explore how the continent risks falling behind amid a push for the adoption of COVID-19 vaccine passports. The global metals and mining industry earnings are forecast to keep growing off the back of the economic recovery. And the US climate envoy John Kerry is in China for talks on climate change policy. All that and more is in the pipeline tonight. But our starting point is Nigeria, specifically its inflation data. Headline inflation over there rose to 18.17% in the month of March. That was about 82 basis points higher compared to the 17.33% reading seen in February. Now, the last time that Africa's largest economy recorded an inflation rate higher than 18%, you've got to go all the way back to January 2017. Headline inflation back then was 18.72%. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, increases were recorded in all individual consumption units that then feed into the headline index. On a month-on-month basis, the headline index went up by 1.5% in the month of March. Similarly, food inflation also went up by 5 percentage points to a reading of 23% at the end of Q1. South Africa, in the meantime, has extended by another 3 months the deadline for a loan scheme that is central to efforts to counter the economic damage inflicted by the COVID-19 pandemic. President Cyril Ramaphosa announced the bank loan scheme for businesses worth up to 200 billion rand in total, partly guaranteed by the government back in April. Now, the availability of loans in the scheme has now been extended all the way to the middle of July from an earlier deadline of the 11th of April. The extension is designed to enable an orderly winding down of the scheme and to assess the applications already received. The scheme's main aim is to encourage banks to lend even more and on more favorable terms to businesses that have been badly affected by the coronavirus crisis, which last year pushed the country's economy into its largest annual contraction in a century. Now, more than a year into the COVID-19 pandemic, some governments are calling for the introduction of a digital vaccine passports to jumpstart the aviation and hospitality sectors. Africa, collectively speaking, lags behind most regions in the number of vaccinations carried out, and a number of countries, including South Africa, are at risk of a third wave of the virus. Now, while people are beginning to travel yet again for both work and leisure, there is a fear, a nagging fear among developing nations that they will be left behind amid calls for the adoption of these vaccine passports. With this story, here's CGTN's Sumitra Naidu.
Talks of vaccination passports are already underway in most European countries, a conversation that South Africa can't engage in at this stage. Out of 168 countries that have begun administering the COVID-19 vaccine, South Africa places 79 on the list after vaccinating just 0.5% of the population. If the country continues at this pace, it could take 10 years before 75% of the population is vaccinated.
What we're waiting for is to get a large batch of vaccines so we can start to vaccinate a large number of people. Right now we haven't even started. We just at the essential workers that are within the healthcare.
The vaccination rollout has been dealt another blow. The health ministry here has decided to stop the process for now after more reports of blood clotting in people overseas that received the vaccine. The government is heading up this rollout and prefers to be cautious, so no other vaccines will be administered privately. The Health Ministry also wants to ensure everyone is treated fairly in getting a vaccine.
So from the domestic side, we still need to think about it very carefully and make sure that we comply with the Constitution, and to make sure that it's fair. Because if you go and say that you're going to have a vaccine passport, but you don't have parity in terms of the distribution of vaccine from urban area to rural area, how do we deal with it constitutionally? And also, how do we deal with it if other people don't want to have this vaccine?
The tourism industry has reopened to local and international visitors, but 120 countries have placed restrictions on travelers from South Africa. This is because the 501Y variant was discovered here last year.
That's why I talk about the issue of parity. It will create a two-tier system. So again, to not have a two-tier system for us going outward is to make sure that there's enough vaccine for everyone. Internationally, already now, it has created an imbalance because rich countries and those that have developed their own vaccines that have been proven to be effective, have already started vaccinating, their citizens.
The vaccine passport may be an easy option for those countries with money. African countries without financial muscle may be left behind.
The global rollout is going to take anywhere from 12 to 30 months, according to the health experts. And therefore, we cannot have a global standard if there isn't equal and equitable access to vaccines.
Governments are desperately trying to get their nations back to normality, but are treading cautiously. Sumitra Nadu, CGTN, Johannesburg, South Africa.
Now then, let's focus on the bigger picture across the continent. The COVID-19 pandemic has cut employment in sub-Saharan economies by over 8%. It's also returned 32 million people back into extreme poverty just last year. Now, those are some of the headline numbers in the latest review of the region's economic performance by the International Monetary Fund. It does make for fairly grim reading. In the early days of the pandemic, the fund forecast a contraction of 3.2%. It now estimates that the contraction that took place last year was just 1.9%, with the second half of the year being salvaged by a better than expected performance in sectors like agriculture, which were not as hard hit by the pandemic. Now, the number of countries at high risk of debt distress, though, is concerning. That has tripled from 2014 to 2020. Zambia, of course, does continue to default on its Eurobonds after the initial default last October. As the size of the job market in many economies in the region has contracted and net earnings are falling, governments have an increasingly smaller and smaller pool of funds available to stay ahead of debt service obligations. Earlier on, I spoke to the head of the IMF's Africa Department, Abebe Selassie. I started our conversation by asking him why it will take years in some countries just to get back to where they were in 2019.
We estimate that growth last year contracted for sub-Saharan Africa as a whole by 2%. This is by far the worst record, the worst on record that we can find. Now, it's slightly better than what we were hearing would happen, a contraction of around 3%, so minus 2% is still the worst, but somewhat better. This year looks like playing off the recovery that we're seeing in the rest of the world, and of course the easing of restrictions in our region. Also, the economic output should expand by about 3.5%. Still very anemic by our region standards. But perhaps, more telling is really the incredibly awful effect that it has had on, by pushing back some 30 million people back into extreme poverty in our region. Job losses, we estimate, of around 8% of jobs. And these are spread around the economy. Sectors that are heavily tourism dependent have been affected greatly, of course. But also, there's a lot of effects on the informal activities. So really very broad hit to our economies and our people.
That 100 basis point delta you're talking about between the original forecast of a contraction of 3% and what we actually saw in 2020, that 1.9% contraction, was that essentially because we saw a recovery in some of the large economies and of course driven in part perhaps by the recovery in commodity prices as well for economies like Nigeria?
Yes, I mean the second half was somewhat better than we had expected. That was particularly the case in some of the larger economies, which, given their size, also tend to have a big effect on the regional aggregate. less commodities and a bit more sectors like agriculture, which thankfully, have been spared somewhat by the hits that COVID has had in more urban areas, in more service and manufacturing type activities.
One of the other things that stood out for me was the fact that you're arguing that we might be back to where we were in terms of or per capita income only after 2022. In some countries, much later on, 2023, 2025. Walk us through how that scenario was arrived at.
So, as always, Sub-Saharan Africa, of course, it's extremely heterogeneous, extremely differentiated economies within that, right? And what we are, the way we prepare our forecast is looking at country by country projections, and we see a very diverse picture here. For the region as a whole, it will not be until well into next year before per capita income reverts back to the 2019 level. But within that overall picture, it's quite, there's quite a lot of differentiation. And what's worrisome is that there are 13 countries where per capita income will not return to 2019 levels until 2025. And that's about 350 million people that live in these countries. So really quite a big share of the region's population is not going to go back to enjoying the same standards of living for a few years yet. Of course, there are also some economies that are going to be set to rebound this year and reach 2019 per capita income levels as quickly as this year. And it will, but it's still a very differentiated picture and, a worrisome picture because there is going to be some drag from the effects of this pandemic.
Quick run through some company news. Let's start in the world of energy. Sasol has announced 2 hydrogen fuel initiatives as the synthetic fuels and chemicals giant tries to chart its course towards a low-carbon future. Now, the announcements come a day after the group launched a joint tender process to procure some 900 megawatts of renewable energy generation capacity. Separately, Sasol has also announced that it's partnered with Toyota South Africa to jointly pursue the development of a proof-of-concept demonstration for a green hydrogen mobility ecosystem. In banking, South Africa's third largest lender, ABSA, is shutting down its 25-year-old money market unit trust worth about $6 billion. The bank has not given clear reasons for the closure, but it has hinted that some of its investors might have been using it as a bank account, something it was clearly not meant to be used as. The ABSA money market fund's effective yield fell from 6.74% a year ago down to 3.8% by February. The social networking giant Facebook has signed a deal with the Indian firm CleanMax to support renewable power from wind and solar facilities in the country. Under the terms of this deal, Facebook and CleanMax will assemble a portfolio of wind and solar projects supplying renewable energy into India's electrical grid. CleanMax will own and operate the projects. Facebook will buy the power off the grid using environmental attribute certificates or carbon credits, if you prefer. And finally, the profits of the UK's largest supermarket chain, Tesco, fell by nearly a fifth to just $1.1 billion last year. That's after racking up over $1 billion in extra costs caused by the pandemic. Tesco says exceptionally strong revenue grew by 7% to $73 billion in a year to the end of February, but pre-tax earnings were down by nearly 20%, following a number of pandemic-related costs, including giving full pay to staff off work, ill or shielding. That's it for your company news wrap. You're watching Global Business Africa. Time for a short break. Here's what's coming up next. South Africa finds itself without an active vaccination program after stopping the use of the Johnson & Johnson jab. And the cryptocurrency market Coinbase is the talk of Wall Street as it debuts on NASDAQ.
The world economy as we know it is about to change. Global business reports highlight emerging markets, developing countries, and dynamic sectors worldwide. We feature top analysts and newsmakers to provide perspectives on every facet of business. From an on-the-ground perspective, we provide you with balanced and objective assessments. Fast, sharp, and insightful. Global Business. Only on CGTN.
every story starts out like this.
Okay. We'll head out now.
But beyond the rush of the numbers, there's always a more fundamental question. What happened? Who has been affected? When market-moving decisions are made, who's responsible and why?
Let's get some reaction on ground. Joining us in Johannesburg is Sumitra Naidu. Hello, Nairobi.
This is how all stories begin. See how they end. Only on Global Business. Africa is the nexus of enterprise, and Global Business will tell you why it matters.
From the mega investment projects to multi-billion-dollar mergers and acquisitions.
Africa today collects, just in terms of revenues from taxes alone, $545 billion a year. If you take 10% of that and you devote it to the energy sector, problem solved.
All this on Global Business, weekdays at this time on CGTN.
Welcome back to the program. You're watching Global Business Africa. Now, Moody's is forecasting that the global metals and mining industry's earnings will increase by roughly 30% through to the first quarter of 2022. Now, that's off the back of a strong economic recovery as well as rising demand and tight supplies in some specific commodities, steel, iron ore and copper in particular. As the constraints from 2020 to ease and production returns to somewhat normal levels, Moody's is arguing that demand will recover more slowly for other commodities like aluminium, for example. It's a key metal for the global aerospace and automotive sectors. Nickel and zinc supply is also expected to increase, so markets on those three will likely be in surplus. The robust recovery of China's industrial activity has also led to a surge in demand for metals. China accounts for roughly half of global consumption, especially of industrial metals. So let's dig a little deeper into this story. Peter Major is the Director at Cadis Corporate Solutions. He joins us now live from Johannesburg. Peter, good to have you on the program tonight. Would it be fair to say that this is mostly a China-led recovery?
Yeah, it's not quite fair. China is leading it. That part is very fair. But the rest of the world is catching up. And we know demand in the rest of the world fell harder than in China, and it's picking up slower. But the rest of the world is going to be another 50%, and it is gaining traction. So you're correct in saying, Rama, it is led by China, but boy, these other 50% of the world is coming up quick, fast, and hard.
Okay, so Moody's is also forecasting a much slower demand recovery for metals like aluminium, sorry about that, compared to other industrial metals. But why is that happening at a time when we're now seeing that remote work and flexible work days seem to essentially become the norm? I mean, that theory would suggest that people might be moving around a bit more than they used to in the past.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think it's hard to say why the base metals are lagging the iron ore and the platinum group metals, because those are opposite metals on the spectrum, right? You know, the whole platinum group metals, you're dealing in ounces, and in iron ore, you're dealing in billions of tons. And it's funny, those are the two metals that have gone berserk, that have gone in the stratosphere. Copper is the only base metal that's really running hard above its long-term average. Aluminum, nickel, zinc, even tin, which is doing very well, they're all trading a little above the norm. They're trading at good levels, but only copper is trading way above the norm. I think we can attribute copper to the energy, whether it's storage or transmission or going into electric cars. Iron ore, why is it trumping aluminum? It's not so much that the demand for aluminum has fallen. It's just that aluminum has huge supply. It's always had huge supply out there. So even if a couple countries that supply the bauxite had dropped off, it's so easy for them to add another couple dump trucks, another shovel crane. Aluminum is a real bulk material. It's mined very shallow. It's mined on large scale. And you don't need to transport as much. Iron ore, you're talking billion and a half tons that have to get shipped to China. So it's the infrastructure of iron ore. You can mine a lot of it, but it's the infrastructure to move it. You only have to move 40, 50 million tons of aluminum bauxite ore. China, iron ore, you have to move billions of tons. But look, they're all recovering because production did fall in 2020, but demand has held up stronger and has taken off faster than the demand can catch up.
Okay, so
then the production can catch up. Apologies.
Indeed, and that production catch-up thing is something we've been discussing in the past. But let's look at specifically South Africa's mining sector, because the top-line numbers look relatively good, relatively attractive. Revenue up almost 40%, dividends up 133% compared to 2019. But that's the top end of it. But what kind of damage are we not seeing that was inflicted by the pandemic?
You're bringing in a very important point, and I hope the politicians are watching your broadcast because they're the ones that need to open their eyes. Prices have covered up the destruction and the problems below. So it's not that demand for PTMs are really that much higher than before. It's just that supply couldn't keep up with the little increase in demand, and supply did drop off during the virus epidemic at first. So these prices are masking a fall in production. And South Africa has a fall in production in everything, even the PGMs. Its iron ore is way down. But because the price is 3 times higher, that masks the production that's down 15, 20%. And the same with gold, and the same with all of our metals here. And so when these prices start coming a little bit more to normal, then it's like you're pulling the curtain away. You're going to see who doesn't have the clothes on. And that is so important. And you have said, what is hurting here besides the virus? And this virus was a good excuse for South Africa to say, this is why our volumes are down. But our volumes were going down before the virus. They're continuing to go down, and they're going to go down after the virus because we have huge underlying problems here. We have huge policy problems that discourage investment, that chase away foreigners, that make even the locals reluctant to increase capex. And we have transportation problems with railroad, with roads, with harbors. Electricity problems are huge, and everybody knows about that. So yes, these high prices are helping us, but we got to take advantage of high prices to fix these problems. They're going to hurt us when the virus passes.
Indeed. Let's see how this does play out. Peter Major, always a pleasure having you on the program tonight. Thank you. Now, we're still in South Africa, of course. The country, at this point in time, Africa's most industrialized economy, finds itself without an active COVID-19 vaccination program. Now, remember, this is essentially a country that did halt the use of the Johnson & Johnson jab. The country's drugs regulator says it had recently reviewed data from Johnson & Johnson's local research study immunizing healthcare workers, but it didn't find any major safety concerns at that point. South Africa did, however, join the United States in suspending the use of the J&J vaccine after 6 recipients in the U.S. formed rather rare blood clots over there. South Africa had already ditched the AstraZeneca vaccine, which was found to be inadequate, apparently, in dealing with the existing dominant strain of the virus. The J&J and the Pfizer jabs were found to be a lot more effective against the prevailing variant. Let's hear now what South Africans think about these latest developments.
I was initially disappointed, and I was disappointed largely because I had understood that the U.S. had specific reasons to pause under a particular context, and that is that they have other options in terms of vaccines, the Pfizer and the Moderna that they are rolling out, and they've already rolled out millions of vaccines.
I was also thinking of actually taking this vaccine at some point in time, but after that, obviously when I heard about the suspension of the vaccine, I'm now going to have second thoughts. I was willing to actually think about it, but now that it's going to create clots in the blood and all of that, I'm thinking about my health at the same time as well.
Still in the Southern African region, Malawi will have to dispose of roughly 16,000 or so COVID vaccines. Officials there say that the AstraZeneca doses are about to expire due to reluctance among citizens to take the jab. The doses are among the 102,000 that had been donated by the African Union just last month. The health officials in the country say inoculations were rolled out from the middle of March. The aim is to vaccinate 11 million people by the end of the year. So far, though, half of the 530,000 vaccines from donors have been administered. Coronavirus infections in Malawi have been relatively low, but there's been a surge since the start of April. The country is now at about 34,000 cases. It has recorded above 1,100 deaths. That's according to the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Many people on the continent have also resorted to self-medication in order to treat COVID-19 symptoms. Most prefer, in fact, to use concoctions made from ginger and garlic with a combination of antibiotics in order to deal with the symptoms. But as CGTN's Enoch Sikoli now reports, some have found out the hard way that these remedies and drugs being sold over the counter could actually be making them a lot worse.
In the outskirts of Kenya's capital, Nairobi, Emmanuel Atamba and his wife, Mercy Atamba, are tending to their small garden farm. A venture they started days after recovering from COVID-19.
What we went through was really terrible. It was very scary.
The experience with the coronavirus began after they started exhibiting COVID-19 symptoms. Subsequent laboratory tests only confirmed their fears.
And we went into treatment, the whole house. Of course, the kids were also showing symptoms. But the basic medication, of course, what they say, you take the ginger, lemon, garlic, and turmeric. That is really what really helped us a lot in the initial phase. We were also given immune boosters.
Placed under home-based care, Atamba relied on recommendations from recovered patients. One drug was heavily mentioned, azithromycin.
When I went to the doctor, I asked what I can use. They also recommended the same, and they said if you have chest pains, you use azithromycin. But of course, there was really not much information exactly about how to use the drug, how much of the drugs to use. It was just one tablet per day, but not clear for how many days.
This nearly cost the life of his wife after 10 days of drug taking.
She started feeling weak, she had a headache, she became dizzy, and she was really struggling to breathe. And it was very scary because we opened the windows and it couldn't work. We went outside with her, sat outside with her, it still could not work.
Atamba decided to rush his wife to hospital. He feared that COVID-19 may have damaged his wife's lungs. But he will come to learn that her problem was not caused by COVID-19, but the drug that she used. She was simply showing symptoms of azithromycin overdose.
And he asked me, had she finished the dose? And then I was surprised because I didn't even know there was a dose.
Azithromycin is a 3-day dosage drug supposed to be administered by a qualified physician, but the family had bought theirs over the counter at a local chemist. Experts say self-medication is a practice that is on an upward trend on the African continent, especially during the pandemic. The Kenya Pharmacy and Poisons Board says self-medication is leading many not to having proper medical advice when needed. And some practitioners warn that self-medication could create a bigger problem in the future.
We are having a situation where diseases that could be treated by simple antibiotics, the antibiotics no longer work.
Doctors in Africa say a majority of COVID-19 patients placed under home-based care usually opt for self-medication once they exhibit flu-like symptoms, only to have their conditions worsen.
COVID-19 is a virus. Antibiotics are not indicated in the virus situation. The instance when we use azithromycin is specific. Doctors understand what it's being used for in particular cases, not for every single case of COVID-19.
With COVID-19 still spreading across the African population, doctors are advising anyone with symptoms to seek medical advice first before embarking on any treatment. Enoch Sikoli, CGTN, Nairobi, Kenya.
You're watching Global Business Africa. Time for a short break. Here's what's on the other side. The US climate envoy John Kerry is in China for talks on climate policy. And Spain's road to economic recovery has been dealt a blow after it paused the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine over blood clot fears.
business in Africa is at the crossroads. We celebrate those who are adopting and thriving despite the challenges, from grassroots to big businesses. Global Business takes you along for the ride as we track the making of a giant. Only on CGTN.
How will your world change today? What happens here? What happens there? Or what you make happen for yourself? If it matters to you, it matters to us too. Your stories are these stories that need to be told. Africa Live. Find your voice.
Welcome back to the program. Let's look at some of the stories making headlines at this hour. The African Centre for Disease Control says that the continent lags behind most other regions in COVID-19 vaccinations. To date, less than 14 million doses have been administered on a continent that's home to 1.3 billion people. The majority of the vaccines available in African countries have been delivered through the World Health Organization-backed COVAX facility. The doses are AstraZeneca shots produced by the Serum Institute of India. But just last month, India suspended exports in order to meet rising domestic demand amidst a surge in COVID-19 cases over there. Health officials in Malawi say the government will have to destroy over 16,000 expired COVID vaccines that were donated to the country by the AU 3 weeks before their use-by date. The Southern African nation received 102,000 doses of the vaccine developed by teams at Oxford and AstraZeneca last month, but 16,400 were not administered before they expired. Malawi's launched its inoculation campaign in March with the aim of immunizing 11 million people, roughly 60% of the population, by the end of the year. In North Africa, Egypt has imposed a number of restrictions during the month of Ramadan, which started this week on the 12th of April, due to a recent surge in COVID cases. The government has cancelled late-night tahajjud prayers and seclusion in mosques. The move comes as Egypt's daily infections exceeded 700, setting a new record since the start of the pandemic in the country. And finally, the United States has issued a range of sanctions against Russia. It's also expelled some diplomatic personnel from the country's mission in Washington, D.C. The White House says the sanctions are meant to target the Russian economy for interfering in last year's election and for launching cyber attacks. It says the move will affect individuals and private companies. The announcement comes just days after a phone call between the leaders of the two countries. Russian authorities deny all the allegations. That's a run through your headlines. On to the business of climate policy now. The U.S. climate envoy, John Kerry, has met his Chinese counterpart, Xie Jinhua, in Shanghai. The talks are focusing on areas of potential collaboration between two of the world's largest emitters. Kerry is the first official in the U.S. administration, the Biden administration to be specific, to visit China with some relatively high expectations. Here's CGTN's Xu Mengqi reporting from Shanghai.
Behind me is the Dongjiao State Guest Hotel where the talks are taking place now. All morning we've been seeing vehicles in and out, and there are actually quite a few media outlets around. So interest is high in these talks. And given the fact that Kerry is the first Biden administration official to visit China, there's been a lot of speculations as to whether the two sides will talk about issues beyond climate change, but that's something we can only wait and see at this moment. So far, we know that Kerry is in Shanghai at the invitation of China's Ministry of Ecology and Environment. And according to an official statement released by the U.S. State Department, the climate envoy is here to discuss raising global climate ambitions ahead of the U.S. President Joe Biden's Leaders Summit on Climate next week. Now, China has yet to confirm its participation at the summit, so that's very likely something the two sides will talk about this time. And Beijing also said the two sides will exchange views on the upcoming United Nations Climate Change Conference scheduled in November in Glasgow. Although bilateral collaboration in this field has taken a nosedive under Trump administration, which also saw the U.S. withdraw from the Paris Agreement. And now that climate change is back and high on the Joe Biden's administration's agenda. It remains to be seen whether and how the two sides will, continue and resume their collaboration in this field.
South Korea's President Moon Jae-in has ordered officials to explore petitioning an international court over Japan's decision to dump treated but radioactive water into the ocean. Japan unveiled plans on Tuesday involving more than 1 million tons of contaminated water, those used to cool the reactors at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant. Now, the Deputy Prime Minister of Japan, Taro Aso, says he's heard that treated radioactive water is essentially okay to drink. Japan's Reconstruction Agency also released a mascot for the radioactive substance tritium. It was removed later on, however, due to criticism. Japan's decision has drawn widespread criticism both at home and abroad. South Korea summoned Tokyo's ambassador to Seoul, Koichi Aiboshi.
The Japanese government's decision is absolutely unacceptable. The decision to release the Fukushima tank water into the sea not only threatens the safety of neighboring countries and the marine environment, but also is a measure unilaterally decided without sufficient discussion and agreement with our country, which is the nearest neighboring country.
The cryptocurrency platform Coinbase, you might recall that firm. We spoke about it extensively yesterday. It was the talk of Wall Street overnight as it made its stock market debut on the Nasdaq. The move was done through a direct listing where no shares were sold ahead of the opening. John Terrett has the details from New York.
This was a hugely anticipated IPO at the Nasdaq in Times Square. It legitimizes for the very first time cryptocurrencies. It moves for the first time a cryptocurrency company into the forefront of Wall Street activities. Cryptos are now playing with the big boys and girls here in New York. Now, what can I tell you about Coinbase? It was formed in 2012 in San Francisco, so 8 or 9 years ago. Today was, if you like, a coming out party for the company and also for cryptocurrencies and those that have supported the idea for the best part of the last 10 years. Now, as you know, not everybody supports the idea of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Some link them to illicit money, by which they mean terrorist money. Others say, well, look, this is the future. The growth potential is extraordinary. It means reform of the entire global financial system potentially down the road. And the blockchain will become the dominant force in financial dealings in our future, and that it could help countries like Africa and Latin America, where there are unstable banking systems in some countries. Blockchain and crypto could overcome all of that. But the detractors say, look, what happened to Bitcoin in 2018? How much did it go up? And the evangelicals for cryptos have to admit that Bitcoin went down by about 75%. Those are the two arguments. The future, growth, reform, versus very real concern that this is all happening too quickly and is too unknown. Now, we've had some big IPOs here recently. Uber valued around $75 billion, Airbnb around $40 billion. I think this IPO of Coinbase is now valued around $85 billion, and it's the first major direct IPO at the Nasdaq in Times Square. So how did the company get on day one? We had thought it would come out valued at around $250 per share. In the end, it came out at $381 per share. It rose by 50 or 60% within the first hour, but then settled back to close ahead by 31%, or $328. John Terrett, CGTN, outside the New York Stock Exchange.
All right then, so Coinbase is now a public company, but why does that matter? Why is it so important? Well, it's the first cryptocurrency platform to go public, to list on the Nasdaq, and its performance will be very closely watched as the industry is hoping it will open the floodgates for crypto transactions. Here's CGTN's Mark New with this report.
We first visited Coinbase's headquarters in 2013 when they were just a fledgling startup betting big on a mysterious concept. They were helping companies set up payment systems that would accept Bitcoin.
Yes, it's scary because it's new, and there are new security concerns that need to be addressed with it, but that's sort of where I see Coinbase coming in. It's the sort of consumer-friendly front.
Coinbase's strategy has paid off as it's become the U.S.'s biggest cryptocurrency exchange and the first crypto company to be listed on a U.S. stock market.
So Coinbase is the NASDAQ for cryptocurrencies. And what you have to think about is, there's tons of cryptocurrencies. And the question is, how do you trade against that? And that's what Coinbase does. And they did a lot of business. They did $1.8 billion worth in Q1 alone. Last year, they did $1.14 billion. And so the rise of cryptocurrencies means all their money is derived from transaction fees. It legitimizes the cryptocurrencies that are out there and allows you to convert cryptocurrencies to other fiat currencies.
Coinbase has its own cryptocurrency called a USD coin, or stable coin, because it's one coin for $1. It offers a digital wallet for storing cryptocurrencies and is available in more than 100 countries. The author of Blockchain Technology and Applications, Ahmed Benafa, says Coinbase and its investors will continue to take on plenty of risk.
They have almost 56 million users, only 4 million of them active, monthly activities. So 4 million, about 7% of them, they are really making these kind of activities on the exchange. 56% of the trades of the $335 billion is done with two types of cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and Ethereum. Now, you can think about what kind of risk they are facing. Look at the swing of the values of those cryptocurrencies. What are you going to do, if it's went down like what happened in 2018? That's going to have tremendous impact on their revenue and their business model.
The world's most popular cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, was created by Satoshi Nakamoto, whose true identity remains a mystery. It's believed Satoshi owns more than $50 billion worth of Bitcoin. In a filing to the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, Coinbase mentioned Satoshi several times.
The inventor of the Bitcoin, Satoshi Nakamoto, that person or persons or he or it or whatever is the identity of that person, whether it's a government or a person or organization, that entity holds a big chunk of Bitcoin. That's really one of the risks that we have seen it when I read their S1, the filing for the IPO. They say, what if this person decided at one point to cash out all the Bitcoin? What's going to happen?
But it's a risk millions of people appear willing to take in hopes of bridging the gap between digital currencies and traditional ones that you can hold in your hand. Mark New, CGTN, San Francisco.
All right, so let's get away from the business of cryptocurrencies. On to Spain now. The road to economic recovery there is up for debate before Parliament. Many plan would also need approval from the EU before billions in relief funds can then be released. Now, the political debate followed this week's huge blow to Spain's vaccination plan due to the pausing of the use of the vaccine developed by Johnson & Johnson, again due to fears about blood clots. Here's Rahul Pathak with the latest from Madrid.
It's definitely a setback. Spain was looking at the introduction of the Johnson & Johnson jab to really give its vaccination program a huge push. The reason being that it involves just having the one dose. So obviously you can administer the drug to far more people far quicker. Now they were due to start using the one dose vaccine to the 70 to 79 age bracket, and all being well, initially that would be expanded to the rest of the population. So ministers admit that the suspension of the J&J vaccine will, of course, it will cause uncertainty amongst the public, but the fact that they have received such a high volume of the other vaccines says that they're pretty confident that they are optimistic, they said, of reaching their targets. Remember, today in Parliament, building behind me, Pedro Sanchez reiterated his government's target of saying that he wanted 70% of the population vaccinated by the end of July. Pedro Sanchez was speaking in Parliament both yesterday and today. $167 billion in EU funds. He said it's going to deliver the greatest economic transformation we've seen in 30 years. He's unveiled the guidelines of the spending plan, which is really meant to pull this country out of the economic crisis that it's found itself in, primarily because of the coronavirus pandemic. Interestingly, the funds haven't been ratified yet by the European Union, but Spain has already earmarked where that money is going to be spent, and a big part of that, $15.7 billion, will be used to boost electric vehicle production. Electrifying transportation is one of the 20 flagship investments that Spain plans to make over the next few years as it really tries to modernise its economy in the post-pandemic world.
A Dutch travel company has launched a holiday experiment plan on the Greek island of Rhodes. It's an attempt to look for various possibilities to reboot international tourism, which is stalled for the better part of a year now. Stefan de Vries reports from Amsterdam.
Almost 200 lucky people are gathering at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport to go on a vacation to the Greek island of Rhodes. The travellers are part of a test by Dutch tour operator Sunweb to see if it's safe to travel again. It is not your usual holiday, explains Sunweb's CEO.
It differs almost in everything for a normal trip. It starts that they have to do a PCR test 72 hours before departure. And then they had to do another rapid test.
Thousands of people trying to get in, yet only 187 could finally go on the trip.
We were really afraid that maybe nobody would apply. And we were really surprised and a bit caught off guard when more than 25,000 people in the end registered.
Participants paid $475 for all-inclusive access to the pool, restaurants and other facilities, but nothing else, not even the beach. They have to respect the 1.5-meter social distancing and wear a face mask. But that doesn't seem to bother holiday goers.
Well, that's all we can get right now, so we will enjoy it. Yeah.
Very happy. Been a long time since we've been on holiday. So let's see if we can enjoy it, even with the restrictions we have.
At the end of the holiday, there are still some more rules to respect.
And then when they go back, again, there is a PCR test 72 hours before departure and another rapid test on the airport. And then at home, they have to go 10 days in self-quarantine unless they test 5 days after arrival and the outcome is negative, then they can go out again.
It may all sound complicated, but if this test goes well, European holidays could be back again.
And we're all hoping that this summer will at least bring the start of that rebound we've seen in other places in the world, like in China, like in the US, and hopefully we'll see the same here in Europe.
Stefan de Vries, CGTN, Amsterdam.
On to the business of art now. Paintings of some of Europe's most famous artists have come to the National Gallery of Australia. The show is named from Botticelli all the way to Van Gogh. It's the first major exhibition in Australia since international borders were shut down last year. Take a look on what's hot tonight.
Without needing to travel to England, Australians can see some of the masterpieces from London's National Gallery. The exhibition features 7 defining periods of European art history, starting in the Renaissance.
This really is a roll call of the most important artists of Western art history. Many people will have travelled to London, they would have gone through those galleries in the National Gallery, but they've never seen them here in Australia and displayed like we've displayed them.
One of the highlights of the exhibition is Vincent van Gogh's Sunflowers. It has attracted many visitors to take photos or selfies.
Vincent van Gogh, there's something about those sunflowers that even if you've seen them before or you've looked at his work before, there really is something incredibly compelling about these paintings.
Works from other famous painters also include Botticelli, Rembrandt, Vermeer and Goya, not to mention Renoir.
Many of the works look like they just stepped out of the artist's studio because they're lit by the best technology available.
The exhibition, which was delayed a year due to COVID-19, is the first international touring show put on by London's National Gallery.
Every single step of the way has been carefully orchestrated, from the crating to the transportation to when the works arrive in the building and how they're then put on the walls.
The exhibition will run until the middle of June. Lin, CGTN.
All right, then a quick run through commodity prices. We spoke about metals outlook, at least through to the first quarter of 2022 a little earlier. Copper and platinum prices today both up by roughly 2%. In fact, at these levels, they've recovered rather nicely. Copper forwards in London up nearly 17% so far in the year. Platinum not far behind, almost 12% in the green. Crude, however, eclipses both of those gains. Brent and WTI are both up nearly 30% on a year-to-date basis. In East Africa, a Kenyan newspaper, the Business Daily, is reporting that authorities intend to open a bidding round for oil and gas exploration blocks offshore around the coastal town of Lamu. To be clear, though, this is the area in question is not the offshore sections. It's under dispute between Kenya and Somalia. Here's what's coming up next. Coming up next, we'll show you how solar-powered tech is helping rural communities get access to clean, reliable water in Uganda.
You don't find the stories of North Africa by sitting on the sidelines. No one else will take you where we can in North Africa. And no one else will show you what it's all about. CGTN, see the difference.
Welcome back. Let's head over to Uganda. Many rural communities over there do face challenges in getting access to clean drinking water. In fact, only 68% of rural villages have access to a safe, reliable water source, according to the country's Ministry of Water. Now, a non-profit is helping rural communities get access to clean, reliable, portable water using solar-powered digital systems. Isabel Nakiria has that story on Grassroots.
Christine Nachivuka now taps water with a swipe. She's using a digital system that involves loading credit on a token and passing it through a payment system to allow water to flow. Residents pay 2 cents for a 20-litre jerrycan of water, which they say is affordable.
They really helped us. We are no longer suffering. We don't even think about having to walk down the well to fetch water.
Christine's family and millions more live in Uganda's water-stressed areas. She says life was tough before water was brought close to her home.
Imagine we used to walk up this hill very early before we go to school every day, yet we would take 2 routes. Sometimes we ended up being late for school.
According to the Water Ministry, only 38% of the people in Christine's district of Sembabule have access to clean water. This water source has for years been used by both humans and animals. It's not only safe for drinking, but it's also far off. People have to walk over 2 kilometers to access it. The government drilled boreholes in the area, but many broke down. Water Campus, an NGO working to improve access to water in rural communities, is modernizing the broken boreholes. It's replacing hand pumps with solar-powered pumps and supplying cheap water closer to where people live.
We also use a solar-powered digital payment system so that people receive an individual token that they can load credit onto, so that at any time during the day or night they can come and collect water without having to disturb anyone to turn on a tap or have to travel far down to a hand pump.
The organization has built 3 water systems in 3 districts so far, each costing $30,000. The project leaders say the system is reliable and residents are assured of constant water supply throughout the year. The climate in Sembabule is semi-arid, meaning not much rain is received here. The community in Christian's village is lucky, but millions more still don't have access to clean and safe water. Isabel Nakiria, CGTN Sembabule, Uganda.
One last story for you in the hour. This one from South Africa, where close to 2,000 endangered Cape cormorants are being returned to Cape Town's Robben Island. They've all been successfully rehabilitated at a local seabird hospital after they were earlier found abandoned on this island. CGTN's Travis Andrews has that story.
After 3 months of rehabilitative care, these Cape cormorants are amongst the first to finally set foot back on Robben Island. The seabirds were being cared for at Seabird Rehabilitation Centre, Sankob, who received them when they were just dehydrated chicks. Researchers discovered them abandoned together on the island after the adults failed to return from their search for prey at sea. Now the first lot of healthy Cape cormorants are being returned to the island by Sankob researchers.
We release the birds. Before we release, we obviously check that they're all healthy, that they have the right weight, that they're waterproof, and then when we take them over to Robben, they're on this enclosure for 2 days, and then they're being released, and then they're being observed by our staff on the island.
So far, around 640 have been taken back to their colony, while the others are still being cared for at Sankob Seabird Hospital. Seabird rangers stationed on the island, though, have been monitoring the well-being of the rehabilitated flock.
Looking at if the birds are integrating with the wild ones, of which that is important. We're looking at monitoring if they those that are kind of like weak, and then sending them back to Sencorp for rehabilitation again.
Cape cormorants are also considered as endangered, so maintaining a healthy population on Robben Island has become a key conservational issue for seabird researchers.
One issue that remains critical to the sustainability of the seabird colony on this island is the amount of food around the island, and scientists will have to monitor those fish stocks carefully over the next few months.
The next fish survey that is run by government will be in May or June, so then we know how much fish is around at the moment. But seeing that we are seeing large flocks of cormorants at the moment in all our bays shows that there seems to be fish around.
For now, though, the seabirds seem to be settling in well, and all indications are that the entire rescued flock will make a successful return and reintegration on Robben Island, which is important to boosting their very low numbers. That Andrews, CGTN, Cape Town.
All right, then a quick run through the currency. So the rand's ascent does continue today. It's taken its year-to-date gains against the American dollar to nearly 3.5%. On the crypto side, Bitcoin still pretty much holding orbit around the $62,000 level. The Naira has found its footing somewhere around 408 to 410 to the dollar, at least in the interbank market. But the macro data coming out of Africa's biggest oil producer is still pretty grim. Headline inflation close to 19%. Growth in 2021 forecast to be way out of what is ideal for the country. It's estimated at 2.5% by the IMF. And remember, that comes in the wake of a contraction of 1.8% just last year. That's it for this edition of Global Business Africa. As always, we'd like to hear your thoughts on the content you've seen on the program in the last hour. There are many ways to get your thoughts back to us, all of them on your screens right now. I'm Raman Yang in the Kenyan capital, Nairobi. Thank you for your company in the last hour. The World Today is up next from Washington, D.C.
front and center as the world's biggest polluters meet in Shanghai. U.S. Special Envoy John Kerry begins 3 days of talks with his Chinese counterparts. And the two sides collaborate given the current political tensions. Washington announces a new round of punitive measures against Moscow, sanctions, financial penalties, and diplomatic expulsions, formally blaming Russia for election interference and cyber hacking. And in Minnesota, the trial of a former police officer charged in the death of George Floyd enters a new phase. The defense and prosecution rest. Closing arguments begin next week. We have a live report from Minneapolis.
Live from Washington, this is The World Today.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm Asiye Namdar in Washington. We begin with efforts to build a closer collaboration on climate change between China and the United States. U.S. climate envoy John Kerry is meeting his Chinese counterparts in Shanghai. The talks underline President Biden's climate agenda and come as the nations remain divided on a host of issues, including trade. Xu Mengqi has more.
Behind me, the Zhongjiao State Guest Hotel is hosting the U.S. delegation who arrived here late Wednesday night. Now, so far, nothing about Thursday's talks have been made public, and the Chinese side have said very little about it, except that Kerry is in Shanghai at the invitation of China's Ministry of Ecology and Environment. He's meeting in person with his Chinese counterpart Xie Zhenhua to discuss cooperation between China and the U.S. on climate change, and also to exchange views on the upcoming United Nations Climate Change Conference this November in Glasgow. But the U.S., on the other hand, has been very outspoken about its goals for this meeting. Ahead of his trip to Shanghai, Mr. Kerry said during an interview with the Wall Street Journal that they're talking to China. They obviously need China at the table for this virtual summit that's being convened by Washington and scheduled for next week. U.S. President Joe Biden has invited 40 world leaders to participate at the summit and to discuss how to tackle the global climate crisis. So far, China has yet to confirm its participation at the summit. And the Wall Street Journal also reported, citing people familiar with the matter, that China and the U.S. are likely to discuss creating a new kind of mechanism for bilateral engagement on climate matters and also supporting developing countries pursuing low emissions economic growth. Now, the idea of a joint U.S.-China working group on climate change has actually existed for a long time. It was first put forward almost 20 years ago by the then Chinese President Jiang Zemin and U.S. President George W. Bush. The working group was later started under President Xi Jinping and Barack Obama, but discontinued under the Trump administration. So now with climate change back and high on the Biden administration's agenda, it remains to be seen whether this meeting this time will see a restart of such a joint working mechanism.
Xu Mengqi reporting. Well, U.S. and China are the world's worst polluters, but they've worked together in the past, as we heard, to combat climate change. For more on this, let's go to CGTN's White House correspondent Nathan King. Nathan, Washington and Beijing have big differences, we all know, but everyone is hoping they can at least cooperate on this very important issue of climate change.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, this really sort of fits in with US President Joe Biden's idea when it comes to the approach to China, which is competition, yes, but also cooperation. Now, obviously, he got re-elected, rejoined the Paris Climate Accord. That's good news. But the impetus that can be provided by the special envoy, presidential special envoy John Kerry, who was Secretary of State, as we know from the Paris Climate Accord, and his good relationship with Xie Zhenhua, who used to be the climate envoy and is now back in that position, is good news. And it was actually highlighted to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as these talks get underway. So let's talk about that and then go deeper.
At China's invitation, the special climate envoy for the U.S. President, John Kerry, is visiting China from April 14 to 17. During this time, China's special climate envoy, Xie Zhenhua, will hold meetings with Kerry in Shanghai and will exchange views on issues including U.S.-China cooperation on climate change and the 26th United Nations Climate Change Conference.
Yeah, and Xie Jinping, by the way, is going to be meeting with his German counterparts as well in the next few days. It's all a big push, not towards just November, but also a climate summit here on Earth Day, April 22nd, organised virtually by the White House, with Xi Jinping, we think, will be attending, as well as Joe Biden. But the impetus also comes from China. Remember, in last year's General Assembly speech, virtual again, President Xi Jinping surprised the world by saying that China would reach peak carbon emissions by 2030 and net carbon neutrality before 2060. That's really stepping up the scale. Also, the Biden administration, remember, want a green infrastructure, hundreds of billions of dollars to catch up with China. Pete Buttigieg, the transportation secretary, they admitted when it comes to trains, the Chinese have it better.
We have to make a decision about whether we're content to be left behind or whether we actually want to remain number one. And for my dime, there's no good reason why we should settle for less, why we should be content. That it's nothing against Chinese citizens, but I'm not content that a Chinese citizen can count on a dramatically better standard of, let's say, train travel than a U.S. citizen. I think Americans should always have the best.
Well, it's not just train travel, is it? I mean, look at electric cars, for example, widely adopted across China. And it's also the supply chains when it comes to lithium batteries, not just putting them together, but the technology to make them more efficient, where China is leading as well. And this is where the hundreds of billions rather, that the Biden administration is trying to invest in green technology will be the competition with China. And a lot of these talks, although they'll be talking about cooperation when it comes to levels and helping out the rest of the world with financing potentially, are also about the rules of the world when it comes to financing green projects across the world, which China and the US will compete for. And competition is no bad thing, because it could help us get to saving the planet a lot quicker.
We'll be watching it, and I know you will too. Nathan King, thank you very much. Russia says the U.S. will pay a price for expelling its diplomats and imposing new sanctions. The Biden administration announced the actions Thursday, Washington accusing the Kremlin of interfering in last year's presidential election and launching cyber attacks on federal agencies. Giles Gibson is following that story for us. Giles, what can you tell us?
Well, this is a sweeping package of measures that's been announced by the White House. The U.S. is expelling 10 Russian diplomats based here in the U.S. Capitol, accusing some of them of being members of the Russian intelligence services, otherwise known as spies. They are also placing sanctions on 32 different entities and individuals that they say were behind efforts to target the 2020 U.S. presidential election. They are also, for the very first time, saying that the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, also known by its online alias of Cozy Bear, is behind the SolarWinds cyber attacks. Now, the Russians deny any involvement in those cyber attacks and are now pushing back very strongly against these measures. Take a listen to a spokesperson from the Foreign Ministry.
Our response to the sanctions will be unavoidable. Washington must realize that they have to pay for the deterioration of bilateral relations. The United States of America bears full responsibility for what is happening.
Asia, it's not clear exactly what the response from Russia is going to be, but I think we can expect to see some sort of counter-sanctions announced in the coming days.
And Giles, of course, there's another issue, Ukraine.
Yeah, that's right. Russian President Vladimir Putin and the US President Joe Biden actually had their second official telephone conversation earlier this week. And according to the White House, President Biden pushed President Putin very hard on de-escalating tensions on the border between Ukraine and Russia. Now, President Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, he was on CNN earlier on saying that despite these actions, they don't want the relationship to spiral even further down. Take a listen.
President Biden made no bones about the fact that we will be taking actions this week, but he also indicated that he wants to get to that stability in this relationship. And he believes that if President Putin is prepared to do that as well, we can find a course ahead that does not lead to a cycle of confrontation.
There's also been some talk in recent days about a possible in-person summit between the two leaders, between Biden and Putin. But I think at this stage, with this package of measures from the White House and Russia vowing to respond, that looks increasingly unlikely, at least in the short term, Asier.
Giles, thank you so much. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken paid a surprise visit to Afghanistan. He met President Ashraf Ghani and other top officials in a show of support for the Afghan government. It comes a day after President Biden announced all U.S. troops would withdraw by September 11th after nearly 20 years of war. NATO troops said they would follow suit. It's raising fears of a full-scale civil war as Afghan forces battle Taliban insurgents for control of the country. Japan's prime minister is on his way to the United States. He'll be the first foreign leader to visit the Biden White House. Before he left Tokyo, Yoshihide Suga said he's hoping to build bilateral relations. On the agenda, strengthening a defense alliance and countering China's growing influence. Beijing has summoned the Japanese ambassador to China. It's a joint protest with South Korea over Tokyo's plan to dump more than 1 million tons of wastewater from a crippled nuclear plant.
We in South Korea urge Japan to fully negotiate with international agencies and neighboring countries and to prudently handle the Fukushima nuclear wastewater issue based on the substantial participation of relevant countries and international agencies. This is the joint stance of China and South Korea.
China and South Korea met virtually Wednesday to discuss the issue. They pledged to work closely on maritime affairs, environmental protection, and law enforcement. World powers in Vienna have wrapped up a second round of negotiations to revive the 2015 Iran nuclear deal. They have agreed to continue the discussions. The goal is to persuade the U.S. to return to the landmark agreement and for Iran to resume full compliance. CGTN's Naweed Jabarkal has the latest from London.
After a seemingly positive start to talks last week, the mood in Vienna feels very different just days later. An attack on one of Iran's major nuclear facilities on Sunday has ramped up tensions in the region. Iran called the act, quote, nuclear terrorism, and in response it says it'll ramp up its uranium enrichment to 60%. That's up from about 20% at the moment and far higher than the 3.67% stipulated in the original nuclear deal. The US pulled out of that accord in 2018 under President Trump, but his successor Joe Biden has vowed to renegotiate it. Tehran blames Israel for the latest attack in Natanz, but it has neither confirmed nor denied those allegations. The US, for its part, has ruled out any involvement, but the reaction from Iran has caused some divisions in Vienna. Washington and its European allies say they have grave concerns about the latest move to ramp up enrichment, which is a lot closer to the 90% experts say is needed for nuclear weapons. Iran, though, insists it's within its rights to retaliate following that attack, and shuttling in the middle of all of this, if you like, are the other signatories to the deal who are looking to salvage it. China's representative at the talks called for more urgency to secure a new agreement and to prevent any further escalation. But that will require Iran and the US to come closer together.
And that was Naweed Jabarkal reporting from London. Still to come, a startling spike in India, more than 200,000 coronavirus cases in just one day. That's twice China's total. But first, major developments in the Derek Chauvin murder trial. We're live outside the courthouse in Minneapolis.
The rich coastlines of southern China, home to scenic sights and waters, exquisite cuisine, and some of the country's busiest seaports. China's exploration into the deep blue goes beyond its shorelines, upgrading ocean industries and creating a better livelihood. To witness a dynamic, innovative, and developing maritime China, CGTN presents Tides of Change. Join our breathtaking adventure that uncovers a beloved homeland at work.
Defense lawyers for the former police officer charged in the death of George Floyd have rested their case without their client taking the stand. Derek Chauvin invoked his Fifth Amendment not to incriminate himself. Closing arguments are now set for Monday, but it was a dramatic day in court. Dan Williams is outside the courthouse in Minneapolis. Dan, a lot to talk about here.
That's right, yeah. Closing arguments, as you say, will take place on Monday, and then it will be up to the jury to make their decision. That after both the defense and the prosecution rested their case. But going into today, really the key question was whether Derek Chauvin would take the stand. Many legal experts that I talked to before said that it was unlikely, and today we had that confirmation that Derek Chauvin would invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege and would not be taking the stand.
I have repeatedly advised you that this is your decision and your decision alone, right?
Correct.
I have advised you, and we have gone back and forth on the matter, would be kind of an understatement, right?
Yes, it is.
But after a lengthy meeting last night, we had some further discussion, agreed?
Correct.
And have you made a decision today whether you intend to testify or whether you intend to invoke your Fifth Amendment privilege?
I will invoke my Fifth Amendment privilege today.
Now, another key development that took place here, new evidence that the prosecution wanted to introduce a round of carbon monoxide report would not be allowed to be introduced into the court. Judge Cahill saying that at this late stage they would not be allowing this new evidence around this carbon monoxide poisoning, saying that if a rebuttal witness even mentioned it, he would call for a mistrial. Now, this all comes after one of the defense witnesses, Dr. David Fowler, suggested that could have been a contributing factor, given that George Floyd was lying underneath a squad car while Derek Chauvin was kneeling on him. The prosecution rebuttal witness, though, today, Dr. Martin Tobin, we heard from him earlier in the trial. He came back and did say that it was unlikely that caused any major impact, one of the reasons as to why Floyd died, but that he did that without mentioning this new evidence.
Dan, let me move on to another case, also not far from where you are. Another officer charged in the killing of 20-year-old Dante Wright. She makes her first court appearance.
That's right, yeah, she made her first court appearance a little earlier, remotely. Remember, there is a pandemic going on. She's now been charged with second-degree manslaughter. If convicted, she faces up to 10 years in prison. She is out on bail, a $100,000 bail that was posted last night. Her police chief says that she mistakenly pulled out her gun instead of a taser following the events on Sunday, when she was seen with her body cam shooting and killing Dante Wright. The family, though, say they want more. They want more charges. They want a conviction. A news conference a short while ago, Katie Wright saying they want accountability. All this, of course, as protests continue in Brooklyn Center following events on Sunday, of course, and we had further clashes between police and protesters once again on Thursday night.
Dan, thank you very much. Cotton Industry Group has quietly removed from its website a statement critical of human rights in China's Xinjiang region. The Geneva-based Better Cotton Initiative had said it was halting activities in Xinjiang and cited Western reports that ethnic Uyghurs were forced to work in cotton fields. China has denied the allegations, and the Shanghai branch of the Cotton Initiative says it has found no evidence of forced labor. A spokesman for the Geneva office declined to comment about the statement's removal. Up next, new lockdowns and calls for help amid a troubling spike in COVID cases.
Since March, this hospital has been dedicated only to COVID-19 patients, and they have been busy.
The emergency plan to face the crippling caseload of patients in Brazil.
All you need to know about China. China 24, only on CGTN.
COVID-19 is out of control in Brazil. It has the third most cases in the world, even though it has a smaller population than the two biggest hotspots, the United States and India. Hospitals stretch to the limit and medical workers are overworked. Paula Cabral reports on a new government volunteer program hoping to ease the emergency.
Anderson Salles works at a bus company in São Paulo, but he is also a radiology student, and as COVID-19 spread in Brazil, he saw an opportunity to not only help others, but also learn more about his future profession. So he volunteered to work on the front line here at the Vila Penteado General Hospital, a public facility in his neighborhood, which since March has been dedicated entirely to treating COVID-19 cases.
It's been a great experience that has opened up my mind to many things. So I'm learning in practice, in daily life. I realize that I am understanding a lot of things from my radiology lessons, which have been happening only online. And I have a better understanding of the COVID-19 situation because now I am dealing with it face to face.
The pandemic has created tremendous challenges for Brazil's healthcare system. So the state of São Paulo created a volunteers registry early on to find people willing to help frontline teams. To date, about 1,300 people have registered, and 300 of them have been placed in public hospitals around the state.
The Vila Penteado Hospital director says they have 6 volunteers working here who have proven to be a great help to staff.
It's very emotional work because we are dealing with lives in direct contact with patients. So we noticed that the teams are overwhelmed after all we have been dealing with this for over 1 year now. We realize that the teams are worn out, but that's our work. We have to take care of people.
When it comes to the pandemic, we understood that the individual actions of volunteers could benefit the whole community. And for them, it's also a learning experience. So we thought of this volunteering project also as a way for people to improve their skills in our workplaces.
COVID-19 is still surging in Brazil, and prospects are bleak, at least for the next few weeks. In this time of crisis, the importance of solidarity becomes even more clear, and any help is welcome. Paulo Cabral, CGTN, São Paulo.
A deadly second wave of coronavirus in India, more than 200,000 new cases on Thursday. That staggering single-day record fueled by low testing, sluggish vaccinations, and mass religious gatherings. Authorities have ordered new restrictions. Ravinder Bawa explains.
Well, the local government clearly announced a few days back that there will be no lockdown in Delhi. The Chief Minister of Delhi was very confident about it, and just a few days after that, we see that he has come out with these new restrictions. Delhi was already under night curfew since 6th of April. We've had night curfew from 10 p.m. till 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. in the morning. I'm not sure about that, but definitely the situation now getting out of hand, and that's the reason now they have announced weekend lockdown, because we've seen there is a shortage of beds. Although in his press conference today, the Chief Minister of Delhi clearly said that there is no shortage of bed, and he requested people to not choose which hospital they want to get admitted to, but they should take the beds that they are getting from the government's portal or whoever is giving them a bed. But on the other hand, we are seeing there is a shortage of medicines, there is a shortage of vaccination as well. So the Delhi government right now really in a tizzy in terms of maintaining a balance between lives and livelihoods, and that's why they have announced this weekend lockdown where most people have an off, and so they do not need to work on those days, and that's why they have gone and chosen this particular restriction. But will it really work? It looks difficult, because Delhi is seeing a surge of from 1,000 to 3,000 cases every 24 hours for the past few days, and so that it becomes very difficult for the government actually to handle the health infrastructure, which is right now overburdened. Doctors are overburdened, and the testing centers are also overburdened. Every report that you want for your RT-PCR test comes to you after 48 hours. By then the case has already deteriorated. So things really going out of hand as far as the capital city Delhi is concerned.
Ravinder Bawa reporting. Argentina is also seeing a sharp spike in infections. The capital and its suburbs will close schools, ban indoor activities, and impose an overnight curfew for the rest of the month. The president, who has just recovered from COVID-19, says it will help slow the spread and ease pressure on hospitals. Cambodia's capital also on lockdown just as the country celebrates its new year. Residents are only allowed to leave home for essential activities. Cambodia has one of the world's smallest caseloads, but officials say infections have spiked tenfold in the past 2 months. And Turkey broke its record for daily infections, more than 59,000. Indoor gatherings are banned, cafes and gyms closed, and restaurants can only offer delivery for the rest of Ramadan. Nearly 124 million Americans have received at least one dose of a COVID-19 vaccine. A number of animals have also been immunized, including one endangered species in the U.S. West. Hendricks and Brandy with that story.
Black-footed ferrets are carnivorous mammals that live in North America, mostly in the U.S. Considered an endangered species, these critters nearly went extinct around 1980.
We have about 300 ferrets in captivity.
Back in 2014, Pete Gober with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service showed us around the National Black-Footed Ferret Conservation Center in Colorado, which runs a captive breeding program for these animals.
They're a highly specialized predator that relies on prairie dogs for both food and the burrow system for protection from their own predators like coyotes and golden eagles.
When prairie dog populations were decimated by poisoning, farming operations, and sylvatic plague, black-footed ferret numbers also plummeted, prompting aggressive recovery efforts. Now there's a new worry for folks like Gober: COVID-19.
Definition of history is one damn thing after another. COVID seems to be that, you know.
Outbreaks of the disease in minks raised for their fur in the U.S. and Europe set off alarm bells last year.
They're all in the weasel family, and since mink were susceptible to COVID-19, we were concerned that black-footed ferrets would be too. So we kind of really got rattled.
Ferret managers decided to inoculate them with a COVID-19 vaccine. The drug was developed by the National Wildlife Health Center and administered to 2/3 of Colorado's captive ferrets. The vaccine has shown some efficacy. No ferrets have contracted COVID-19 so far.
I think it's wonderful that we were able to, as a scientific community, rapidly deploy vaccines for this species.
Veterinary microbiologist Anna Faegre says the fact that black-footed ferrets have been prone to previous coronavirus infections meant
we should keep an eye on ferrets, and that ferrets were a species that was susceptible to SARS, and so it might become an issue for those animals.
In mink populations, this virus is believed to have spread from human handlers, mutated, and then passed back to humans. Millions of these animals were culled after the outbreaks. The Colorado Center moved its ferrets into smaller groups and staggered work shifts to minimize the threat here.
We're playing the statistical probabilities on trying to limit any transmission that might be there.
Black-footed ferrets have developed a certain following.
I just think he's so cute.
The COVID-19 vaccine and others that may soon be commercially available are aimed at maintaining their introduction into the wild and keeping this very vulnerable species alive. Hendricks Brandy, CGTN, Denver.
And that is the World Today. I'm Asiye Namdar. Dialogue is next, and I'll be back with more news at the top of the hour.
This is CGTN, China Global Television Network.
and welcome to Dialogue. Today, I'm talking to the former president of Slovenia, His Excellency Danilo Turk, about his new book, A World Transformed, Reflections on the International System, China and Global Development. With established and rising powers often at odds, are we heading towards order or chaos? How do the major players like China, Europe, and the United States fit into the rapidly changing multipolar world? It's an honor and a pleasure to have President Turk to share his thoughts. That's our topic. I'm Zhou Yue. Mr. President, it's an honor to have you on the show. First, congratulations on your new book. This book is A World Transformed, Reflections on International System, China and Global Development. I know it's talking about the changing world we live in. So what is your basic arguments about the transformation of the world as we see it?
Well, first, thank you for having me on this show. Well, the basic idea is this. In order to understand our transformation properly, we have to look at it from a historical perspective and take a sufficiently long historic view of the transformations we are experiencing. This transformation is deep. It is not only technological, as is sometimes claimed, but it is intensely political. And that means that the global political balance is changing. And the question then is, how does one ensure that this change doesn't lead to chaotic circumstances? And the answer is multilateral cooperation. So in short, I would say we have to look at current changes through a political lens with a historical perspective and understand that multilateral cooperation is the only way forward. We don't live in a world of a science fiction. The world is not a science fiction, and technological change does not automatically translate into a new reality of the world. It requires political cooperation and, above all, multilateral cooperation.
What do you think is the main drivers of those changes? Is it geopolitics? Is it globalization? Is it nationalism? Is it global commerce? What is the major factor?
Well, all these factors have a role, but I would like to say that the political maturity of leaders would require to understand that no single factor is dominant. So if we take a look at globalization, obviously globalization is there, but globalization has been taking place in various forms for centuries. It's not a new phenomenon. The important thing is to understand its current shape and guide it in a way which would be good for everybody. Now, globalization, 200 years ago took place in the form of colonial domination. Well, that's long over. And the countries that were exposed to this sort of predatory politics of the northern hemisphere towards the southern hemisphere of the world, or from the west towards the east, now live in a very different type of a situation where the global south and the global east has become very powerful. And the new balance is already there, and it has to be recognized and the international cooperation shaped accordingly. It would be a mistake to take one single factor or one single power as decisive. Everybody has to cooperate.
Since you already mentioned globalization, I want to talk about one big beneficiary of this process. That is obviously China. And you devoted a large parts of your books to talks on China. But my question is, first of all, as a former Slovenian politician, why were you interested in China in the first place?
Well, look, everybody should be interested in China, but I had a rather special opportunity. I was working with the United Nations. I was Assistant Secretary General for Political Affairs with Kofi Annan, who was Secretary General in the years 1997 to 2007. So I was with him in every visit he made to China from the year 2000 to 2005. I met all Chinese leaders of that era and was